I can see my Gen Z sister over there. Clock it, girls. Clock it. Okay. All right, let me come to the back here so that they don't feel alone. And please, all the bags we're seeing on the chairs, are you keeping it for someone? We would like you to move forward so that we don't have empty seats in between, okay? We'd like you to move forward. Hello, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
So, Beauty in the Motherland, why did you decide to come today?
Okay, so I decided to come to... Okay, so while I was here yesterday, I learned a lot of things that I didn't know. So I'm here today to also learn more from other hosts and what they want to say to us today.
All right, thank you so much. We all came here prepared. I've not heard anyone say they came to shop. We just came to learn and learn and learn. Who came to shop? You shopped yesterday. How were the discounts? Mouth-watering, right? You can't get it anywhere else. You know that, right? You thought it was a lie? Are you with your ATM card again today? All right. A round of applause for yourselves once more. So before we officially start the panel session, our first panel session for today, we all need to know that, I'm sure we all know actually that today is Independence Day, right? Happy Independence Day, Nigerians. Same to you. Rise on your feet. We need to sing the national anthem because you don't... Who knows it? I'm sure there's someone here who knows it. Who knows the new national anthem? DJ, do we have the anthem so we can play the soundtrack? Just sit while we wait for the DJ, okay? DJ, you forgot it today is Independence Day. Because we're not doing green, white, green, and we're doing a lot of pinks today. We're doing girly colors. Are you ready for me?
Hi, Belumi. This is Big Brother.
Do we need to freeze?
We will take the national anthem after the first panel session.
All right, fantastic. A round of applause for our voice. All right. So let me just come over here. This first panel session is absolutely amazing. I mean, it's a diverse panel. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of panelists here who are well-versed in what they do, who are well-versed and experienced in their fields. When we talk about beauty in the motherland, when you talk about beauty, there are different aspects of beauty. You have hair, you have makeup, you have skincare, you have nails, you have, what else do we have? Brows, the aesthetics, with the estheticians, and makeup products, exactly. And this panel session, I promise you, has someone from every part of the beauty industry. That's how well curated this panel is for you. Now, for this panel session, we're talking on sustaining excellence, mastering quality in the beauty service. We all know that it's not just about skills sometimes. It's not just about longevity. What are you known for? What is your brand known for? Do you bring quality? Do you bring luxury? Do you bring excellence to your service? Every single person that has come, what is the review that they would leave behind for you? These people have mastered it all. Our panelists have mastered it all, and they're here to share from their wealth of wisdom and experience. If you're excited about that, please give a round of applause. All right. So I'm just going to stay over here so that I can call the first panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the Chief Operating Officer of Adefunke Salon, where she also serves as lead artist and head of staff management. With her blend of creativity and operational expertise, she has strengthened the salon's reputation for excellence. Her leadership ensures smooth operations, team growth, and an elevated client experience that reflects both artistry and professionalism. Passionate about detail and quality, she continues to redefine the salon culture in Nigeria. As lead bridal artist at Adefunke Bridal Exticasa, she has become a trusted name for timeless, elegant looks that enhance each bride's natural beauty. Her artistry, innovation, and precision have earned her respect across the bridal and beauty industry. I could hear you all clapping because you know who I'm about to bring on board. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Oluwapelumi Adefule, COO Adefunke. I'm so excited. You know we are namesakes, right? Oluwapelumi. Pelumis are doing amazing. Come on. Give the Pelumis a round of applause. Do we have another Pelumi in the house? Ah, there's a Pelumi over there. Hi. All right. Next, I would like to bring up someone who I've admired, for the longest time. She's a beauty entrepreneur and the creative mind behind Beauty Atelier, a brand dedicated to helping women feel confident and embrace their natural features. Blending science, artistry, and people skills, she has carved a unique and authentic approach to beauty. Renowned for her expertise in semi-permanent makeup, she has built trust across Africa while expanding into BA Professionals and BA Pro Tools. Through these extensions, she provides training and produces BA-made beauty products like pigments and brow lamination kits, solidifying her influence in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Onyekachi Iroha, the founder of Beauty Atelier. You can do better. You can do better. Come on. When you think of skincare, I think he's one of the names that pop up into your mind, quite honestly. He is the clinical research associate, cosmetic scientist, and renowned aesthetic practitioner, specializing in managing skincare and aesthetic conditions in people of color. He's the founder of 25 Skin, Nigeria's first bioavailable skincare line, formulated specifically to cater to the skin needs of people of color. He's a globally recognized cosmetic educator, a member of the American Society for Laser Medicine and Surgery, and a thought leader in the skincare and aesthetics community for people of color. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO 25 Skin, Samuel Joseph. When you think hair, natural hair, how many of us have natural hairs here? Like, it's stressful, Abby. Maintaining it, trying to make sure it's always moisturized, trying to ensure that the shrinkage has shown you Pepe, right? But this lady I'm about to bring on board has mastered the artistry of taking care of hair. She has built a brand, a business around hair, making sure that we, people of color, with our 4C hair, she knows how to handle it. So let me just tell you a bit about her. She's a visionary leader redefining African beauty by transforming how textured hair is understood and cared for. With over 20 years of expertise, she founded Tasala Hair and Beauty Salons and Truth Hair Care, championing indigenous ingredients, expert education, and innovative services. A UK-certified trichologist, award-winning hairstylist, and certified hair loss practitioner, she has trained over 2,000 hairstylists and mentored countless women with a postgraduate degree in education management. She now serves as chairman of Graceland Polytechnic, inspiring purpose-driven leadership and lasting industry impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a round of applause, welcome the founder of Tasala HQ, Dupe Oyeleke Talabi. You can see the hair. All right, last and definitely not least. She is the CEO and creative director of Doreen Beauty. She attended Babcock University and graduated with a Bachelor's of Arts in Mass Communication, majoring in branding and public relations. This young entrepreneur found herself entangled in the world of beauty after completing a beginner's makeup training program. As her passion for beauty continued to grow, she dedicated the bulk of her time, when not neck deep in her academics, to learning more about hair, makeup, and beauty in general. She has worked with the likes of Tiwa Savage, Eko Hotel, Toke Makinwa, Mo Abudu, and many high-profile names. In 2015, she won the 25 Under 25 The Business of Makeup Awards and the Future Award Prize for Beauty in 2016. Recognizing the need for a one-stop hub in Lagos, she, in 2018, co-founded the Beauty Hub, which boasts of 10 female-oriented businesses under one roof. She also launched a new business, Nail Care Nail Salon, that has quickly become the favorite nail salon for many women in the city, and in 2022, please welcome the CEO of Doreen Beauty, Theodora and Mogo. A round of applause. She's looking absolutely stunning. All right, are you ready for this panel?
Who wants to become great in the industry? This final section is for you.
Are you ready for this panel session?
You get a bunch of pieces. It's about sustaining excellence. Mastering quality in the beauty service industry. Kindly find your way to the ground wall.
Panelists,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
that your mics are working. Hi, panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of beauty live on the red over the DPS stand, kindly located at this point. There's a lot and lot and lot in store for you. Laura Beauty, opposite the DPS stand. Now, welcome to
For every Instagram video I see of a bride,
the Beauty in the Motherland Beauty Exhibition.
you get a gift. Thank you for being so engaged. Okay. And your brand is
Shut it out. This is the place for you. Any man photo biz go work for any man photo camera. Oh, this one, no be man photo show, but they use man photo biz. That's a transmitter. Yeah, and I go I like the down the
Yeah, you know word of mouth. Square root of 69 is 8 something, right? Cause I was trying to work it out. Good weed, white wine. I come alive in the nighttime.
Madam, you know the party, the camera, you know the party. YouTube not on the street. Oh, okay, because you need to promote them. You need to always promote them. Boy, no food complete. Yeah. Okay, I am
to strive for more as well.
I love how you said there's so much out there that you can do, and events such as Beauty in the Motherland, inspires us to do more. We see the standard, and I have to say that Nigerian beauty brands are killing it.
Definitely.
They are setting the standard in every. I mean, before, when we talk about beauty, skincare, makeup, we would think of
as low as 80% off all the weeks and all the offers. Do well to grab this offer today. Tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody about something beauty, and ensure to find a time so you can also get access to all these wonderful packages. Say, come on! Whoop! Cheer! Hey! Here we go!
Let me look him. Neck. Under the tripod, neck.
Which one? Okay, this one. Sorry.
Welcome.
Good time!
This is a last small.
Ladies and gentlemen, we outside. Come on! Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Here we go.
See the set, that's lash, that's deck.
Cheers! Uh-huh.
That's why I haven't been around for a week. I'm getting pounds in my sleep. I'm at the top of the mountain this week. Bring it back before the villain. I had a life, real talk, true religion. It's in the blood, in the genes, in the stitching. No weapon, be the kid. Tongue kissing, fucking giving. New iPhone, cause I'm done with all the bitching.
Come on!
Trying to be in my position. Keep my shades on cause they're trying to see the vision.
Say what? Uh-huh.
Breakfast in bed on the plane.
Come on! Uh-huh.
Smoking with the left like a cane. That said greatness and nothing was the same. Now it's set for life. I saw the turn up button and I pressed it twice. You heard I'm in the club, then my best advice is put your shoes on and come and get the wife. Cause we've been having sex just for exercise. Every night man I'm doing sex exercise. She looks into my eyes now she's mesmerized.
Check what? One time. Come on. Hey. Come on. One time. Yeah. Uh-huh. Say I've been feeling ambition.
I've been rocking everybody. When the sexy ladies pull up and do the dirty right for me. Say I've been killing every show. Every day I'm getting money. And I wanna spend it all on the dynamite.
Say what? Cheer. Come on. Baby, that's something. That's something. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Crystal Hills. Crystal Hills, where you get all your premium whites, not your regular whites. Not your usual whites. Not the white that you will use to clean your makeup, and afterwards you still look like this one, please.
All right. I love that structure, SOPs. So I hope you're jotting down. We're getting identity, we're getting, structure, manpower, SOPs. I'm coming to the only man on the panel. Hi, Samuel. Okay, so
Hi, Bellamy.
Hi.
How far now?
I'm good. Nice to see you again.
Good. You look good.
For those who don't, I've known Samuel since 2018. I went there with my face looking. You know how when acne has dealt with you, and you have more acne than skin. We all know that. We've all probably experienced that once or twice. And he saved my face. So a round of applause for Samuel, please. And if there's one thing I've known about you is you constantly learning. You're always getting one certificate. You're always trying to, getting one certification or the other. But, let's talk about blending science and what we do, what you do. As a clinician and, just being a beauty entrepreneur. Now you have the clinic side, the medicine, the science, you have the business side as well. How have you been able to merge both and to ensure that, you sustain credibility with 25 Skin and the other things you do?
Thank you. Guys, good morning. I'm really excited to be here. Shout out to everybody on the panel. You guys look so beautiful. I feel like when they say blessed are thou amongst women, they were talking about me. So merging science with what we do is probably the reason why I created 25 Skin. 25 Skin is my new baby that I've been pushing for. We've been running for 2 years now. And the primary reason why I created 25 Skin was I got to the point in my career where I was pretty much very involved in R&D. So being very connected to the clientele that I have, I'm finding out that most of the things that they're experiencing is not really the way they taught us in school, that it's manifesting, you see. And it's not really because you see things like, back in those days, you hear people say, when I go to dermatologists, rather than it getting better, it's getting worse and getting worse. It's not the problem of your dermatologist. It's really not the problem of the person who is treating you most times. Because the companies out there making the products that your dermatologist is using don't know about your skin. They have no information about how your skin, functions. So starting from that background and running a clinic I ran a clinic for I think about 6-7 years, and with cross-cultural identities, people from Lagos, Abuja. When you're in Lagos, your skin acts differently than when you're in Abuja. Very true, And the same way from people that live in Ghana and Ivory Coast. So all these people, as people of color, we have these problems that are very unique to us. And most of all these companies don't really pay attention to those things. And it's really not a lot that we need. Just small tweaks here and there in the formulation, in the way we use the products, small things like that. So that's how we blend science and what we do. So we're able to, create very cult-like branding, and throw some science to it, because what we're really doing is for a cult, a specific group of people, So that's how we blend science and what we do.
Thank you very much for that, blending science and what you do. Balumi, back to you. You talked about identity. You talked about knowing who you are, and that has helped you, shape the brand. But let's talk about times when you felt like you weren't true to the identity that you have created. Because let's be honest, I feel a lot of us who have started a business or who have started out in anything, we have an idea in mind, we have a vision in mind, and when we enter, it might not really be what we expected, what I ordered versus what I got. And, sometimes there's also the drowning noise of trends, of let's do this, let's do that. Everybody is doing it. This is where the money is at. So have there ever been times where you slipped and then you had to call yourself back and be like, okay, no, this is who we are, and we're going to stick to it. So can you give us examples as well, even as you shed more light on this?
Okay, so before I branch into it, I'm going to say something first. We all have to first understand something. Creativity is a form of worship. It's a form of worship to God. So you being a creative, you're not just owning a brand, you're actually giving direct worship to God. So understanding that first will first help you quiet all the noise. Even when you're tired, even when it's overwhelming, even when you feel like you're not doing it the way you've already claimed you should do it, even when you think, oh, I'm not keeping to my words, always have it at the back of your mind. Creativity is a form of worship. God doesn't treat you our fast way, so you can't treat him our fast way. So even when you're tired, bring yourself back and understand that everything I do has to glorify God at the end of the day. So when you actually now fall out and it feels like, I'll give you an example. There was a time we had an issue with a client that went viral on TikTok, and we were dragged. Oh no, we were dragged. And it was very, very, damning for us, because, it scared me and my sister in a way that we've not experienced before, because we don't use TikTok. It was new to us, knowing that TikTok can actually bring people to your salon just for the sake of they want you to do rubbish so they can post it. But experiencing that and trying to understand, what did this person feel differently from what we normally would give? The issue that day was the hair didn't come out the way she wanted it. Partially our fault, partially the client's fault. But you cannot tell your client you're wrong. You can't do that. Customer is always right. So she explains, she's not meant to pay for this because it didn't turn out the way she wanted. But genuinely, the type of hair she had was never going to turn out the way she wanted. I think where the fault was is not saying exactly before you even start that, oh, ma'am, don't expect this result. It can look like this, this, and this, but definitely not the way you think it would look. And one thing I think business owners and brands in general need to understand is you have to be plain. There's no hiding. There's no, you already know me as Odogo. I cannot come and say I can't do something. No, it's fine that you can't do everything. That's why you're not the only brand in Nigeria. Do one thing very well first. And I think that that whole issue taught us one thing. When they say there's a mistake with something, don't neglect it. Even if it's not your field, don't neglect it. Deal with it. Look for ways to get better at it. I'll give another example of something that happened. We're going to wash hair for somebody that has natural hair. That day, I asked, why were you not going to Tesala? What are you looking for here? Well, they're already there. You can't tell them to leave and go to a natural salon and come back. But she was upset that, you guys didn't treat my hair with care. They are day from care. You guys went. It was sad that she felt that way, but we're not a natural hair salon, but at the same time, we deal with hair and we deal with African hair, so we should understand to an extent how African hair should be. So that mistake that they made us understand one thing. We needed to train in how to treat natural hair. At least, even if you're not doing the whole full, your hair is this type of hair, do this to it to make it grow. At least we should be able to give you a proper wash and proper treatments whereby you're comfortable and not agitated while doing your hair. Because most women, when they come to do their hair, they're actually there to rest from whatever trouble they've brought, either from work, from home. You don't want to add to that trouble. They're not in the mood for you to add to it. You're meant to make them feel better. So anytime we want to deviate from the fact that our brand stands for love and it's a place where women should always feel loved, we remind ourselves creativity is a form of worship, and you're not just doing it for human masters. You're not just touching people with big brands, or you're not touching celebrities only. You're actually worshiping God in everything. So remind yourself, train yourself to understand that I need to know how to do this thing, not because, oh, I want to be the baddest, but because in everything I will touch as a creative, it should bless the name of God. So yeah, that's how we do it.
Adefunke is preaching up in here. Balumi is preaching up in here. Somebody say hallelujah. All right, thank you very much for that. I really like that. Talking about, hair, she said something about, natural hair, knowing that, okay, they might know it, but it's really not their specialty. But you've built a brand around, natural hair in general, and being excellent in the sense that you might not always be there. Your staff would always be there. How have you allowed, or how have you made excellence the watchword for Tasala? Because, it's one, I've gone to certain places where it's either the boss does it or no one, because you can't trust the level of skill that you get from maybe the staff or those learning or the trainees, but you also train. There are times I was hearing a conversation, in there where, they're like, anyone can handle anybody's hair and you're getting the same service. It's not like I need to have a favorite because this person can do it better. There's a level of excellence that is uniform and equal all round that speaks for your brand. How have you been able to achieve that? Because honestly, some people say the fastest way to ruin a business is to leave it in the hands of other people. We've heard things like this. But, you're doing it. It's going on great. So tell us how you've been able to achieve that.
Okay. So for me, the beginning of starting my business was identifying a problem and knowing I wanted to be a solution provider. And there was this whole narrative of, oh, natural hair is difficult, natural hair is hard, natural hair is, so many negative connotations. And to be fair, a lot of people have had so many bad experiences from when they were children, and so many salons as well. And I wanted to do something very different. I wanted us to care for our hair because I have natural hair. So many people around me had natural hair. And I felt like if I can learn how to do my hair, why do I have to go to a salon and then they don't get how to do it? So when I started, it was very key for me to ensure that every single person that works in there is trained and understands what it is that we're trying to do. It's not just about making hair look beautiful. It's not just about, styling hair. It's about the care for hair, how you detangle the hair, how you wash hair. There's a specific process. And everybody that comes to work at Tasala, from the first day, that is where you start. From knowing how to just detangle hair is a whole process. So training is fundamental for everybody that comes into the salon. And then having proper procedures put in place. I'm hardly ever in my salon. And when people say, oh, like what you said, the biggest way to ruin a business is put it in other people's hands. Honestly, I've not had that experience, and I'm really thankful for that. And I've been able to scale my business and have multiple locations because training is important, but not just training for the business, but training for the staff as well. Understanding that they're human beings. And honestly, I feel like most people want a place where there's stability, there's career progression, there's proper remuneration, and they can see a future for themselves. Not everybody can own a salon. Not everybody can be have their own businesses. But people want to be somewhere that is structured and there's order. And, they're being rewarded for their work, and then they can see where the future is for them. So there's a plan in place for them as well. And then, so there's the commitment for them to the job, but there's a commitment from us as a business to their growth as well. So that is very, very important for me, for all members of the team. And we put, obviously we have managers and people that manage that process. And it's important for everyone's voice to be heard so they don't feel lost in the system. So for us, staff retention has been fantastic. I've had stylists that have been with us 10 years, 9 years, and they're doing excellently well. They've been able to grow in the business. So just having that platform where there's structure, they know what is expected of them, they know that if they do not deliver, again, if they don't deliver, it doesn't mean that it's the end of the road. When someone doesn't deliver on something, it means there's a gap, and it's usually a training gap. So we need to find out why it's not working, why they're not able to do it, and see what we can do about it. Or it might just be that for that particular service, it's not their strongest skill. Not everybody can flat twist. Not everybody, so you may have to move them from doing those particular services to other things that they will thrive in. We don't expect everyone to be able to do every single service that we offer. So we have to find where their skills are, what they're trainable on, and then put them in where they can thrive, and then they feel more confident in their work as well. So that, just having those different layers across the system so that they're able to provide excellent services, and clients, every time they come in, they can trust what they get. So Yinka gave me a fantastic review just backstage, talking about she takes her daughter to Tasala, and that is where her daughter has decided she wants to go to, regardless of her going to another salon. And every time she comes in, she doesn't book a specific stylist, but every time she goes in, a stylist services her, and she's happy. And there's this key thing she said every time her daughter says their hands are not tight, it's not painful, and that's the experience we want people to have. So you don't feel like, when they say beauty is pain, I don't believe that beauty is pain. If beauty is pain, then there's a problem. Because, yes, the process of change may be painful, but the actual, enjoying the process should not be painful. And that is one of our key motivations for the salon.
Okay, I've learned something new today. Beauty is not pain. A round of applause for that. So, Theodora, let's talk about so people say how it's not getting the clients that is the hard part, is retaining the client. For you to retain a client, especially when, like I said, there's nothing new under the sun. Practically every business is almost saturated at this point, because in Nigeria, they say you have to have at least 5 streams of income so that, you can survive, basically. But, so you're doing hair, you're doing makeup. No, you're doing makeup, you're doing nails. And, talking about nails and makeup, I'm sure you've had clients that have crossed over from one aspect to the other, maybe who used to do their makeup with you, who now do their nails as well. Because like you said earlier, they trust the brand. But how were you able to get them to that point? Was there like a mindset shift you had to have? Was there like something, like what did you do differently to ensure that client's retention was absolutely important?
Like I said earlier, it's about different businesses. There are people who go to the nail salon that don't even know that it's my nail salon, right? Again, I believe in the spirit of excellence. I also believe in making mistakes. I believe that it's okay in making mistakes. I also believe that more importantly is what you learn and how you grow from there. Like Chichi said, for the nail salon, it's the experience. From when someone calls, "Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for calling Eko Nail Salon. How may I help you today?" It's the same thing really across even for Doran. But for Eko, it's an entire experience. For Doran, it's really about, and I don't mean to say it to downplay it, it's really about just coming to get your makeup done and ensuring that everyone that sits in any of the artist chairs is leaving, looking, and feeling more beautiful. That is so simple with Doran. With Eko, it's more effigy. You want to come in, you want to hear good music, they're offering you mimosas, complimentary wine or tea, and I think now we have like gratin chin-chin on the side. With Doran, it's not that. And it's okay for Doran to stick to what Doran is about, right? With Doran, I encourage, actually with even all of them, with all my staff, even with the nail staff, I encourage them to let their personality show forth. I believe that any skill, you can learn any skill. If you practice it well enough, you get good at it. So what separates me from the next person on a very basic level is maybe personality. So I encourage, for instance, the nail staff, give compliments, right? Ma, you look so beautiful today, right? Even in recommendations, someone says, I want a square shape. Square shape is nice, but I think for your nail beds, let's try oval, right? Now, everyone can't be as outspoken as I am, as jovial as I am. For some people, they want to sit, they're quiet. And we have clients that are like that, especially with HNIs and execs. They just want to sit down, get the service done, but they want a certain level of professionalism across board. Everyone that walks into every meeting, every training, we say, every time a client sits in your chair, you are fully responsible for that client from start to finish. And that client must leave not just with good nails, they must leave feeling more confident, more beautiful, and more relaxed for the nail salon. For the makeup business, just leave feeling beautiful. That's really what it is. So I'm not going to try and implement and say, oh, with Nail we have all these razzmatazz. How do we incorporate that razzmatazz into Duran? No, it's entirely different, right? I think that's really what it is.
I like that you've been able to explain how you've been able to compartmentalize each business, so they all give a different vibe based on what you're saying. And I like the letting your personality show. Because I think personality is absolutely important in, brands, businesses.
Especially with service industries.
Yeah.
Service businesses, sorry.
I like that. I like that you mentioned personality. Let's talk about, Beauty Atelier, for example. And let's just talk about, your experience generally when you talk about profitability and then expensive. A lot of times people say, I think one of the most overused words nowadays, I might be wrong, is luxury. Do we agree? Everything's luxury.
When we came on stage.
I used it. But there are luxury brands, but I think every other person has just equated luxury with it must be expensive. So because it's expensive, it's good. But, based on your experience and over time, how have you been able to find that balance where it's quality, not just being expensive, and it's profitable as well, but then you're given quality and you're given the standard of what they're paying for?
Okay, so basically you're asking about balancing profitability with providing luxury services.
And just not just something that just says, oh, it's expensive, or it's, but actually there's quality. People understand the value of what they're paying for.
Okay, so I would say that it's firstly, it's not, okay, so pricing, I know that a lot of times when you're pricing your services, a lot of times it's always market-led, but in Beauty Atelier, our services aren't market-led. Some people would think we're pricey, but I believe that we offer value for our services. For example, we've had clients who have come to get their eyebrows done, and whenever I see them, I tell them, you are even owing us because we haven't seen you in 5 years. So it's product quality, ensuring that over time, the kind of products we use, for example, I'm going to use eyebrows, when they have started to age, you do not have muddiness, it's not gray, you don't have clients who complain about their brows. I have a lot of clients here. You don't have clients that complain about their brows turning ashy or gray. So product quality, training. So training your staff to be very professional in the way they address clients, address themselves in the studio, the look and feel of the studio, of wherever you work would also, I don't know, so.
Yeah. I get what you mean. Sorry? No. I get what you mean in the look and feel. It has to be like, just like what Duran said, it has to be a whole experience, and, it has to show that you're getting value for what you pay for. And Samuel, hi. Let's talk about misinformation, because I saw a video recently that trended where you were talking about certain acids, people doing certain things and mixing certain things to just sell. So let's talk about misinformation and, holding the clinical standard, being the place that people can defer to for information, for trustworthy information. I feel like that says a lot about, the excellence of your brand. So how have you been able to achieve that? How do you appeal, or how do you make yourself that standard in any industry that you're in?
Belumi, first of all, I didn't know you were going to mention that. I still have a letter from her lawyer that I have not even replied to. We just looked at it and we just laughed. Ha 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 ha. Guys, when they talk about misinformation, I generally don't believe that it's a thing of the information being wrong. It's more about the information not being for you. Do you get? So I don't think it's a thing of wrong information, because again, we live in an age where there is over availability of information. Before you even hear glutathione, you need to have a dermatologist where you're going for appointment. But now people who don't even know anything about skincare are speaking skincare jargons like us. Consistency. You need consistency. They don't do skincare like us. So they have so much availability of information. So everybody sounds the same now. Right? But it's really more about asking yourself, this information, how specific is it to my situation? Right? Like, what is the understanding of what my problem is? For example, somebody can say, you hear when people say, oh, vitamin C cleared my hyperpigmentation. You need to ask yourself, what type of hyperpigmentation? Was the person pregnant or breastfeeding when he cleared their hyperpigmentation? Does the person have any disease? Right? Does the person on any medication? There are so many things we need to factor in before we can boldly say that this is what cleared their hyperpigmentation. So that is where the science comes in, when it has to do with, like, when people are making claims or saying things, publicly, and stuff like that.
So, I understand that misinformation part, but there's also the part where you as a brand, 25 Skin as a brand, where everybody takes your word as verbatim. If Samuel says it, it must be right. If 25 Skin says it, it must be correct. Because they trust your expertise. They trust the excellence of your brand. They trust the research that they know that you would have put into it. So is it just about research? How are you able to get yourself and your brand to that level where it's like, okay, if he says it, then that must be it. If 25 Skin says the sky is blue, then it's definitely blue.
I don't think people take our word as verbatim. People don't take our word as verbatim, to be very honest. But if anything, people trust that we have their intentions at heart. Do you get it? People trust that our primary goal is to give them the results they want. So I think that's what people trust. I'm not sure that people trust that take our words as law, right? But and then again, that's what is really about, not really just about doing research. Because if we really talk about research, I won't even say that 25 Skin, we are doing research the way we should do, right? Because when we talk about research, you need to talk about the big brands that are actually the big Western brands. Those are the people that do proper research and development, right? We are just, we're just starting up. And that's what our people know. And that's what we are communicating with our community. And so remember that what we're doing is not really like for everybody. We're not really trying to appeal to everybody. It's just to a section of people who really believe that, the skin of color community needs its own dedicated science. Do you get people that take its time to say, okay, why are we having more acne during this period of the year than that period of the year? There's a reason why it's happening. Do you get? There's a reason why it's happening. Who is sitting down to say, okay, what can we do about it? Or how can we make our sunscreens better for us? Do you get? Or why is it that we are using sunscreens but we're still having hyperpigmentation? Do you get? So that's really the people that we're making products for. And that's what the brand is about. So I wouldn't say that it's like we are the law enforcement agents, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you've also answered my question, which is, communication. In communicating with them to know that, okay, we're all growing together.
Yeah.
But aside that, it's also about your clients knowing that that you have their best interest at heart.
Yes.
Because, I mean, there are a lot of times we patronize certain brands that just feels like we're just another client, another statistic. But I think what really makes people stay, like you said, is knowing that you're thinking of me, you're thinking about my problems and how to solve my problems for me. And I think that's just very important for any business whatsoever, knowing that they're actually really passionate about getting your solution. So, Adefunke, let's talk about scaling. Let's talk about going global. Everybody wants to go global. Everybody wants to go international. So how would you say you scale your business without losing that touch? Because, I mean, even down to as little as certain products that we buy, sometimes we just feel like after a while, it begins to lose the quality. Even in food stuff or, certain, brands, we feel like after a while, if it's more expensive, it's losing like the quality that it's renowned for. But, Adefunke has stayed consistent, the same. We know that, okay, the edges are going to slay, the hair won't lift. Going global, scaling, expansion, and still maintaining that quality. How have you been able to achieve that?
So, first and first is, I and my sister were perfectionists. So, by nature, we don't want to I don't want to see my client somewhere by mistake. And I'm like, what's that? Because I have that bad habit. When I see someone with bad install, I'm just like, girl, just go and braid your hair. Like, take that thing off. So, for us, you first have to understand that your clients cannot look a certain way. They cannot look blah. That perfectionism has to be there. Like, you should go with your hair and people should say, I did that at Adefunke. People should have that feeling like, did Adefunke do your hair? Yeah, so we first try to build on that, and that comes from continuous training. Even as great as we think we have frontal installation, we still have people that we look at not because they are better, but because, I like a certain thing that you do. How do you do it? Like, always, learning is never enough. You have to always want to know more, and not just learning for just the ones at the top, learning for every staff. Everybody has to be able to do it their Adefunke way. I don't have to be in the country for Adefunke to thrive. The same way my sister doesn't have to be in the country for Adefunke to thrive. You have to build a brand whereby every staff has to know it the way you know it. There's one thing people always say to me and my sister: are you guys not scared that they will run away after they've learned everything? If they want to run away, let them run away. There's nothing like, free knowledge. If you think you've gotten free knowledge from somebody and you're running away, you're fooling yourself, because you would lapse. Because for you to run, you've not learned how they've actually stayed the way they are. You've not learned how they actually built themselves to believe that, you know what, irregardless of how you feel, I want you to have the best. So we don't care for, you want to run or you don't want to run. We treat all our staff like family. So you first have to understand that we're a family. So if you feel like you're not family and you want to run after learning, it's fine. Run. Shall use it well. Don't disgrace us. But we make sure that everybody knows what they're doing and they do it their Adefunke way. And it goes even down to our products. Like, we scale our products every time we bring in new stock. If the glue is strong, by mistake, somebody say, the glue is good though, but when I was hot, this place now went white. We're going back to check, is there a way to make it stronger that it would last you longer? The melting spray is really good, but it's sticky. We're going back to check, which one is lighter? How can we use this for this and this for that? Just making sure that the products actually don't just tend to you as a professional. Even any layman, you don't have any knowledge, you can deal with it. So just making sure that we're very intentional about, we're not just the only ones using our products. We're not just the only one dealing with our hair. Not everybody knows how to maintain hair. Some people have zero clue about hair. I think an example is Davido's manager, his wife. She has zero clue about hair. The first time she's ever gotten a frontal installation was for a wedding. She was scared. What if it lifts? What if it moves? But like knowing that your work would be good enough, that whoever is, like your work will be good enough, your products will be good enough, that even if somebody that is a beginner and has never done it before does it, the fear of sweat is not what they will be worried about. Like that's not going to be their fear. And understanding that even when you're tired, quality is key. Like your clients, they don't want to feel, oh, this one is looking good today. And another thing, again, I'm always saying to people is, ask questions. You're with somebody new, somebody old. Ask questions. Don't just, oh, they're here to do their, what style do you want to go ahead? No. Ask them, have you done installs before that you did not like? Why didn't you like it? How did you feel? What did it make you feel? Is there any pattern you necessarily feel, I'm not so sure with that pattern? Even when a client feels like, oh, I want to have an updo for this event. How do you feel when you actually wear updo? Knowing how every style makes you feel is very important, because you might feel, oh, I've seen it on this person, so I want to do it. It will look good. But have you done something similar before? How did you feel? Because you might have it in mind that, if I do this style, I'll be so good. And they will finish and you just be like, I'm not sure. I don't feel exactly. So you have to always make sure you're asking questions. Your clients and you should be thinking the same thing when it comes to their hair. And you should even think better for them. So I think us having that excellence in knowing that you're not just there to do hair, you're there to like feed someone's ego. You're there to feed their pride. You're there to feed their confidence. Knowing that has helped us like branch out, not just in Nigeria, because there's nowhere you actually get like Adefunke actually do your hair and people do not know you did it at Adefunke. And that's not just because, oh, we're doing a great job. Is we want to know how you felt. Knowing your clients, knowing who they are, even when it comes to their hair, even when they don't know who they are when it comes to their own hair, knowing them. And you can only do that by learning, asking questions, training yourself to think like you. You are in Nigeria or you're not in Nigeria. They should not feel it that you're not there. And they should not feel like, this person can't do my... The list of worker in my salon can do anybody's hair. Like, Funke Akindele, I don't do Funke's hair. I don't do Funke Akindele's hair. My sister doesn't do Funke Akindele's hair. The least of our stylists does Funke's hair. And you will never know. Because everybody has to serve you have to give it their day Funke way. The only time we do Funke's hair is maybe that event. She just feels like, I want it to just be you, like either you or your sister, yourself. But besides that, every production she's ever done is one person. And she's like, you come into the salon, you say the least of the person. So everybody has to have knowledge according to how you have it, regardless of them running away or not. Don't run away. Learn.
Thank you very much for that. Kachi, if you want to give a round of applause, please do that. That was actually very, very, insightful to listen to. Kachi, you talked about structures, you talked about SOPs. So can you tell us how you've been able to build your structure to ensure that excellence prevails?
Okay, so firstly, I studied chemistry. Then for my master's, I studied human resources management. So I learned about standard operating procedures when I did human resources management. So firstly, down to how we keep the restroom clean. We have checklists. We have timelines when the toilet is checked, where all the bins are checked, so that at every point, you do not see that the bin isn't full to the brim. The receptionist has, that we're trying to make you a robot, but there are ways how you greet clients. You do not just pick the phone and say, my name is Anne from Beauty Atelier, how may I help you? So, because a lot of times we always think that people know what to do. You have to teach them how to do it. Firstly, like she said, know your brand, know what you stand for, build a culture. And it's with the culture you know the SOPs. what you want people to do and how you want them to do it. Our easiest service is brow grooming, but everybody grooms brows the same way. It's very bespoke, it's based on the client, but the system is the same. You first clean, you would first neutralize your tweezers, then you clean the client's face, you wax, you take off the wax in the same direction, you don't wax in different directions. So basically, we always have to use SOPs because SOPs would help you when you have new staff. Now, because you've been with us, let's say for example, you've been with us for 5 years and we have someone that has been with us for 3 months, if you do not have a standard way of operating, you'd find that the person who has been with you for 3 months would have problems with clients because they would keep noticing issues and errors with their services. So firstly, we train you for a period. There's like a trial period where we'll train you after we have employed you. Before I even talk about that, whenever I want to employ, at first when I started, we would just employ because we just need to fill this role. But I've now realized that employing more for attitude, employing more for how warm you are, how teachable you are, is better than employing for skill. Skill can always be taught. Firstly, I want you to know how to do it, right? But I can upgrade that skill and make you better. So once we have found that, okay, this person is teachable, she's trainable, you may not be able to tell that someone is trustworthy when you meet them, but there's a warmth you feel. I'm very, very intuitive, right? So when we have keyed that in, then we bring out our manual. You learn how we do it at Beauty Atelier. You learn the steps on how we do it. You can add your own to it, yes, because we have different artists, but there's a guy in the studio that everybody loves, and that's because he's great with women. And we want Ayobami, because Ayobami is going to tell you how beautiful you look today. He's going to give you fantastic compliments, but he still does it the same way. When he's done with you, he takes you to the receptionist and tells you bye and walks away, right? So with the SOPs you have mentioned, yes, they are great to make sure that when clients come in, they feel the same thing from start to finish. Before, I used to be the camel in my business. I was the one getting the most appointments. But when I realized that this business would never be scalable if I do not teach people to just do it how I do it. So that's how SOPs have been able to help us. Yeah.
I like that. And Adefun, a round of applause for that. That was very, very, beautiful. And I like how for every single person here on the panel, I love how you've all said, you're open to teaching. Because we've seen a lot of people hoard certain information because you don't want to groom your next competitor. I feel like it's such a genuine fear that a lot of businesses have. But, hearing you say these things, it's just so amazing and inspiring to hear. But then it also just shows how confident you are in the identity of the brand that you have created, knowing that no matter what, my business will still stand regardless of how many other competitors are out there. And, coming to you, Tasala, let's talk about unrealistic expectations with clients. I'm sure you've had every business has had unrealistic expectations. So how have you been able to deal with it and not make an enemy of the client, but turn them into a follower of the brand?
Oh, we get this so much, so many times. Because especially when you deal with natural hair, you look at pictures. Now, these days, I would say be careful because a lot of it is even AI. You look at pictures and they'll come in with this head of, picture with beautiful curls, specifically sitting all in one direction. And you're like, oh, I want my hair to look like this. And I think the important thing is to, first of all, make sure that everyone understands that your hair is unique to you. And we are very, very, committed to consultations. So it's something that every single time a client comes in, especially if it's a new client, we spend a lot of time just talking to them about their hair, looking at their hair, examining their hair. And most clients, I always recommend just have a wash first, because that's when we know the true nature of your hair. And then we can talk to you and advise you about what will work for your hair. So it's important to also make all our clients understand that your hair is not bad. You know, there's different ways of styling hair or managing your hair so that it suits you, so that it appeals to you, and it works for you, and it works for your lifestyle, because the style that you're trying to achieve, you may be someone that goes to the gym every day, so even if your hair can achieve it, it's not going to work for you. Yeah, so we have to look at what is it that you do on a day-to-day basis. How do you, are you someone that you just want to wake up and go, or are you someone that you have time in the morning to dedicate to shaping your hair and styling your hair? Are you someone that when you go home, we tell you wash your hair every week, you're actually going to do it? Or you know that you just want to come to the salon, do your hair, and I don't want to touch it for the next 2 weeks. So we need to, in consultations, make sure that we understand each other, we understand what the client wants, and we can then tell them this is what is achievable, and this is how we're going to achieve it. Sometimes, and there's nothing wrong with that, sometimes you might not be able to achieve it with just your hair. You may need added extensions, you may need support, you may need, you know, a specific type of treatment. So it's just understanding what the client wants and speaking to them with understanding, with empathy, you know, with not making fun of their hair. We have a lot of clients as well that have, you know, hair loss issues, and they're very, very sensitive about their hair. Some women will tell you they don't show anyone their hair. They're very, very sensitive. Even their husbands don't see their hair. So you just have to know how to talk to people and make them feel comfortable in your space with no judgment, you know, no negativity, but encouraging them and showing them what's possible, what the possibilities are. And and just make them love what they have and how they can work best with it, really.
I love that. A round of applause for that. Because what I could, you know, single out from that is, you know, tone is also important. Tone is absolutely and very important. Now, if we talk about excellence, you know, you can't be excellent and not have collaborators, or, you know, people want to collaborate with you. And, you know, Duran, let's talk about how you've collaborated with YouTube, Girl in Paris, Uber. You know, what do you think these brands saw that they wanted to partner with you? How do we, as, you know, businesses who want to be excellent, also position ourselves in such a way that, you know, other brands want to partner, collaborate with us?
If I'm being honest, all these collaborations happened when I was just a makeup artist. And it was at a time when influencing hadn't quite kicked off. Also a time when I believe makeup artists were perceived to be just some girl. I'm not some girl, by the way. At the time, I would wear heels and look made up to every single job, no matter the time. 7 a.m. appointment, I made up, I have my heels. 10 p.m. appointment, I made up, I'm dressed well. Side by, I enjoy looking good. So that
can see.
That came very easy for me. But at the time, there wasn't really influencing. There wasn't anything like that. So I think it was shocking for the market to see someone, oh, she's your makeup artist? Oh, okay. And I would always do videos, YouTube at the time, of how I...
Hello?
Okay. Yeah. YouTube at the time, even before Snapchat, of just showing people, this is how I like my brows, this is how I did this. And with the Nigerian market, we weren't big on contour and highlights. At the time, everyone, well, there were very few makeup artists at the time. It was just bland, cover up your... What people wanted was just to cover up any imperfections, so discoloration, hyperpigmentation. Your brows were even like one line, gold eyeshadow, and that was it. You now see this beautiful girl looking nice, telling you, no, you have to. There are ways I can teach you how to make your face look slimmer. I can teach you how to place product on your nose, contour on your nose, and then you'll create the illusion of a pointed nose. I think people were just fascinated with it at the time. It was the skill, the newness of the skill, and it was me. Do you understand? That birthed something that everybody When I was doing makeup, it was a thing to brag about, and I'm not even trying to even sound funny. Oh, who did your makeup? Oh, it was Duran that did my makeup. I'm telling you, it was actually a thing. People, like, if you weren't using me, then there was, or Joyce at the time, it was like, I had clients always say, oh, she would make you look like you're from LA, from America. She will make you look like you're on TV. I mean, now everyone has caught up to it, but at the time, that was really what it was. It was the newness of the skill, and it was my pizzazz. That married, and that's what everyone wanted to, like, that's what everyone wanted. Girl, then we'll have events, and they wanted someone who just not just come and, this is how you put your brows. They wanted someone who also I was like a walking billboard for my brand at the time. I still am. And I think that really was what it was.
I love that. Always represent your brand no matter where you go to. I really like how you pointed out that you wear heels. I don't think I've ever seen a makeup artist wear heels too.
Then.
Now.
Then I would wear heels to every appointment. I would wear heels. I would and I was also doing, in fact, that's how I started doing hair, but only to my clients, because no one was actually doing blowouts at the time. I remember when I was doing Eko Hotel makeup, she's like biracial, and she was hosting 53. Eko was huge at the time. Yes, so I was like, imagine doing someone's makeup, and then the hair looks funny. It used to frustrate me. So I started doing hair. Only for my clients, though. If you call me to do hair and not do makeup, I won't answer you. I would literally blow dry, because my pictures needed to look nice. The entire look needed to come together. So imagine seeing someone coming, and I would curl my hair, blow it out, layer it myself, color my hair myself, and it's like, are you the makeup artist? That's what it was. That's really what it was, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I love it. Bringing newness as well. Something new that, the world hasn't seen, while still maintaining your identity of excellence. Samuel, what are your non-negotiables? I mean, what are certain standards or certain things that you would never compromise on? Certain things that, people take for granted, that you, as a business owner, you've told yourself, your staff, that even if the world is doing it, we will not do it here because we need to be excellent. So what are your non-negotiables?
My non-negotiables. Number one, wearing nude colors. We must always wear nude colors. No, mind me, I'm joking. Non-negotiables. Number one is ensuring that everybody who comes in contact with us has an experience. I think that's the most non-negotiable thing that, we try to achieve. So with everything we do, we try to make sure that the people that come in contact with us feel special. So we really like it when when people are coming to our studio, you see them they wear nude colors because they want to feel among, it feels like a movie set when you're at the studio, it just looks really good. Theo comes to us all the time, and she's always blending into our wall. So that community feel, we like to give people that feel. Sometimes when we have new products, the first people who really know, before we even drop any product, the people who know are the people who really come to our studio. So they know when something is in stock, when it's not in stock, when it's in development, when the packaging is changing. So there's that experience. That is the non-negotiable for the brand as a whole. Because we believe that the brand is not really the product or this thing, but the people, that purchase the brand. So that's our non-negotiable number one. The second thing that we don't negotiate is sticking to the standard way of doing things. There's an acceptable way of doing things. You see, good thing you mentioned. There's a video I put out, and I said this thing. I even say this to people. One of the reasons why Nigerian beauty brands are not going to be taken serious in the global scale of things is because we don't even understand the standard acceptable way of doing things. Somebody is mixing something in their kitchen and telling you to rub, and you are defending it. That's so backward. This is 2026, because 2025 has finished. and we're still doing that, and you're coming on Instagram to talk. Like, do you get? Imagine people in Western communities. Do you think they would take us serious? They'll be like, oh, Nigeria still has the highest bleaching population. They can't take us serious. Because we're still in that time and age where we don't understand that products, every product, including even if it is for your hair, must be produced through good manufacturing practices. We don't understand that. Like, imagine people can't take us serious. So there's a standard way of doing things. So it's non-negotiable for us. I think I can stop with this too.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for them. All right. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to have a little fire round, answers. And the question is just, excellence to you is what? So I just need you to just, it's going to be fire round. So you don't have to, you can say one word, you can say one sentence, but, not long, because we need them to get ready for your questions. Do you have questions to ask our panelists? All right, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. If you have questions, 5, 6. Okay, we have a lot of questions. All right. So let's make this fire round very fire. Okay, so starting with you, Balimi. Excellence to you is what?
Excellence to me is discipline.
Discipline. Kachi, excellence to you is?
Excellence to me is not a destination, but it's basically daily intentional practices.
Samuel, excellence to you is?
Still think, I'm not going to lie. I don't have any specialty to say. Excellence. Yeah, what's this excellence?
This your fire round is not fire.
I don't know what I would say. But to me, really, when we talk about excellence, it's really about doing things in a way that that meets the purpose of wanting to do it. Like, why are you doing this thing in the first place? Do you guys? I feel like that's what really determines what you would say excellence is. For example, if the goal for this thing we are doing was not for it to look a certain kind of way, there's no need to have screens and a very nice background, can say excellent production. They can easily just put amplifier and speaker, and then we'll be passing one cord wire around. That's still excellent.
Sorry, that's not Beauty in the Motherland.
Exactly. But to some people, that's still excellent. Do you get? So it's to define why you're doing something, and doing it, with intentionality. Okay, so I think I've said what excellence is.
Meeting your why intentionally.
Yes, intentionality. Yeah.
Tasala.
For me, excellence is continuously educating yourself, staying on top of your industry, and also just showing up consistently as well. Just always showing up for what you believe in.
Showing up consistently. Thank you. Duran.
Excellence is a way of life.
Excellence is a way of life. I love that. A round of applause for our panelists. I think they were absolutely fantastic. All right, are we ready for questions? So we're taking just 3 questions. Who's taking them? Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right, so please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Samuel. Do you think if you were not in the beauty industry, you would have thrived in any other sector? And if you would have, what sector would it be? But yeah, that's my question to you.
I'll thrive in any sector.
You will thrive in any sector? I love that.
If I decide to sell wine today, I'll thrive in it.
Excellence is a way of life.
I mean, it's really so. What it really is for me is building something for specific people. Do you get it? And this is what I've come to realize. Everybody has a community. There are people that are looking for a specific thing, or for people that do things specifically. Guys, there are people that listen to music that you cannot listen to, and they fill out a stadium because there are people that enjoy that music. Odumodu has fans, people that listen to Odumodu. There are people that listen to Runtown, die-hard Runtown fans. So there are still people that Samuel's way of doing wine, Samuel's way of doing skincare, all of those things. So it's identifying that and, keying to them. you know.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Thank you.
All right, next question. The lady in red.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Panya. This is a general question. It's not directed to one person. So what would you say is the most overlooked opportunity in our local beauty and cultural industry that young entrepreneur should be paying attention to right now? Nobody can answer.
It's a very brilliant question. Can you repeat it again so everybody hear it? No, it's a brilliant question.
Okay, I said, what would you say? That's the question. What would you say to, oh Jesus.
What would you say is the most overlooked?
Yes, the most overlooked opportunity in our local beauty and culture industry that young entrepreneur should be paying attention to right now?
I think for me, what I feel is most overlooked is natural air. Yeah, we have people that do it really great, but I feel we don't have enough people in different parts of like African countries that are doing it, because most people are now in the whole idea of the new trend of attachments, wigs. But people forget that there are people that do not like wigs. There are a lot of people that do not want to put attachments in their hair. There are a lot of people that feel like wigs, wearing wigs, attachments is balding their head. So I feel like natural hair is one place that people are not putting the attention they should be putting. Natural hair.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who also wants to answer that question?
I think two things. So I know you said the most. I think there's definitely a gap, or there's a space for exploitation. I think there's a huge market in retail. I personally don't believe that there's enough buying power here, but I believe that there's so much we can create here that we can export. Right? So Samuel, you people are in production, that's for you. Second thing would be in hair. I was just having a conversation with Kachi about it. I believe in the hair industry, there is a gap. I personally cannot find one hair salon that I can go that would meet all my hair needs. What would that be for someone like me? Getting proper wigs done, getting them styled properly, getting them laundered properly. So what happens is that I always have to buy bundles from somebody. Bundles mean hair bundles from someone. Sometimes I can get a closure or frontal from the same person, but I have to take those bundles, give somebody else who I feel is strong with creating the wigs. That person would most likely not be good with coloring. Then I have to give somebody else to color the hair. That person that colors will most likely not be very good with layering or styling. Then I have to find somebody else to layer or style hair. So I think in the hair industry, there's definitely a serious gap for finding like a one-stop hair business or vendor. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. A one-stop shop. All right.
Sorry,
the lady. Okay.
Can I just keep into your question? I really think one thing that is missing is data. Not like mobile data, but like data as per information. Like, we don't have, maybe not just in the beauty sector, maybe it's everywhere, but particularly in the beauty sector, we don't really know our numbers in terms of really, if we say, oh, Lagos hairline is raining, how many people really like Lagos hairline? Yeah. Do you get like data? We don't really, so maybe across the hair sector, the makeup sector, some people were talking to me the other day, say, oh, they want to invest in so business. I said, where is the number for it? Like, what's the data? How many people are buying this now? So I don't think we have enough of that. So maybe, and the funny thing is that the data would not really come from the companies that are making these things, but it's really from people that are interested in so maybe that's another avenue, data in beauty or something. I don't know.
Can I say something just based on a couple of things they've said? I think that, especially with what Pelumi and Theo said, is one, and this is something that was very particular to me as my business in training as well. One part that is highly overlooked, especially in the hair industry, as we've heard, is training. You know, there's that lack of, I can't identify and say, okay, there's a hair school, a beauty school that teaches hairdressing specifically in Nigeria that is renowned and is giving quality, producing quality hairstylists at the end of it. A lot of people do training. I do training in my salon. I know so many people that do training. But for us to say there's a central place where you know that, okay, you need a hairstylist, and you know that they're trained to a specific standard and they're using a specific curriculum that cuts across the board. And that, again, just falls back on standardization in the beauty industry, which is quite lacking, across the board.
I'm going to reiterate on that. So we do trainings in Beauty Atelier, but I find that the sort of trainings that I used to hear about when I was in secondary school that was run by Oprah Benson, trainings like that have become non-existent. We have become used to the Western way of training, where we do 3-4 days training, 5 days training. That's what we do, but we're trying to change that, where you have a training school, and it's like going to university, but not for 4 years, for like 8 months. Because I can learn something in 3 days. I don't even learn it in 3 days. I just learn the basics, and I keep practicing. But some people may need to keep coming every day and practicing on models in the school. So I think things like that should be looked into. Yeah.
That would be interesting and beautiful to see in beauty school.
So back to what Samuel said about data, I feel like if we had more people that take their time to, the same way you see visiting the newest restaurant, knowing new restaurants in Lagos, knowing non-existent restaurants that other people would know. I feel like if there were more people that put their time into knowing, let me give an example, hair salons, knowing natural hair salon that would help your hair grow, knowing natural hair salons that know how to add extensions to your hair and it goes a certain way. Like, if there are people that actually gave data, information on, or if you're looking for your skin to have a particular kind of tone, or you're trying to really care acne, these are the certain sets of people you should go to. I feel like if there were people that gave their time to give those information, there's nobody that does not want to go online and make it easy for them to know, if I have acne, I can go to Samuel, I can go to 25 Skin, I can go to Hello Perfect. There was somebody that had a YouTube or a TikTok channel that was the only thing they did, knowing brands that would give you certain results. I feel like the beauty industry will thrive better. So data is actually very important.
Content creators, over to you. Content idea. Clock it, okay? That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. We have one last question, and then we'll be wrapping up this panel session.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
First, I want to say a very big thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for answering us and speaking to us. Now, my question is directed to Makbelumi. My name is Catherine. I'm in the hair industry as well. I make hair and I make wigs. But I wouldn't mind working to upgrade my skill on installation. But that's by the way. My question is this. When you started out, you had friends you were working with, you work for. Maybe they come as clients also. So my question is, how were you able to manage, you did not allow emotions to influence how you were pricing or how they were pricing you. So how were you able to manage that?
First of all, understand one thing. Your business is not your feelings. Nobody cares for your feeling when it comes to business. Everybody has one idea of business. Businesses are just like robots. Nobody wants to, as much as they want to know your personality, they want to experience you. Nobody really wants to come to your business and be knowing when you're moody, when you're not in their mood. They're not there for your mood. They're there for what you have to give them. So when you want to create your price after you've built your own value. You know what you have. You know who you are. You know what you can actually offer. Don't just say, because this person has this price is why I'm also selling that price. No. Build your price in a way that, I'll give you an example. At our salon, we charge separately for if you want to layer your hair, and we charge separately for if you want to pack your hair into a messy updo. So when a client comes and is like, why will messy updo be this amount? It's too much now. And one of the staff is like, Ma, we don't know what to tell them. What should we tell them? And I'm like, are you guys confused? Don't you know what you are doing? Don't you pay people in particular for just that thing? Did you not learn it with money? So when someone is asking you, why would you charge me for this like this now? You have to first understand this value. It didn't fall on me from somewhere. I learned it for the sake to be able to do it a way that you want it to be done, to meet a particular need you have. So when I give you my price, I'm not giving you my price just for the sake of I want to make money. I'm giving you that price because I'm giving you that amount of value. You're going to leave that place, and wherever you would go, you won't be bothered about the money. When people even say, oh, how much did they charge you for that thing? And you say the price. Some people are like, Omo, it's actually, the price is not bad for what you've done, no. And for the stingy ones, they will sit and they're like, the money is much, but then finish the work. So don't be scared to give your price, but give your price based on your value. Not that everybody is saying, oh, it's 50,000 here, it's 20,000 here, it's 50,000 here. Then you now say, okay, I'll take the 50,000. What is your value? Don't just charge people without actually having something to give in return. And when they tell you your price is not your price, or your price shouldn't be that way, you know what you've worked for. You know what you stand for. You know what you are giving to whoever is coming in. You know the comfort and the feeling they're getting by the time you're done with whatever service you're going to give them. You don't sell them your price. You sell them your value, like the feeling they would have by the time you're done. Thank you.
That was absolutely phenomenal. Don't sell them your price. Sell them your... we're listening. A round of applause for yourselves. All right. I think that's all we have. Okay, just one more question. Just one last question, and then it's a wrap.
So good afternoon. My question is specific to Theo and to Adefunke. I would love to know how one can build a cult following and make their brand somewhat an it girl brand, in the way that Theo said when people went to Doran, they could go out and kind of brag that they got their makeup done by Doran.
How to build your community.
Get your question.
How to build a community,
yes,
the cult following, to feel like an it girl.
I don't want to say
now we can't even say ladies first because they are both ladies. So Doran first.
Honestly, it was me, and this is why personally we're big on training and allowing. I'm big on training and allowing my staff's personality to show forth, right? There's also eras, time, season. I personally right now cannot keep up with the influence, what is influencing these days, right? But at the time, like I said, it was about me and what I looked like. So everyone at the time wanted to look like that. So what did I do? Tailor it to... Because you can't, like with makeup, for instance, you can't contour everyone. I can't contour Dupe's face the way I contour my face. We have different features, right? But ultimately, I knew that everyone that was coming to Doran at the time wanted to look fly as hell. You know what I mean? That's really what it was. So it was replicating what a Doran woman should look like, identifying what a Doran woman should look like, and replicating it. With my jewelry business, for instance, it's what we call today quiet luxury. It's targeted at women who want to wear diamonds but don't want to wear chunky. They want to come in, and doesn't mean that because it's a smaller piece of earring, it's cheaper. So someone would ask for the price of earrings, and they're like, for this tiny thing. But the people who get it. Does that make any sense? So it's identifying, first of all, your markets. Who are you catering to, right? And giving them exactly. In fact, you get to a point where you start to almost dictate what they should look like. So it's like, oh, okay, this quiet luxury, this is what's for. If you say you love quiet luxury, this is what you should look like. This is how you should move. This is how you should talk. These are the earrings that you should be wearing. That's what it is.
Thank you very much for that, Theo.
To answer your question, you want to build a community. How do you build a community? First of all, your service, right? We already know that your service has to be standard. Second, your relationship. I'll give you an instance. Let's say I do it for my Auntie Beatrice today. If Auntie Beatrice comes in with her friend and I see that the curls are looking a certain way, let me just help you adjust your curls in front. You've left a feeling on that person. She actually sees things. And because people get the idea of, going to them is not just me looking good. They actually see what exactly it is I need to look good. And knowing that you're building relationships. Sometimes I do work for free. Let's say I have a bride. I'm doing my bride. I finish my bride. And I see a sister looking a kind of way. You're the sister of the bride. I don't know who your stylist was, but come on now. You can't stand near your sister and in the future you're upset at the picture. I'll randomly just tell you, John, sit down. Let me adjust your hair for you. Like, build relationships. It's not every time it's about money. It's not always about money. It's about actually bringing people that actually love you. Love your brand, not because you're good, but because they know that come rain, come sunshine, if I call this person, they will show up. And that comes from intentionality, caring, looking at the most tiniest details, things that do not even concern you sometimes. So when people see you as the type of person that cares and actually have empathy and compassion towards them, irregardless of who they are, your brand will grow. Another thing is, there's nothing like this one has more money than this one. I promise you, it's the least person you imagine that will pay your bills every day. So respect everybody the same way. And when I mean respect everybody, I mean treat everybody like, we always call our clients queens. If you check our page, you say Adefunke Queens. Like, everybody is a queen in their own era. They own their space. So when they're around you, let everybody feel like they own their space. Nobody cares for how you feel. Like, it's not about you at the end of the day. The universe does not reverse around you. But you see, when your clients are there, the universe must reverse around them. They should be annoying. It must reverse around them. I have clients that you want to vent. They will tell you, this place, you've not ventilated it well. You know it's enough. It's what they want. Finish it. Let them not tell you, it now looks funny. You can now go back and say, I was telling you that time that it was enough. But, they believe in you. There are friends that will come to them with the salon to probably just sit down and watch them. I've seen how you work. So it's a thing of, my sister went to a different salon. You can go there if you want to do it. I've seen them do it. They do it well. Be intentional with everybody. Build good relationship. And it's not about money. Never forget that. It's never about money. You'll make money.
Sorry, can I just add? Good relationships. Excuse me, Plasmi. Can I just add something? With makeup, one of the things that I've also learned that helped me with Doran, other than looking a certain way, was also my clients knew that I was honest, right? I'll give you an example. Every time I went to someone's house, they would always say, I'm able to say, Auntie, let's try another top, right? It was more than just the face. I understood that you could have a pretty face, but you got, I'm like, child, she's pretty, but, her shoes are, off. I knew how to, I wasn't forward with it, but I would have clients, even with jewelry, I have clients that will send me pictures. I'll be like, Theo, baby, I just got this. What do you think? How can I pair this? So they also trusted that. It's not like I also had an eye for anything beautiful. Yeah. And I was able to replicate that with my teams. My current team now, they're here. I'm struggling a little bit, but that is, every time you worked with a Doran artist, you're always like, we always had clients saying, please just give me 5 minutes so you can see my complete outfit. Not just to take videos and pictures. It's just give me 2 minutes. Help me. I have 2 options. Tell me what shoes you think would go. Tell me, or you have people say, this is the dress I want to wear. I have 2 options for you.
Yeah, like you have to become your client's stylist at times. Yeah.
No, not PA, but like
stylist, like a stylist.
Oh yeah, stylist. So they trusted that, like that eye that I used to be able to match colors with your eyes, to your blush, to your lipstick. You trust that. You can tell them. I'm like, Auntie, this top is fine. Maybe we should try another color pants. Let's change the shoes. And you're good to go. So that way, even when you find another makeup artist that can do the face, they will still be saying, yeah. So what they will now tell you is, I used this girl. I liked the way she did this. Can we try that? But there was a Doran Theo touch to every client that experienced me. And that's what I tried to replicate with all the team members.
Yeah, and there's another thing about what she said, it's not even about the hair you're doing on their hair, I promise you. the hair on their head might not be the best. They might go out with their friends and they are not looking the best. The airline, perfecto. Not saying it's not going to be great. It's going to be great. But it's going to, like, when they're coming next to you, some people might even say, I like the way she styled my hair. And it might not even be the hair they actually liked. They just like the way you spoke to them.
Yeah.
So just because you're nice to them, the brain has this thing whereby if you treat me nice, automatically everything you do around me is nice. So respect is very easy. Just build it.
Build relationships. And, people are very sentimental as well. So a round of applause for that. A round of applause for them. Our panelists, I think they deserve better than that, to be honest, because come on! Thank you all so much for being part of this. This has been absolutely insightful and amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for our panelists as we rise to take pictures. Please, I would like to call up Mrs. Linda Edozian and Mrs. Beatrice Enne to come take pictures with our panelists. One more time, a round of applause for our panelists. They were absolutely fantastic. Oluwapelumi Adefole, Tasala HQ Dukwe Oyeleke Talabi, Samuel Josephs, Theodora Ann Mogo, and Onyekachi Iroha. Absolutely. Please, wasn't that a very packed session? It was. The way you're moving your head is like, oh, I got it all. What stood out for you in that session?
It was the way Belumi was speaking. She was so bold and has so much knowledge about the industry. And I love the fact that she knows what she wants and she's doing that. A round of applause.
A round of applause. That was beautiful to witness. Okay, let me come here to ask what stood out for you in that session. You're shy? All right, no problem. It's a safe space. It's a safe space. No problem. No worries. No worries. All right. Now we're moving on to the next panel session. But before that, I'd like to welcome and honor the presence of a magnificent woman. She is Dr. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe, OON. She is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Fidelity Bank PLC. A round of applause for her. A top-tier Nigerian financial institution serving approximately 8 million customers. She was appointed as MD CEO in January 2021, and she became the first woman to hold this position in the bank's history, having joined as Executive Director in 2015. Women in male-dominated fields, women that are taking the bull by the horn, breaking glass ceilings. She is a legal professional by training, holds degrees in law from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka and King's College, London. She has also pursued executive education at leading global institutions, including Harvard, Wharton, INSEAD, Oxford, and the London Business School. In recognition of her accomplishments, she was awarded an honorary doctorate in business administration by UNN. Now, with over 3 decades of banking experience across Citizens International Bank, Zenith Bank, Standard Chartered, and Enterprise Bank, Dr. Onyali-Ikpe has played pivotal roles in complex transactions in sectors such as oil and gas, aviation, and real estate. She is celebrated for her authentic leadership, strategic acumen, and a people-centric approach to business growth. Under her leadership, Fidelity Bank witnessed remarkable profit growth, with PBT soaring from 25.22 billion naira in 2021 to 385.2 billion naira in 2024. Yes, that deserves a round of applause. She steered the bank into international markets, acquiring the former Union Bank UK, now Fid Bank UK Limited, following regulatory approval. She also championed technological innovation, launching the PayGate Plus platform for business payments. NECA has repositioned Fidelity Bank as a leading institution for SMEs through initiatives like the Fidelity International Trade and Creative Connect, FITCC. She has fostered global business collaboration. FITCC 2022 in London and 2023 in Houston drew participation from global investors and government agencies, generating potential deals exceeding $450 million. The success of the Houston edition led to the official proclamation of Fidelity International Trade and Creative Connect Day by the city's mayor. Deeply committed to social impact, she launched the Fidelity Food Bank to address hunger and poverty, distributing food banks monthly across Nigeria. Her efforts in restructuring Enterprise Bank earned commendation from AMCON, while her consistent performance has been lauded by industry peers. Under her stewardship, Fidelity Bank has clinched numerous awards, including Best Bank for SMEs in Nigeria, Euromoney, Best Private Bank, Financial Times, and Excellence in Digital Transformation and MSME Banking, Business Day. Personally, Dr. Onyali Ikpe has received accolades such as the National Honor of Officer of the Order of Nigeria, OON, Banker of the Year, New Telegraph Leadership Conference Champion Newspapers, and Best Banking CEO Nigeria, Global Banking and Finance Awards. She serves as key industry boards and committees, including the CBN Bankers Committee on Financial Literacy, CIBN Funds and Grants Committee, FMDQ Audit Committee, and boards of Unified Payment Services, FITC, SANEF, and Afrigo Pay. With such an amazing, impactful bio, ladies and gentlemen, please all stand to your feet with a standing ovation. Please welcome the MD and CEO of Fidelity Bank, Dr. Nneka Onyali Ikpe, OON. A round of applause for her. Absolutely gorgeous, stylish, breaking glass ceilings. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is the mic on? It's on. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing my managing director, Dr. Nneka Onyali. My name is Pamela Shubiko. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing my managing director, Dr. Nneka Onyali Ikpe. My name is Pamela Shodipo, and I'm the executive director, Fidelity Bank South. So, the welcome address from Dr. Nneka Onyali Ikpe. Distinguished guests, partners, and entrepreneurs, good afternoon. I'm delighted to address you as a partner at this year's edition of Beauty in the Motherland. Beauty in the Motherland is not just a showcase. It is a pioneering platform, one that highlights the richness of African beauty, the ingenuity of our creatives, and the deep-rooted cultural pride that lives within every African, across this continent and in the diaspora. At Fidelity Bank, we believe that beauty is more than skin deep. It is a bold expression of identity, the preservation of heritage, and the power of self-confidence. It is a vibrant thread that weaves through the traditions, our fashion, our art, and our stories. And today we celebrate all of that and more. Our sponsorship of this event is not accidental. It is intentional and deeply aligned with our mission at Fidelity Bank to empower communities, support enterprise, and amplify African excellence in all its forms. This is also at the heart of the Fidelity Nigeria International Trade and Creative Connect, a bold initiative designed to bridge Nigeria's creative and trade sectors with global opportunities. This year's edition of FNITCC, held in Atlanta earlier last month in Georgia, in the United States of America. The event placed a strong emphasis on the creative economy with dedicated showcases for fashion, beauty, film, music, and design, alongside exhibitions in agriculture, packaged goods, and other non-oil exports. This is part of our drive to position local businesses for increased participation in global markets. Bringing it back home, today's event serves as a continuation of that commitment as we showcase the richness of our culture and the brilliance of our people to the world. As a financial institution, we are committed to going beyond banking. We are here to fuel dreams, to invest in ideas, and to stand beside the visionaries who are shaping a more inclusive and vibrant future for Africa's business, beauty, and creative sectors. Let us continue to uplift, to collaborate, and to create, because together we are building more than businesses or brands. We are building a legacy. Thank you for your time, and do enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech, Ma. One more time, a round of applause for her. That was so beautiful. Are you ready for our next session? Oh. I don't think so. You know what? I think we need to play a little game so that you're up and running. Do we agree? All right. So I need you all to rise to your feet. You say you want to play a game to be up and running. You know me, I like the energy. I need an energy in this room. So everybody rise to your feet. Whether you're in heels, sandals, rise to your feet. Okay? Rise to your feet. Have you taken selfies today? Wow, in a place of beauty. You did not take selfies. Okay, everybody, take out your phone. Take out your phone and take a selfie with the person sitting next to you or standing next to you. Take a picture. Take a picture. Do that now. I need to see camera flashes. I need to see everybody taking pictures. Take a picture with the person sitting next to you. This is where you know those that did not talk to the people on their left and on their right. This is where you know those that were just facing forward and not sideways. Take a picture. Now I need you to tag Beauty in the Motherland, and I promise we're going to repost. Tag Beauty in the Motherland. And for you to see our repost, you need to be following us. So make sure to follow us on Instagram. Take a selfie with everyone. Take a selfie with everyone, okay? I'm seeing the energy, love. My people at the back, ladies at the back, I'm seeing just 2 cameras. I'm just seeing just 2 phones. If there's no one beside you, move around. Move around. If you don't have a neighbor, travel. Say hi. Introduce yourself. Network. This is not just about beauty. It's about connections. It's about networking. You never can tell who is beside you that would be your next partner, your next collaborator. You never can tell who's beside you. So let's do that. Don't forget, tag Beauty in the Motherland. If you see anyone you like, walk up to them. thank you all so much for participating. Do not forget, tag us at Beauty in the Motherland on Instagram, on Facebook. Have we done that? All right, now go back to your seats. We've not played the game that I want us to play. We've not played. I need your energy up, okay? We've not played the game that I need us to play. So everybody go back to your seats. This was just a little exercise. So go back to your seats, everyone. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Please go back to your seats. Hello, ladies in front. I see you. I love you. Thank you for participating. Balumi, you did not take picture with namesake. Please go and stay over there. Thank you, baby. Go and stay over there. All right. How are we feeling? Are you warm now? You were cold before, Abby. Are you warm now? Are we warm now? So let's do something little, okay? If you know what I'm about to say it after me. In fact, my people at the back, hi ladies, are you with us? You're looking so detached, come on. If you're happy to be at Beauty in the Motherland, make some noise. And my front, okay, you know what? Front people, let's keep it calm. Those at the back, if you're happy to be at Beauty in the Motherland, make some noise. Okay, I can feel the energy. Thank you all so much. Are you ready for our next panel session? Are you ready for our next panel session? If you are, say Beauty in the Motherland. Beauty in the Motherland. All right. Our next panel session is a very important topic, a very important conversation that we all need to have, especially if we're thinking of embarking, and starting our own businesses. And it's the topic of funding, topic of capital. Money is important. Somebody say, money. Money. I say money, you're already translating. This is how you know that you like money. I say money, say ego. With confidence. We say money. Now, we all know that funding is absolutely important. Now, access to funding remains one of the biggest barriers for women in the beauty industry. In this session, our representatives from Fidelity Bank will speak directly to us, small business owners, about funding opportunities. And, they're going to give us insights. This session will also, it will feature a lot of conversations, important ones that you need to know, how to access loans, how to access grants, and so much more. Sometimes you don't even know what you have at your fingertips. You don't even know what you have access to because you've not been exposed to that information. What this session is going to do is expose you to that information so you know what you have at your fingertips, what you can have access to. So are we ready? Wow. All right, okay. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for our panelists? Are we ready for our speakers? First of all, our first panelist was voted as one of the leading business growth experts by Top 10 Media UK. He is an author, keynote speaker, and business strategist with expertise in marketing and leadership. His career spans industries such as banking, insurance, asset management, private equity, and venture capital. He is the head of brand and communications at Fidelity Bank PLC, where he leads strategy and execution across brand, digital, events, communication, reputation management, and market positioning, which is so important. He also oversees Creativeverse by Fidelity, a creative hub offering training, music, podcast, and photography studios. He holds a doctorate in media and communications and an MBA from East London University, UK. along with certifications in research leadership and membership in professional bodies such as ARCON, NIPR, and the Digital Marketing Institute Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first panelist, the Divisional Head, Brand and Communications, Fidelity Bank, Dr. Mexley Nwagbo. A round of applause for him as he makes his way up the stage. Thank you so much for being here today. Next up, I would like to invite an award-winning certified personal finance expert, investment banker, convener of the biggest finance fair in Africa. Yes, that deserves a round of applause. And the founder of Fin Tribe, Nigeria's pioneering wealth company for women. With over 300,000 women trained in personal finance and thousands guided on their investment journeys, she is known as the Women Money Cheerleader. As a financial literacy advocate, she breaks barriers in the male-dominated world of stock investing. She's reached over 3 million people through her online campaigns and classes, bridging the gender gap in Nigeria's stock market. She's a professional with her experience that spans auditing, aviation, treasury operations, fixed income, securities trading, and fintech treasury operations. As a certified financial ed clerk in the Nigerian Stock Exchange, she envisions a future with more empowered women confidently making better financial decisions and building healthy savings and investment portfolios through her teachings and simplified platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO and founder of Financial Jennifer, Jennifer Awirigwe. Thank you so much for being here. All right. Our next panelist is an experienced head of corporate banking with a proven track record in the banking industry. With 24 years of expertise across corporate finance, investment banking, commercial and retail banking, banking operations, business strategy, and financial analysis, as a marine specialist, she has built a strong reputation for driving transformation and fostering growth in diverse banking sectors. In addition to her banking expertise, Nena is a transformation and executive coach, empowering individuals and organizations to achieve their full potential. She holds a degree from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and is an alumna of the University of Cambridge, University of Leicester, and University of California, Berkeley, has. Passionate about youth and women empowerment, she is dedicated to creating opportunities for personal and professional growth, particularly for underrepresented groups. Her leadership and strong relationship management skills have made her a respected figure in both the financial and social impact sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Divisional Head, Corporate Bank, Fidelity Bank, Nena Kayode Lawal. Thank you for that. That was beautiful. Last and definitely not least, our next panelist is a professional accountant with over 10 years of experience spanning across accounting, audit, financial management, and taxation. She is the founder CEO of Money Africa, an ed tech platform that enhances financial literacy and investments leveraging on technology with a community of over 500,000 people. She is a Washington Mandela Fellow, a LinkedIn Top Voice Finance and Economy 2020. She was a finalist for the Future Awards in 2019, and she was selected as one of the top 100 women by the Leading Ladies Africa. She was one of the top 8 traders by CNBC Africa in 2012, a member of the Golden Key International Honor Society. She has spoken at TEDx, featured on BBC UK, Al Jazeera, Guardian, and several others. She is championing the financial literacy movement in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder, Money Africa, Oluwatosin Olasende. A round of applause for her as she comes. Thank you. And of course, Belumi, the host. All right, are we ready? Now, this panel session is called Funding and Financial Management for Women in Beauty. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi.
Me.
You're looking amazing, by the way. And aside Dr. Mex, everyone is keeping to the green, white. There's always a touch of green, a touch of white. Is it because today is Independence Day?
There's a touch of green here too.
Oh, I see the touch of green now. Now that you've mentioned it, I see it. And your socks. Please, a round of applause for patriotism. All right, let's dive right into our questions for today. I'm going to start with Financial Jennifer. Hi.
Melumi.
How are you doing?
Great. I look really good. I love what you did with the previous panel, the way you drove the conversation. It was so beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Now we're about to start money conversations. I'm going to be even more hyper because who doesn't like money, really? Now let's talk about, how you're passionate about teaching women, to grow wealth and how, growing wealth is absolutely important. It's not enough to own a business. You need to grow wealth. Is it beneficial? Is it making money? So tell us, how have you been able to help women, achieve wealth or achieve the ability to grow wealth?
I like that you acknowledge that it's important. And a big shout out to Beauty in the Motherland team. Like, this is on another level, right? So let's talk about women and money. I was telling my oga here at the backstage that men have too much money. So women, they should leave us alone to come up on our own. Naturally, it's expected that a man, like you told me, it's expected that you take care of your family, right? And that have a tendency to make us to relax, sort of. But then, money knows no gender. The same bill waiting for a man is waiting for me as well, right? And then there is this at the back of our mind, we feel like, I'm a woman, I shouldn't have, I'm not really expected to have so much money. I can have enough, but not as much. But it shouldn't be so. I think the interesting thing about my work is being able to bring women together and say that, look at this woman, this is what she has done, you too can. Because my community film tribe is community focused, and women will thrive in communities, right? When you feel like, God, should I even be doing this? You have another woman telling you, I just bought this stock, I just invested in this one. It pushes you. So community is one thing that has helped us in passing that message, right? So is it important that women in particular will become intentional? Of course, even in business. There is nobody that says, maybe as a women-owned business, you are not expected to get to a certain height. Because sometimes we take that into our business. We want to grow, but not so much. The dreams we have is not to take over. You feel like, I'm a woman, I just want to have one small shop, have a few customers. No! You can go as big as you can, as big as you wish. So I think it's more of audacity. I wish women could borrow small from the audacity of men when it comes to business and money. But it's actually happening. Because if you're talking about beauty, I think we have more women in the beauty industry, which is, it should be so, right? It's expected to be so. But are we even making the same moves the men would make typically, right? So yes, women, when it comes to, I love conversations like this, where women get to talk about money freely and all that. So you said the importance, why women should be having this conversation. That's where your question was going, right?
No, so my question was more on, how can we grow wealth in the beauty industry as women? How can we grow wealth?
Okay, I think I did an intro.
You did, yes.
Okay, so for many people, your business is your only source of livelihood. Like, that's the only thing they do, which is fine. But one mistake you now see many people doing is that there is no structure. And when it's that way, it's hard for that business to grow. Because this business is what makes you the money. It's what is going to make you that billionaire. It's what is going to, get you all those your dreams. So there should be a structure. Now, I know it's very hard talking to business owners to maybe invest. What is important? You just want to keep putting back all the profit back into the business. It's nice. That's how you grow a business. But a portion of that money should be set aside for yourself. A portion of it should go into securing your financial future. Yes, your business is growing, but remember, business money is not your money. You are the CEO, but this is different. So my business aside, I as Jennifer, I as the owner of this business, what do I have for myself? Are you able to take a portion of that your business, put into a portfolio? You should have maybe an investment portfolio for yourself. It's like a backup. It's like a backup. It's also for expansion. Maybe today you are still running small scale. Tomorrow you want to go global. You need money for that. And that's why maybe your part of your savings, part of your investment comes in. So yeah, to build wealth from your business, please learn to put a portion of your business aside into investment. Maybe as we progress in the conversation, we can look at the different investment options. You can invest in shares, invest in mutual fund and all. But I think the first step is that decision that, yes, my business is booming, but me as the CEO, I need a portfolio. I need a salary for myself. That's where the structure starts, and that's where the wealth building starts, keeping a portion of your income aside for wealth building.
Thank you very much for that. You can tell she's very passionate about what she does, and I love that. Dr. Nena, I'm coming to you. And, let's talk about how, Fidelity Bank sponsors SMEs in Nigeria through initiatives like, Fidelity SME Empowerment Program and also the SMEDAN. But, the question a lot of people have is access. And this is something that has already been in the works for a lot of SMEs. But there's still so many people that don't know that they can access this. So how can we access funds, loans, capital? How can we access? What do we even have to access?
Thank you. Thank you, Pelumi. I'm excited being here today. And thank you. You just made a prophecy. You called me Dr. Nena. I was wondering if you were referring to me, so I receive it. Okay. Access to finance is a very critical, thing in business. So to access finance, to be able to fund, the beauty products you have, assuming you're a new SME, the most important thing is planning. In everything you do in life, you have to plan. Because if you don't plan, then if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. So the first thing is to have a business plan. You must have a structured business plan. And if you don't know how to get it done, there are people that do business plans. Your business plan has your strategy, where you have to lay down your vision, the vision you have for the business, the purpose for the business, and everything about the business, how you want the business to run. Then after the strategy, you have to highlight, the products you want to invest in and where you're sourcing the products from. So it's usually very good to have multiple sources, because when you have a single source and the bank is financing you, and there's a challenge with that source, then it's likely your business will likely fail. So you have the strategy, you have this source of sourcing for your products. Then you also have to, build a structure. Your employee, how the kind of staff you want to have, and everything. Then also the financial literacy. You also need to train your people to make sure that you are ready to access the finance. Then another very important thing is how risky the business is. The risk assessment for that line of business has to be profiled, because you want to know exactly the people that have done it before, how successful were they, how well have they done it, what pitfalls did they have. It's always good to have a history or go to people that have done such businesses before, because sometimes when we get into businesses, we think it appears very easy. if you're doing with your own money, if you're funding with your own money, it's easy to run and make the mistakes and go back and forth. But when you're accessing finance, you need to, you need to identify all the risks and mitigate the risk. Because if you don't mitigate the risk and if you have challenges, then the loan will go bad and the bank will likely realize your collateral. And most times the loans have to be secured. So you also need to have capacity to be able to secure those financing you are getting from the bank. So there are several things required to make sure that this financing of your line of products is adequate. Another thing we have to do is a lot of training. A lot of training in the line of business we're doing, because without those trainings, you likely have pitfalls where you will not be able to recover from, because getting finance from banking, the bank is financing you from other people's money. The money in the bank does not belong to the bank, so once we're financing with the deposits from other customers, we have to be careful and assess the risk adequately to make sure that you're qualified, to make sure that you have a plan. And another thing is integrity. Being able to profile the customer, that's the most important thing in lending. Telling us the truth. They said the two most important people that you should be open to are your doctors and your bankers. So when you are going to your banker, no matter how bad your business is, it's good for you to open up to the banker to say, this is exactly how it is. This is where I'm coming from. This is where I plan to go to. Because if you don't do that and you run into problems and the bank finds out that you have kind of cooked your books or told stories which are not, which are not true, we will definitely find out over time. It's difficult to relate with a customer that you cannot trust. A customer that has hidden things from you before will likely hide things again. So openness and trust is very important in banking relationship. Integrity is the first, it's the first thing the bank considers when lending to customers. So these are the most important things that we need to have. Your vision must be clear and documented so that you know where you're coming from and where you plan to go to. So when you have that clear vision, the bank can work with you and guide you, to get there. Business plan, very important. You have professionals that do this business plan that can guide you on how to put your line of products and everything. Then your risk, identify the risk, mitigate the risk. The integrity and character is very important in accessing funding, because so that the bank is sure that this person has the capacity. Because you might have the capacity to repay and you don't have the character to repay the loan. So the bank considers that very important, because there are a lot of customers that have the capacity, they have the funds. That's why banks do due diligence to also identify the kind of personality they are lending to. Because you have people that have capacity to pay, the money is there, the cash flow is there, but the character, they have a character that they don't want to pay, or maybe they usually divert the funds to other users. So in dealing with a bank, character is very important. Your vision clearly documented into a business plan, identify the risk. Also, it's very good to also, partner with people that have done those businesses before. Get people to handhold you, because people that have made these mistakes before, it's easier for you to learn from somebody that has fallen and gotten up than for you to be the guinea pig. If somebody has done it before, why do I want to go through that route again? Yeah. I think it's easier for me to just go to the person and say, what were the challenges you had in this business? And people will very likely put you through. So it makes it easier for you to access funding from the bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for Nana, please. Now, Dr. Mex. All right,
Finally.
All right, from a brands and communications, perspective, let's talk about visibility. How do we need to be visible to access, funding opportunities, or to even attract investors, angel investors? is there a way to do these things, or do we just, keep doing our thing and hope that one day, we're discovered?
Thanks, Pelumi. There's definitely a formula, and I'm happy to share the formula with all of you today. The formula is 2x minus 3y equals to...
Taking us back to further maths.
All right. Pelumi, with your permission, how many of you, especially the ones at the back, noticed a lady that walked into the hall with a very nice hat? Did you notice that lady? Even the guys in front noticed. Fantastic. Now let's take that into business. Of all the people in this hall, we all noticed the lady with the amazing hat. Why? Because somehow she stood out. Somehow she became visible. When you go into business, it's not enough to have a great product. When you go to that exhibition hall, you're going to find a lot of great products. But having great products is one thing. You must layer on that great products what I call packaging. And there are different levels of packaging. You can package the product itself, the way it looks. It amazes me when I see business owners who spend and invest a lot in building a great product, but they don't invest a lot in packaging the business. You have to package the product that you are selling. Why? So that it can stand out in a cluttered market. As a business owner, recognize that the market is dominated. Every day there are new entrepreneurs going into the market. And guess what? They are selling the same thing you're selling. I walked around the exhibition hall. I saw a lot of shea butter-based products. Now, how do you want to stand out if everyone is selling the same thing? The first point of call is, how do you present it? How does it look? There are some products I saw, and I had to ask, is this a Nigerian-based product or is this a foreign product? And there are some products I saw, I knew exactly where it came from, in what part of Nigeria. Now tell me, who will stand out from the way they have packaged the product? The second thing is, you need to package the personality of the business. If I sell shea butter, there is nothing stopping me from becoming an authority in talking about shea butter business. There is nothing stopping me in building my personal brand such that when people want to go to someone to understand how the dynamics, the impact, the rudiments of shea butter works, they come to me first. Why? Because I have packaged myself as an authority in that domain. These are the things that investors are looking out for. An investor comes into the country, they want to invest in a skin beauty product. Guess who they are going to be meeting first? From the plethora of people selling the same thing, the man who stands out as an authority, the business who stands out as an authority will probably be the one that is picked first. The third thing is, never, ever, ever look down on conferences such as the one that you are. I work with Fidelity Bank. Recently, we took 100 exhibitors to Atlanta, where we exposed them to US-based buyers. Now, that platform alone, because they were part of it, it puts them on a pedestal that their mates back home are not on. That is why when you see things like Beauty in the Motherland, what they are doing, that's what interests us as a bank, as Fidelity Bank, to be a partner with these things. So if you're in business, always look out for opportunities for things like this to expose yourself. Someone once told me that visibility is credibility. And that's the key word in business. The more we see you, the more credible you are. As a business person, you tell yourself, how visible are you to the target audience that matter? And when it comes to packaging, you can package your brand, you can package your personality, you can package your place. These are the things, investors, bankers, these are the things that we are looking at. Package your books, prepare your books. I once asked someone, you're going into a business, what is your expected internal rate of return? How long do you think you will run this business for you to pay out every debtor or every creditor that you have? No answer. So by the time you get all this kind of feedback, already you've shortchanged yourself as a banker who is looking to put money. I don't want to put money inside confusion. I want to put money inside discipline. I want to put money into people who can tell me and show me clearly, I am coming from here. I am here today, having done this and this, and I'll be here tomorrow if you partner with me and take me from this point to this point. If you combine all of these things, trust me, visibility for you will be way up here. And investors are looking for people to invest in, because guess what? There is always money to invest. You just have to raise up your hand, make yourself visible, and so that you can get the needed funds. Thank you.
A round of applause. Nobody wants to put money in confusion. That was deep, honestly. And let's talk about. We're talking about funding. We're talking about capital. We're talking about how to access wealth. But we can't do all of these things without having financial literacy, habits, skills. So I'd like to ask Oluwatosin, as beauty entrepreneurs, how can we help our financial literacy? How can we do better? What are like your 3 go-to money skills that you feel like every beauty entrepreneur needs to have to be able to, build a sustainable business? I can hear you, but I doubt they can hear you.
Hello, fantastic. I'm so excited to be here. So my 3 to-go money tips. Number 1, your mindset. You're your biggest asset. It's very important what you're reading. What are you reading? Who are you listening to? What is your mindset? And how are you thinking about that business? We all want different things. Some people want to build a business that can just fund their kids, put on the lights, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people want to go global. They want to be talked about all over the world. For the first time, we have a black billionaire that is under the age of 40 for the very first time, and that is Rihanna. And guess what business she's in? Beauty, right? And it all started from, she has Fenty Skin, she built a community, and that's what she's done. So that mindset is very key. Who is that person? Identify somebody in the market that you are benchmarking against, that you're looking forward to, somebody you aspire to be. So that mindset is very key. Number 2, you want to put your house in order. You want to separate you as a person from the business. It's very imperative for you to do that. There's another conversation we do not have enough. I did a post asking people what threw them into poverty as a family, or what stress they witnessed as a family. And something kept coming up. It was the loss of their job, their parents' job, or it was the loss of the key bread owner. So please, 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 I don't want you to think of insurance in the back seat. So go and insure your business, insure the goods for those that have inventory. Don't play with insurance. Also get health insurance for yourself. You are the machine, you are the engine. Look after yourself and ensure you have fantastic insurance in place. And the last but not the least is you want to start making steps towards investing. We have 3 different categories. We have the low risk. The job of low risk is to protect your money. You might not make plenty returns on it, but your capital is protected. Then you have the medium risk assets. This gives you an opportunity to grow. I love to say this. If you have invested $100 in Netflix about 10 years ago, is now worth over 17 million naira as of today. So you want to start putting something away. And then you also have that high risk asset like crypto and the rest, but you also want to control your exposure. So in summary, number 1, fix your mind. Your mind is very important. You cannot go further than you can see. You want to intentionally fix it. There's something we call a mastermind growth, and everybody should have that. I have a group of friends in my WhatsApp group. One of us raised about $6 million shortly, not too long ago, and we're in that group. We're encouraging each other. We're motivating each other. You want something like that you're sharing ideas with. For other people, it might be raising $1,000. It could be raising $5,000, but you're going to start from somewhere. So you need that. Your head has to be in the right place. So number 2, you want to secure what you already have, your health, your goods, and things like that. Number 3, you want to start investing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very succinct, I love that. I could feel the punches of her words, of each point. Back to you, Jennifer. Let's talk about finance communities or financial communities. And, models like saving clubs, co-ops, or, investment tribes. When we talk about savings, when we talk about, investments, especially with, SMEs, there's a recurring word I always hear, ajo. Everybody, 100K every month, 100K every week to pack 500. I don't know how it works, but is that efficient, number 1, or are there better ways of saving and investing that would actually build wealth?
Okay. You mentioned that, Joe, and from way back, it's what has been in practice. Let me give an example. Let me start with an example. Earlier this year, a friend of mine just mentioned that going forward, she wants to save 1 million naira every month on her FinTribe savings. I'm like, oh, well done, girl, go. But then after a while, I'm like, wait, so I could actually do this with her. Why not? I said, okay, let's do it together. But then I paused. If we start this thing now, somebody, it's not, of course, normal, we do our, every month we have what we save, what to invest and all. But if you start this by the side, you might get tired. So I opened it up to my friends. I'm like, okay, who wants to do this? 1 million every month. And then some women stepped forward. And before now, I might just, for savings, I might just take out like 200K, 500K or something, and I'm fine. But now I have a group. I think it's close to what Tosi mentioned, a mastermind, right? Because when you come together as a group, they said alone you can go fast, but together you can go further. So we came together, and since January till now, we've been doing that. We've even doubled it. Because now you have people keeping you accountable. Coming back to building wealth, there are different ways you can do that. But if there is something I feel that have made Fintra women thrive, is that accountability of a community, right? Because now, if I ask her who has savings app, there's so many savings app out there. Many people will raise their hand. But if I ask how many people that actually use it, I don't know how many people could do that, right? So beauty entrepreneurs, there are different options for you. But if you think that you are still lagging, that sometimes the body is willing, no, but the spirit is weak, you might find a friend. You don't even have to be like a structure, something fancy. You could call your colleague, you could call someone, a sibling. Please, can we start this? I want to buy this equipment. Can we start saving a particular amount for ourselves? And even these days, there are so many fintech platforms that have digitalized these things that they can automatically debit from you. So yeah, the Agile model works, although the local way, the traditional way we do it back in the days that people come together, everybody contributes, this person take, we do again. I'm not very comfortable with that one, no, because it's kind of risky, right? But if you need accountability, you can do it among yourself. But then there's something, when you're answering that question, this might be different, but let's assume you're a beauty entrepreneur, you sell hair, and you know these days, good hair can be like over 1 million and all. And then there is this finance community. Okay, let me use Fintra for example. There's this finance community. They're already doing their things. You know, money-minded women doing their stuff. I see a sort of collaboration. You might reach out to them. Okay, you have this community. I have this product. Women wants to look good, but maybe they can't afford it one. Or secondly, they might have the money, but to take it out at once. So people can create a product together. This can be something I'm putting out there to anyone, you know, any community or something. You can create something. Okay, can they start saving, let's say, 20K on a monthly basis to be able to afford that thing? Because yes, we preach financial literacy, we preach savings, we preach investing. Personally, I also preach taking care of yourself. The only problem is that many people overdo it. So beauty entrepreneurs, please look at this. Can you a sort of partnership with communities? It must not be a finance community, but because you mentioned something like that kind of model, right? Create something. They can even get a discount as a result of that partnership. So that on a monthly basis, the members save towards that to buy a product, save towards it. Now, it's no longer like a random purchase or something, but that's by the way. So yes, Agile Works is a model, but there are also other different models. Thank God we are in the time where if you start naming fintech platforms like this, so it's not even an excuse of I don't know how to or I don't know who to talk to. Back in the days, if you want to invest in stock, you go to start brokers and all. But these days, with your phone, you could do that. So whether it's doing it locally with your people, that works really. Or whether it's using taking advantage of fintech platforms, or that also works. And then think partnership with communities. That was not the angle the question was going, but it's something I just thought of that could also help you as a business owner.
So can you tell us like your top 3 models that you've seen from your tribe that work? And, you know, anyone, if you're advising, you'd always say, you know, use this model.
Model for, sorry,
like
I'm not sure.
Like the investment model that you were talking about, you said different ones. So is there anyone like your go-to that you can always say, for any SME or anyone that comes to you for, you know, financial advice, you would always say, this is what works, this is what you can do for your business?
Okay, let me take the question from the angle of opportunities. Maybe instead of model, maybe business opportunities out there. So as a business owner, what are the different investments you can take your money into? Okay, you said 3. My go-to, let me start with the low-risk one. Let's say money market mutual fund. So with mutual fund, it's sort of pooling funds managed by experts, right? So you can make a dedication that every month I will just put 100K in the mutual fund. Now, what this does for you, that the money is growing, but it's earning interest. And tomorrow, you could pull it out as a lump sum and do something, buy an equipment, importation or something. That is one. Secondly, maybe medium risk. We are looking at shares, investing in stocks, that the likes of MTN, invest in Apple, invest in all of these shares. That is also an investment you can explore. This one is medium risk, although there is the other part, ETF, that you could also explore. So as a business owner, that's another sort of investment you can look at. And then the third one, let me say FJ savings bond, right? This one is low risk because you are investing with the government. And any amount you have, be it 5,000, be it 50 million, you can key into savings bond. So yeah, these are easy to low-hanging fruit a beginner could explore, learn about, and start off immediately with the target of building wealth.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please. All right, Nana, I'd like to ask. Many women, rely on personal savings or informal loans to start their business or expand their business. But how can they transition from that into a more structured way to access more funding, like, bank loans and grants? How would you say they can transition into that?
Well, I would say that the informal way is a good start. Informal way is a good start, but to transition into formalizing your books to access funding, I think the initial thing is to open a corporate account. You can start informally, then you open a business account. When you open the business accounts, so that the bank can see your track record. Can see your financial history. So you start building history. The bank will watch your turnover to see your cash flow, how much revenue you are generating from the business. So that gives you good enough history to be able to access funding. Then gradually you can open a business account, an SME account, and formalize it. Then you can begin with taking micro loans, small loans, paying them back, so that you can build capacity and build history. The bank is also working with you to support you to know that, yes, this person has taken 500,000, turned it around, they have capacity to pay back. They've been able to identify your turnover, how much money you're making, how much you're turning around the money the bank has given you. So that helps you build track record. That helps you build a financial history where the bank can rely on to help you to grow. Then subsequently, you now begin to expand your business. So as you expand, the bank is working with you to basically grow your business. So the most important thing is start small, build history, work with the bank, take microloans, pay back, take more, pay back. Once you build that history and confidence with the bank, then the bank knows that, yes, this product has market acceptability. Once the bank knows that it's acceptable, you have maybe distributors, or maybe you have a market for the product, which is very important. So the bank knows that whatever money they are giving you will come back. Because when you have a beauty line, you must have customers. You must test the market. You must say, these are the people I'm selling to. And we should be able to know that if you produce certain number of, of those products, how long does it take you to turn around those products? And that will help the bank determine how much money to continue to give you to support you. And as you gradually take and pay back, you build capacity, and the bank keeps increasing the volume of funding that they're giving you. So that track record is very, very important. So it's good to start very small and gradually build capacity. Don't be in too much hurry to grow. Don't just start business and say, I want to take 10 million when you don't have capacity to manage it. Even if you have the collateral to secure it. The banking is not about collateral. We're not in the business of selling collaterals. So it's about building capacity, knowing how you've started, like we all have talked about vision, knowing where you're coming from, and having a plan and vision of where you're going to. So that is the most important thing, knowing where you're going to, what's your benchmark, where your short-term goals, medium-term and long-term goals. So they all should be documented. So you gradually grow from that short-term to medium-term to, long-term. And there's been a number of businesses the bank has taken from inception. The bank has grown, so many businesses and taking them to very great heights. So the Fidelity Bank has SME products that can support that. So it's good to start small, but you must have history, you must have a track record, and you must have a market for those products. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. History is absolutely important. Dr. Mex, I'm back to you. All right. Let's talk about digital presence. A lot of SMEs, a lot of businesses have basically relegated publicity or, digital presence to content creation on social media. But I'm sure there is way more other avenues that can be explored to ensure that there's a digital presence, people are seeing your business the right way, and it doesn't necessarily mean that every day you have to create content, dance with your product on social media, or do so much, do other influencing like that. So what other avenues would you say are available that we can explore to ensure that social media, the word is out there about our brand and our businesses?
Thanks, Pelumi. These days, you never really know what goes viral. You can wake up tomorrow and me sitting on this chair is viral. For some reason, I don't know. That's the era we live in. And if that's the case, that means you must be constantly putting out content, because you never just know the one that works. We've taken time to analyze contents that went viral, and oftentimes we don't know why. You replicate same thing and it doesn't go viral. But one thing we recognize is that as business owners, we must all be influencers of our business. You and you alone are the chief marketing officer of your business. No other person will do that burden for you. No other person will do that tax for you. That means you have to keep putting your business out. You have to find creative ways to put your business out. Be active on every available digital platform that is available to you today. I tell people that the difference between the man who accesses capital and the man who is passionate about his business is the way the story is told and how consistently that story is told. So you have to keep at it because you just never know. Also, I mentioned earlier on that as a business owner, you must understand that packaging is everything that you do. That's all you do, packaging. Package your product, package the place where you sell your product. If you go to your social media handles today, how does it look like? Does it look like a cacophony of, a splutter of things, you're posting this, you're posting that, or is there an order to the way you do it? If you look across the hall today, to my extreme right, there are blue chairs. There's this color, there's that color. Why is this thing so? If you look on the stage, you will find that these colors are replicated this way. Everything is packaging. And you have to take that idea and take it to your digital platforms and keep pushing, because you never just know what goes viral. Before I close, recently we all had, how many of us here knew about Jet 2?
Nothing beats
Exactly.
And right now,
thank you so much.
Social media.
That's 2 for the price of 4, right?
4.
Exactly. Who would have guessed that would go viral? Nobody. So you just keep putting stuff out there, okay? And then, and to help you do that, because when we see businesses at Fidelity Bank, I know a lot of my colleagues here are talking on funding, and they brought me here to talk to you about the other side. And what's that other side? That other side is building a business. There is also the intangible side of the business, which is the brand of the business. At Fidelity Bank, earlier this year, we launched something called Creativers. Creativers is located in Bagada. And what do we do there? We recognize that businesses need essentially 3 things. They need funding, they need infrastructure, they need skill. Many institutions, financial institutions, focus on the funding side. But the business also needs these two other things. And so we thought, can we build a hub whereby you can come to a place on the mainland for starters before we move across the country, where we have a podcast studio for business owners, and it's free, by the way. We've got photography studio where you can take beautiful pictures up for yourself and your business. It's free. We've got music studios where you can produce audio content for your businesses. It's free. We've got an academy where you teach you things like how to prepare a business plan, a business proposal, how to understand your financial books better, and it's all free of charge, located at Bagada. So these are the things that we do to build capacity. I'll take that clap. Maybe the next clap is for Fidelity.
Okay, now the clap for Fidelity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So these are the things that we are doing to build capacity for the operators in the beauty sector. Since the time we launched to today, we've held several master classes. We've held master classes on makeup, master classes on, even me, I learned that there were master classes on nail. I learned that there were master classes on, hair making and all of that. And guess who are the facilitators of these classes? Some of them are seated in this hall. These are additional ways where you can build brand extensions for your businesses and then take all of that content back into the social media space to drive further engagements for your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Max. Oluwatosin, let's talk about the balance, striking a balance when it comes to money, the income being earned, the gross income. We know that you've said something about paying yourself, knowing how to pay yourself. But is there an equation or a ratio or percentage for us to know that this is the money you pay yourself, this is the money for your business, so you paying your manpower, paying, getting equipment. This is the money you have to save, and this is the money you have to invest. This is for expansion. So is there an equation? How do we strike a balance? How do we know how to properly, apportion certain incomes or certain funds to certain things?
Okay, that's a very good question. The truth is, with regards to the formula, it depends on where your business is. So when I started Money Africa, I used to work with British America Tobacco as a commercial finance manager, and there was no ways Money Africa could pay me what my previous company was paying me. So for the first 1 year, I was not earning a salary. And if you ask other entrepreneurs too, they will tell you for the first 1 year, they were earning 100K every month or 50K every month. So in terms of that formula, you have to ask yourself, where is my business currently now? For sometimes you have to consult in your personal capacity in order for you to make money because your business is unable to pay you yet, and that time will come. So you then grow the business up to a point that you can now start getting a salary. So even in the beginning stages, you need to start asking yourself, this business is currently at this infancy stage. What else can I do? What other skill can I do? You see people also baking, they are sewing clothes, they are doing other things to augment that business till it gets to a point that it can pay you a salary. So once the business can pay you a salary, a nice way to check is benchmarking. If I were to provide the skills outside, how much would I get? And how much can this business afford? So those are some of the key things to look at. In the primary beginning stage, your biggest priority is to plow back profits into that business to enable it to see some growth. Again, I know that people are at different stages in their lives. Some people have children in schools. Some people have, a partner, a spouse, and all these other things. You're the only one that will be able to answer that depending on where you currently are at. So in summary, prioritize looking for streams of income to augment that infancy business till it's big enough to be able to fund it. But as much as you can, you need to keep plowing back the profit into the business in order for you to see some growth that can then pay you in the future. Don't forget delayed gratification. How long can I delay that gratification until I can actually get the life that I want? I was interviewing the CEO of Zephans & Co. for one of our podcasts and asking her, what do you think was the magic key? And she said they started seeing significant growth in year 7. 7 years. That's insane. Many people are like, oh my God, Tosin, I've been doing this for 1 year, I've been doing this for 2 years, I've been doing this for 3 years. Sometimes it could be longer than you anticipate. So you want to put all your skills on the table. What else can bring me money in the interim till I get this baby of mine to get to the point where it can actually pay me what I truly should be earning? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Ifoma. I don't know why I'm calling doctor. It's Dr. Mex. It's because of the doctor in Dr. Mex. All right, Jennifer. Jennifer, let's talk about the common mistakes, the common money mistakes you've seen female entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs make, and how to not make them.
Oh, I will speak on one so that we'll look at how to correct them. Record keeping. If you go to Fidelity Bank today and ask for money, they're asking for your books. But many of us leave it in God's hands, right? If I ask, okay, what September just ended, how much did you spend on deliveries? How much did you spend on, let's say, packaging materials? In fact, what's your total expenses? What's the actual income? We do not know. And what happens now is that you see your revenue, you feel like, we don't blow. Forgetting that you have to take out expenses from all of that. So I think business owners, we have to prioritize record keeping. And no, it's not for the big businesses. It's how you actually get big. So what do you do instead? The good old pen and paper still works at all. That's not ideal, but that's a place to start. But if Google Form, that's another thing. You can create Google Form, connect it to an Excel. Anytime you are on the go, or depending on the size of your business, many of us are still the CEO, the CFO, the importer, the this, the that, right? You can do things that could help you on the go. Just keep record. Even a note on your phone, you paid for something, record it there. Then later, come back and tabulate it. In fact, you are in the era of AI. AI can be your CFO, yes. What do you have to do? If I try this experiment, go home, get your business statement, and that's on the assumption that you have a separate bank statement for your business that is different from your individual or personal account. Get this statement, upload it to like a ChatGPT. Tell it to break it down for you, to analyze it. Income and expenses. What are the highest money makers? The one that takes the most money. Let it just give you an analysis of what your business has done in the past. It will give you a summary. That's where to start. That is, if you can use it as the foundation of your business record. So it's very important, because if you're looking at growth, how do you even grow what you don't monitor? But if you have a record, you're able to say, oh, we are making profit. Oh, this particular product, is this actually a profit maker or a loss maker? How do we adjust this? How do we do this? And it also keeps you prepared for the bigger opportunities. Because most opportunities that will come your way, be it grants, be it loans, they will ask for your business record. And if you don't have, you start running around. So please, as soon as you can, it's not for when you can employ an accountant. No, you can be your own accountant. AI can help you in that. And there are free tools that could also help you do that. You need to start keeping record for your business. Don't make that mistake going forward.
A round of applause. That was so beautiful. That was so deep. Record keeping. I think a lot of times we feel like we're keeping records in our head, but we really need to write it down to ensure that, proper justice is being done to that task. I'd like to come back to Nena. Let's talk about accessing, loans. A lot of people complain about how it's so difficult to access loans, how it's tedious, how it's stressful. So can you tell us what Fidelity Bank is doing differently, to ensure that we know we have this, we've done due diligence by, our records, our history, our identity, our character is top-notch. So how can we now go forth and it's not stressful?
Yeah, accessing loans is actually not as difficult as people think it is. It's actually very easy once you have your records. Your records are consistent. So I think it's just a mindset thing, that people have, that accessing loans is difficult. So if you have a small business and you've started gradually to structure it, you have your plan, all you need to do is come to the bank. We have SME products, we have women's products, we have different products. So just come to the bank and your relationship officer will put you through it. It's not difficult at all. Once you have your plan, you know what you're doing, you have your records, you have your history, we'll put you through it. Just bring your documents. You have your company registered, so you need your CAC documents. You need to open a business account. CAC documents, you have your utility bills, you have all your records, identity cards and national identity cards and all that. Open the account. You'll be assigned a relationship officer. Your relationship officer will put you through the process of getting a loan, but you must have your books. You know, you must be able to have your financial records that are consistent to show. All we need to see is to show your history. We keep going back to your history, your vision. It's very important. Even apart from business, in life generally, you must have a vision for your life. And that's one of the things I teach, vision. You must have a vision for your life. You must have a vision for your business. And from the vision comes your planning. You know, so when you have your vision documented, you have your planning. For business, you have your business plan, which, you know, highlights everything about your business. So once you take it to the bank, it's not complicated. If you don't know how to do it, approach us. We'll put you through it. It's actually not very difficult to access an SME loan from the bank.
Thank you very much for that, Nena. So we're out of time with this session, so we are about to throw it open. So if you have any question, do we have questions? One. So we're taking just 2 questions. So 1, 2. So you raised your hand. Yes, 1, 2. So please know yourselves. Thank you. But before we do that, please, I would quickly like to ask you, Oluwatosin, you know, we're talking about financial education. We've talked about habits. We've talked about literacy. But is there a way to be properly financially educated? Do we need to, you know, most times people want to go to like a Lagos Business School or Harvard Business School. Is there a way to get properly educated about our finances? And do you think that this financial education plays a role in attracting investors?
Absolutely. Financial education plays a critical role in attracting investors. So, for instance, Money Africa has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the questions that investors ask you, you need to understand how financial literacy works in order for you to answer that. Questions like, what is your cash burn? What is your ROI? What is your ARR? And all these other terminologies. And you can do it. So, although I have a background in finance and accounting, I also know tons and tons of other people who have no background in it. They did art or they did sciences and they had to learn it. So I want us to start seeing our brain as a muscle, something that we can train. So I started taking makeup classes about a few weeks ago, and I'll be telling myself, Tosi, you can draw your eyebrow. You literally can do anything. Like, you can actually teach yourself. So many people will say things like, I don't like money, I don't know money, or I don't understand money, or they just the things that we say about money, and we need to start changing how we say it. So how do I think financial literacy should be learned? It could be learned by experience. It could be learned by taking your time one step at a time. However, I strongly recommend for people to try and go through a structured process. Literally enroll in a program that can help you go through it on a gradual process. But the truth is, you can learn it, but at the end of the day, it's the application. So there are lots of people in Wall Street that have degrees in finance and accounting, but guess what? They are not practicing what they learned. So do I know it? Yes. And oh, by the way, lots of bankers too. Trust me, this is my job, so I know what I'm talking about. So, do I know it? Yes. Am I applying it? That is the hardest part. So, behavior is the hardest part when it comes to financial literacy. I don't know if anybody has read the book called The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. It's highly recommended, and please, I want you to go read it. So it's one for you to have the knowledge, is another one for you to be able to actually implement it. So every time we're talking about financial literacy, we really want you to learn it. There are so many courses here. Money Africa has a course. Financial Jennifer has courses. Shola Adeshake, Wealth Motley. We can go on and on, doing amazing, fantastic work. educating people about financial literacy. But once you've learnt it, will I exercise it? Now, stay with me. Another common thing that we've seen is people start building and then they crash it. But let me explain what that means. Imagine you put in foundation, you lay the blocks, and then you come and you crush it. So at the beginning of the year, yes, let's go. Savings challenge. We're taking over the world. We're doing this. December comes. What happens? Oble, phew. You go back to ground zero. And it's a big problem because every time you have to start building again, you're losing time, you're missing out on compounding, and it also triggers fatigue. You're tired. Yeah. Do you get? So if there's anything, the knowledge you already have is enough. Start implementing what you know. No. Start with that.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. That was absolutely beautiful. Start implementing what you know. Even beyond this, you've come for Beauty in the Motherland. We've had a lot of master classes. You've listened. Are you implementing all that you've learned today? That's our food for thought. All right. I know we have questions, but unfortunately we're out of time. So quickly, can you just tell us how to reach you so that any question they have, they can channel it to you personally to answer? So we'll just go, rapid fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you have questions around how the Creativerse by Fidelity Bank can help you create podcasts, create content for your business, give you one-on-one consultation, you can reach us through our social media channels, Creativerse by Feed, across all the platforms. You can also reach us through the official Fidelity Bank channels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Mex, please. Jennifer.
Let's connect on social media, Financial Jennifer on most platforms, and then you can check out Fin Tribe to join other women making smart money moves.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Jennifer, Financial Jennifer. Nena.
Hello. Dr. Maxi has already said it. Fidelity Bank, you can reach us through all our channels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause for her, please. Finally, Oluwatosin.
You can reach out to Money Africa on all social media platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. A round of applause for our panelists as we rise to take pictures. Thank you so much for such an informative and insightful conversation. We learned so much on visibility. We learned on accessing funding and financial habits. Oh, so I'm hearing that there's a collateral-free loan. Who's excited about that? I'm sure we're all excited about that, but they've already told you the channels to reach out to them so that you can access this collateral-free loan. That's money without collateral. If you don't know collateral, ask ChatGPT. Thank you very much. All right, if you're still having an amazing time, say Beauty in the Motherland. Now give me the energy that we know. Now, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, say Beauty in the Motherland. Please don't go anywhere. We have gifts for every single person here. If you know you're excited to be going home with something, give Beauty in the Motherland a round of applause. But of course, you can only access the gift at the end of all the panel sessions. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy, okay? We have a lot of gifts to give every single one. All right, now it's important to have conversations such as this. We cannot talk about female empowerment. We can't talk about beauty. We can't talk about, women owning businesses, thriving in businesses. We're doing all round. We're having a lot of conversations. And we also need to talk about certain serious conversations like domestic violence as well. I know that it's not, gender specific. There are a lot of men also who go through domestic violence. But it's such an important conversation that we always need to have. And I have someone who's going to be speaking on this, a very insightful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to give us a talk on domestic violence, Please welcome the Executive Secretary, Lagos State DVA, Mrs. Titilola Vivo Adeniyi, ably represented by Mrs. Oni, who would come here to teach us and talk to us about domestic violence. A round of applause for her.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all right. I am here representing my boss, Mrs. Titilola Vivo Adeniyi, the Executive Secretary of Lagos State and Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. It's DSVA, actually. And I'm Tumini Noni. I'm the head of Case Management Department at Lagos DSVA. So I believe that it's a good thing that we are actually invited to give this talk on gender-based violence. I mean, we can't really speak about beauty, and we are not going to speak about domestic violence, gender-based violence, because no matter how much you rub the foundation, the pancake, if there is domestic violence at home, it's not going to be good, right? So I think the team Beauty in the Motherland actually deserves a round of applause for this. This is like a awesome package. Thank you so much. Sorry, please, the slide can go. So I want to actually talk about beyond beauty or masking gender-based violence. What is gender-based violence? I'm sure that a lot of us have actually seen a lot of content on gender-based violence, and we probably have different definition around gender-based violence. So because we don't really have much time, a simple layman definition of gender-based violence is that it is any type of harm or violence inflicted on any individual because of their gender, right? So I'm physically assaulting you because you are a woman. I'm speaking, you are speaking. Why are you speaking? In my culture, when men are speaking, you don't speak, right? Something like that. I'm sure you probably have heard something like that. So a lot of time is often rooted in power imbalance, systemic inequality, right? So there are different types of gender-based violence. Can you give me examples? Anybody? Types. Come on. And I'm sure we know one. I can call somebody. Okay, yes, you are in front of me. Say, please, just mention. Yes, gender-based violence. Type. Okay, yes. Verbal abuse, thank you. Yes. Sexual abuse, thank you. Physical abuse, I hope you are not reading my slide. No problem. Yeah, all right. So it's quite a lot. It's like a big umbrella word that covers so many things. We have physical abuse. We are used to that. Kicking, dragging, slapping, threats to life, acid bath, things like that. Sexual violence. We have rape. Rape is sexual intercourse with anybody above the age of 18. In Lagos State, the age of a child is still 0 to 18 years. So if you have anybody that, is having relationship genuinely with a 16-year-old child or a 17-year-old, and they probably have sexual intercourse, it's going to be a crime. Defilement, that's what it's called, when you have sex with somebody under the age of 18. And when we go to court, we're not going to be talking about consent for that kind of case, because that person is still a child and the person is still under the age of 18. So I think it's a warning to people. You might know somebody, a guy that is having genuine relationship with somebody under the age of 18 and they are having sexual intercourse. So it's something people should actually note. All right, so if it's rape, the major ingredient in a case of rape is consent. Is there consent? The person will give you the permission to, have that kind of, thing. And for rape, it has to be a penile penetration. That means there is a penis, a vagina, right? So it can't be any other part of the body. So for it to be sexual assault by penetration, it's maybe any other opening of the body, the mouth, the hair, the anus and all of that. So I'm just trying to rush. So we also have forced exposure to pornography content. So someone might say, I didn't touch her, I didn't do anything, but you are making the person watch pornographic content. It's also a form of sexual abuse, and there are laws against it in the state. So we have harmful traditional practices. We have female genital mutilation. You might be surprised that we still have that a lot happening even in Lagos State. That's female circumcision. It's against the law. Widowhood practices, some practices that, when maybe the husband dies, they say the woman must drink some water, the woman must shave her hair and all of that. In Lagos State, it's a crime, right? So child marriage, some people still engage in child marriage, make children marry, somebody that is way above them. All right, so domestic violence is an harm inflicted on an individual in a cohabiting relationship. So for it to be domestic violence, that means there's a cohabiting relationship, a husband to a wife to a husband, employee, employer, my nanny, maid, something like that. That is when it is domestic violence. It's different if I'm just going on the road and somebody just maybe slaps me. I don't know the person before. That person is a stranger. That's an assault. It's different from domestic violence, right? All right, so talking about effects of gender-based violence, it can lead to so many things. Actually, we have 3 in 5 women have actually experienced domestic violence. I'm sure we know somebody that knows somebody that has experienced domestic violence. We've heard it. It's maybe even close to home, right? So it can actually cause depression, PTSD. Research has shown that women and girls are at the receiving end the most. At the DSVA, we receive, on the average, every month, 400 new cases. Every month, yes, reported. Imagine some have not been reported, and we believe that we have not even scratched the surface. And we have more women reporting, really. But in the past 2 years, we have actually seen increase in reportage of men coming out to also say that they have also been abused physically, even by their wife or their partners. So it's not, I don't want you to leave this, event believing that it's only women that experiences domestic violence. Even the men too are also survivors. So this year we have also recorded 4 women that has lost their life due to domestic violence. So it's not something someone should actually even manage. Once it happens, it's better to actually speak out, right? Can continue. All right. So common red flags. So a lot of time when I personally engage with clients, I would normally try to probe a little to see if they even notice any red flag before, getting into the marriage or getting into the relationship. A lot of times, some behaviors are quite common. When people are dating, they just start to experience this controlling behavior. You can't go there, you can't go there, you can't wear or dress in a particular way. The person just wants to control everything you do. That's some red flag that you need to take note of. Extreme jealousy. Some people will say, oh, he loves me, I'm the apple of his eye and all of that. He can't share me with another person. While that is very beautiful, it's also a form of red flag. It's a red flag, actually. Extreme jealousy, because in the marriage, that means that you're going to, technically be isolated and cut off from practically everybody. And we are social beings. You can't live life alone. So that is a form of red flag. Isolation, I mentioned isolation. Some people go as far as, I don't like your family members. I don't like your mom. I don't like when your mom is around. I don't like the way you are too close to your dad. You are a daddy's girl and all of that. And the person just continues to complain about the relationship that you have with your family members. And before you know it, you just realize that everybody, all your siblings, all your relatives are just saying, oh, she's with her boyfriend. Please, let's leave her. Something like that. It's a red flag. It's something you need to look out for. Verbal puts down. Somebody just continue to talk you down every time, or gaslighting and threats or actual act of violence. Some people are in a relationship and they're already getting slaps. I've met a lady before that the boyfriend actually broke her finger and she still went into the marriage with the person. So those are, yes, those are red flags. All right. So there's something called love bombing. And of course, there's the cycle of abuse. A lot of time, the tension will build towards, having an issue, fighting, domestic violence, slapping, kicking. the incident itself happened and eventually goes to reconciling and say, no, you made me do this to you. I didn't mean to do that. It's your fault that I even slapped you in the first place. And at the end of the day, the person buys gifts to say sorry, and then the obstacle continues like that. The person continues to wish that the person was going to change. And domestic violence, people don't change if they don't seek help. So how do you get help if you know anybody or if you yourself is experiencing domestic violence in gender-based violence in any way? First thing is to speak to someone, speak to a friend, look for a safe space. It is if you are alive that you can actually say you want to marry or you want to be with somebody. You need to be alive first so that you can do case. All right, so we will say that you should report to our agency, the DSVA, on 08000 333 333 and document the incident as much as possible. Your WhatsApp chat, your Instagram chat, everything, conversation with the person. You can even do emails, keep them, pictures, videos, everything is very useful. And if it is sexual abuse that has happened, supposing you have, God forbid, you just experienced sexual abuse, you don't need to have your bath. Just present yourself at the health facility nearest to you, just the way you are, because some of all those things on your body can actually be taken to the forensic lab for analysis so that the person can actually be prosecuted eventually. Report at the health facility, report at the nearest police station, go to a safe space, and of course call DSVA. We will provide psychosocial therapy because it's very needed. And I think that's pretty much about it. For child abuse, almost the same thing, for the child to be placed in a home. So thank you for having us and thank you for listening.
Sure.
It's only this middle part that is active. Can you hear me? See how are you cold? You're very cold. You've been going out and coming in. All right, quickly, let's have a little activity because I need you to stay alert for the next session. You're tired. No verse. Stand up. Stand up. You're the one that said you're cold. You don't know why you're cold too much. You start sleeping. We don't want that. This is Beauty in the... Beauty in the... All right, everybody rise to your feet. Come on, rise to your feet. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. Don't worry, it's a very simple game. Very simple game. You can do this. Let's rise. All stand. Let's rise. My people at the back, I can see you. Don't worry. Those at the front are not covering you. I can see you over here. All right. Are you ready? So this game is very simple. Auntie in the jeans, you're cacking up and you're still cold. Why? So this is what we're going to do. These are popular sounds that you should know. So I will just say the starting line, and then I want you to complete it for me. Do we understand? So for example, if I say, twinkle, twinkle, little star, you say? Okay. Are we ready? Do we have this on lock? If you do, clock it. Okay. All right. If you don't know it, you sit down. It means you are eliminated from the game. If you don't know what I want to say, you sit down. But I'm sure you should. All right. 3, 2, 1. Cynthia Ofori. Go. All right. Is anyone sitting? Oh, so that's very easy. I know they said this earlier, but nothing beats a jet to... Right now, you can say 50 pounds. That's 200 pounds for a family of 4. All right. Next up. Can you please let me think? All right, we're still standing. Okay. This is why you know the millennials from the Gen Zs. Gen Zs in the house say, Beauty in the Motherland. All right, let's see how this is going. Next up, Damian Girl. Okay. I can see. You're getting warmer, Abby. Are you still cold? Are you still cold? Next up. It is for those who dig pits. Trouble is given for those who want trouble. Who dig this pit? Any pit where then dig for me? Any pit where then dig for me? All right. Okay. How many people are still standing? Okay. I can see. Let's see. What's the next one? What is oncho? Nice. We're getting it. Who is sitting? People are still standing. All right. Okay. Next up. Oh, first spaghetti. You better. All right, a round of applause for yourselves. Now I can see that you're ready for the next panel session. We are here at Beauty in the. All right. I'm so delighted to have policymakers in the house. People who are here to talk about a very important topic, especially in skincare. Because when we talk about shea, who knows? No, I think the question should be, who doesn't know shea butter? Exactly. Everybody knows shea butter. In fact, shea butter was like our first introduction into the world of skincare. Organic skincare. Oh, wow, your skin is shiny. What are you using? Just shea butter. Yeah, right. But then there's been some changes in policy. There's been some changes that have been made recently. Now, I'm sure you're probably not aware, but recently there's been a 6-month ban on raw shea kernel, which began on August 26th, 2025. So here we're about to talk about the impacts. We're about to talk about just understanding the implications and effects on the local and international beauty industry. That's the effect that the Nigerian shea ban will have. And I'm so honored to be bringing up on stage our next panelists, who are amazing women who are thriving. Everybody, clock it. Clock it. Amazing women who are thriving. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Miss Fatima Wushishi, who is a policy advocate. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her. Come on. Come on, I need you to do better than that. A round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. Next, I would like to call up on stage Miss Annabelle Kamuche, who is a trade and regional corporation expert. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage. Come on now, I don't need to ginger you for every person. Let's do this. Next, I would like to call up the CEO, Auckland Best Limited, and she's also the Director of Sustainability and Climate Adaptation, and also National Association of Shea Producers of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Elizabeth Olanrewaju Nwankwo. A round of applause for her, please. Come on, Damian girl. All right. Last and definitely not least, I would like to call up Miss Toyin Odulate, the founder of Olori Cosmetics, a beauty entrepreneur. A round of applause for her as she makes her way on stage. Thank you all so much for being here. Let me take my seat as we dive right into the conversation. So first of all, I feel like there's a lot of misinformation about this shea ban. Because if we don't know, Nigeria alone produces nearly 58% of world's shea kennels. And, it's a billion-dollar industry. Global market, it makes about $6.5 billion, and Nigerians earn 1% of that. But even with this, there's still a lot of misinformation. So I would like us to first even handle and tackle what the news is, what is actually going on. And I'm leaving this open to anyone to answer the question. What is actually going on with the importation ban, the exportation ban? Anyone can answer.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Just recently, the federal government decided to put a 6-month ban on shea kernel. So whether it be shea nut or the kernel from being exported out of the country, because they believe that they need to grow the shea industry in Nigeria. Again, there are two opinions. The first opinion is it's good because what it will do is that it will grow and attract more investment in the shea sector. However, the other side is that it was done abruptly. Therefore, the people who are actors across the value chain, especially people who have collected some sort of export orders, for instance, are now caught in between either smuggling to fulfill their order or defaulting on that order. And when it comes to international trade, the off-takers don't forgive. They already have seen Nigeria as a country that doesn't respect contracts. So with this kind of policy, again, it means that you will not be able to respect the contract that you have if you have a contract to export shea nut or shea kernel. So the government has banned it for 6 months. We are waiting to see what they will do after 6 months, because nothing has been done since after the ban, but we are waiting to see what actually would happen after the ban. Thank you.
I mean, it was a round of applause for her, please.
Can I add to that?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So basically, from my point of view, as you mentioned, Nigeria produces most of the shea in the world. Across West Africa, there are only 8 West African countries producing the type of shea that is required by the industry, and Nigeria is #1 producer. But however, we're not reaping the benefits, really. We're more of a production hub than a value addition hub. So a lot of our kernels, I'll be specific, kernels, goes across the border. I mean, I've personally seen warehouses right next to the Republic of Benin full of our shea nuts. I went to be taken to Europe. Meanwhile, our industry is suffering. So for me, I see the ban as a sort of a call to order. The Nigerian government is sounding the alarm, right? Which is why I think it's just 6 months ban. I think the idea is to, okay, let's ban it. Let's start sound the alarm. Let investors come in, set up factories, build capacity of our women, build capacity of the sector, really. But from my own point of view, that's just one side of it. There are also internal pressures affecting the sector. Apart from the nuts going across to our neighbors, they are cutting down these shea trees, really, because unfortunately the wood, the charcoal, the shea tree, the wood has a very high burn rate, so it burns longer and faster. So it's very popular, really, in the States for cooking. And again, for some communities, it's quicker money in their pockets, cut down the tree and sell for firewood, instead of just waiting, season after season for the nuts to fall. So for me, yes, you can ban or restrict, but there are other internal pressures that the government has to come in and solve. But again, I'm glad that they at least have their eye on this sector for once. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatima. Ms. Elizabeth.
Good afternoon, House. It's good that we have to talk about it. The news came 26th of August, about 6 p.m., and the whole industry went devastating. And what was the news? Shea nut has been banned for the next 6 months. To start with, it is not a nut. It is a kernel, because there is a process between the fruit picking, the pulp, cooking, breaking the husks, drying, sorting, before you get the kernel, which is more than 30%. So number one, there was an error in that statement, because we said 30% value addition. At the point where you have shea kernel, it's more than 60%. Two, in the whole world, let's say we have 1.07 million metric tons of shea. Nigeria owns 58, which is 620,000 metric tons, followed by Mali, who has 200,000, followed by Burkina that has 140, followed by Benin Republic that has 80, and Ghana has just 30,000. And at the end of the day, we don't end up processing the butter because of so many issues, like she said. And competitiveness does not even make our butter to be presentable out there. And quality, which she represents, does not even make us to be accessible. Infrastructure that should put us on the map line is also not there. So the ban, to be sincere, is good. We all have been advocating for something to be done. But I would have preferred that it should have been done like March, April before the season starts, so that people do not commit their fund into supplying kernel. Our credibility is at stake as a nation, not as an industry, not even as a person that is a practitioner, because it's the word name, Nigeria. Nobody cares. I can show you letters upon letters over this matter, even as this week, people telling us that they will revoke the contract and go and buy butter from Ghana. So we need to educate each other to understand that, yes, the government has their right to do what they want to do, but we would have appreciated a situation where they listen to practitioners. The real stakeholders are not civil servants. They are part of it. So we should come together, reason together, and take a decision together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Elizabeth. So I want to ask you, Ms. Toyin, but I want to ask you from another perspective. I mean, we've heard what the ban is about. We've heard what's at stake. And, you know, yeah, there are people who are for, you know, the motion that has been, you know, for the ban, and there are people who are against it because, I mean, let's be honest, if you're exporting about 58% of the world, you know, share nuts, share kernels, but then you're getting only 1% of the entire revenue that is being generated, it's a cause for concern and a cause for conversations such as this and even the ban. But you are the founder of Olori Cosmetics, and a lot of Nigerian brands especially always infuse shea butter, because it's a moisturizer. We all know this. So hearing this ban, seeing this happen, does that mean more for us as per private sectors in Nigeria? Does that mean more for us, or do you have your reservations about this as well?
Thank you for having me. I have the exact same question as a manufacturer, because for all our products that we manufacture, both locally and internationally, shea butter is a key ingredient or component to that. And so when the news broke, the first thing I thought about was, oh my God, how does this affect our production? Because again, the news that's out there is that shea butter has been banned for export. We're now hearing we heard it's a shea nut that's been banned. Then we're now hearing it's a shea kernel that's been banned. So, and these are all parts of the same fruit or capsule, should I say, about that. So it was very, very concerning for me, because my manufacturer in the US, for example, exports shea butter from Nigeria to produce our products and all the other products that they produce for other brands in the US. And then here, what we started noticing about 18 months ago was that our local suppliers for shea butter, the price just went up 10x. So before, you could go to a shea butter market, either in Lagos or in Oyo State or wherever, and a big mound the bucket shape, let me say maybe half a bathing bucket, you could purchase that for like 1,000 naira. Now that same size is about 60,000 naira. So while the first instinct is to think that the ban would benefit us locally and maybe drive down the price, that is the opposite that's actually happening. So lots of concerns on my part as a manufacturer.
I mean, your concerns are totally valid, to be honest. And I would like to ask, do you think, I mean, I'm throwing this out as well. Do you think it's the fact that, we're exporting 58%, we're not making so much money, do you think it's an infrastructure problem or a regulation problem? How would you answer?
It's both. Yes, you can't have one without the other. For example, Ghana, for example, gets a lot of positive press when it comes to processed shea butter, right? And in terms of the quality of the shea that you purchase in Ghana, you find that they get a lot more, their value chain is a lot more developed, their processing seems a lot more developed. And even the extraction process of shea oil from the butter, however that is done, Ghana seems to have the top highlight from that in terms of purchasing that. In Nigeria, for example, we can't get shea oil. So I'd like Ms. Elizabeth to speak more on this, but we can't. If you need shea oil as an ingredient in your process, in your manufacturing process, we actually don't get that from Nigeria. We get that from Ghana, because what is available has been processed or extracted incorrectly, or once the temperature changes, the consistency changes. But with the way that they've extracted it in Ghana, the consistency stays the same, regardless of the temperature. So how shea butter is processed, ready for production in Nigeria is very different.
It's very different. All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Elizabeth.
I don't know how to tell you how sad I am to be talking about this in public. That's the truth. The truth is that we are infrastructure, is it deficient? Deficit. Any other word? Lacking or laid back, if that word will serve. 2, U.S. government supports Ghana with what we call Peace Corps, like NYSC. And they serve the Ghana community 2 years. So that means they have capacity building right at the local bottom villages, making sure that the nuts that they receive is well processed, stored, available for at any time. It is garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't process your nuts well, you don't get good butter. 2, if you don't have equipment, there are different level of processing. There is the one that everybody is familiar with. We call that one raw butter, handcrafted. Yes. The next one is raw butter with equipment. The next one is refined. Then we have fractionation. Good. Into oiling and stirring. Those are equipment that runs into 50 million USD. We don't have it. We have some, but their capacity to even buy the nuts, because if you cannot run 100 tons per day, it's a waste of money. And for you to run 100 tons, it means you need 350 metric tons of kernel to produce that butter. When you now look at electricity and other factors, it makes it unprofitable venture. So there are so many factors that has hindered us. In fact, in 2016, I got an order from Japan, and they said I should go and buy butter from Ghana. My head was doing like this. And the level of patriotism in me could not go with that. So let me stop it at that. So the truth of the matter is that what has happened now, this ban is going to produce all that quality, all that necessary quality of butter and oil that we are looking for. Nonetheless, there are people with smaller processing plants that were doing it. And because it's small, they don't bother to advertise. They sell it to certain people that they have had contracts with, or they use it for their... I know a bit of the Chinese people at Free Trade Zone in Lagos here that are even doing it, but they use it for their own cosmetics directly. Let me stop at that.
Miss Annabelle, I would like to ask you, with ECOWAS as a major trade bloc, how does Nigeria's ban affect regional trade relations with countries like Ghana and Burkina Faso? I mean, we've all heard how, Ghana has a processed butter. We've shared about, we've heard this, like Ms. Toyin said. So do you think this would also affect our neighboring countries as well, or the impact on ECOWAS as a whole?
Okay, so under AFCTA, which Nigeria is a signatory to, I don't think it is compulsory for you to sell certain products, right? Even though so when it comes to international law, international trade law, you have people saying it depends on the interpretation of the law to suit what is there presently. Now that we have decided to ban the export of shea nuts, people would term it as barrier to trade, as it relates to other African countries who would want to offtake shea kernel from Nigeria. However, Nigeria also, as a sovereign nation, has a right to say, look, we would export shea, but not in its raw form or in its semi-processed form until it has gotten to butter. Nigeria has a right to do that. Again, it is subject to interpretation, like I had said, just like every other law is subject to interpretation. However, when it comes to the impact, it hasn't really impacted on them, because what this ban has done is that it has created a new business vertical for people who are smugglers. So what has happened over the past few days or maybe a month is that smugglers have now come to bear to say, look, you know what? We would continue to do our trade. Nigeria has a lot of porous borders all over that are unmanned, or there's nobody restricting anybody from getting into other African countries, right? So that is how these smugglers are now making their money. What has now happened, which is what is affecting your own, is that people now see that it is more profitable to smuggle the kernel out of the country. So if initially it was $1, for instance, per kg, that's $1,000 per metric ton to export kernel to Ghana or to Burkina Faso, for instance. Now that there is a ban, whoever is negotiating with you is negotiating for an illegal business. So you are making negotiations of an illegal business to say, look, I can give you, but we have to settle some people because we have to smuggle it. So it's no longer $1, it's going to be $5. So people will now begin to benefit from it, but indirectly, because it's going to be a lot of informal export going out, where government will lose. Private sector like them, who are also processors, who will need that kernel, will not be able to buy, because Nigerians will rather sell smuggled products out of the country because they will make more money and they will even make dollar. Now you are bringing your naira to them that doesn't really have any value, right? So that is the impact. It will not really make any impact to the foreigners. The impact will be more on us, except if government decides, for instance, to say, look, we are going to ban it in the next 3 years. So that people like the AAKs of this world, the Lodas Cochran, these are big guys who are fractionating into Olean and Stearine. Olean for people who are doing cosmetics, Stearine for people who are in the confectionery industry. They will come and now set up, at least to do the first step processing into butter before moving it to Ghana, where they are going to now be able to fractionate into Olean and Stearine. And then, again, because you don't want to have those issues affecting the women pickers at the primary level, because they are the ones getting the brunt. They are not going to be able to smuggle the product. So they have this product sitting in their houses because they cannot sell it. And then the smugglers will come and say, I will still give you the same peanut that we were giving you before. So the person who is making the money now is the smuggler. The Nigerian government has lost. The women pickers have lost. Processors like them who need the butter to process into cosmetics in Nigeria have also lost. The biggest earners are the criminals who are going to be exporting smuggled products out of the country. Thank you.
I don't even know whether to clap, because it's like it's a reality check. what we're having here, these conversations we're having, it's a reality check. Like, have we gone forward or have we gone backward? And Ms. Fatima, I would like to ask, we've talked about, the effect on, the government, we've talked about smugglers, we've talked about processors, but let's also talk about, to our level, to those of us here who are starting a business and want to incorporate shea butter in our products. Does it affect us as well? I mean, probably in terms of maybe it's expensive now, but I don't know. Aside that, what are the major ways in which it affects small businesses, small business owners who are just, delving into skincare?
To be honest, the main issues for these SMEs is the quality of the shea butter. Because shea butter, across the whole of Africa, 18 million women are working on producing, collecting the nuts, producing the butter. And that's maybe 80 million ways of producing butter. Who knows? So we have a very inconsistent product coming out of all these villages. So the problem with SMEs sometimes is they can't always get a homogeneous product. So they buy butter from here, they make a batch, it's good, they sell it. Next time to buy it, it fails, and they can never get that quality back. So we have no quality management systems. We have no traceability systems, nothing. And the problem, and also we don't have a sort of graduated payment system. So whether they're producing rubbish, whether they're producing premium, they're all getting the same price. So it's not really worth their efforts, honestly, to put in the work. And then, pour water, they don't really have access to potable water. There's so many issues seriously on ground. So what these SMEs have to do is, honestly, they have to, I guess, target maybe more well-known cooperatives that have already been, their capacity has been built. Maybe join NASPA, and I think Elizabeth can speak more on that. They just have to sort of get in touch with these cooperatives that have been proven to produce good, consistent butter. So for me, that's my advice for SMEs. The source of your butter matters. Don't enter any market and just buy. Please, no. As much as possible, go through your association, find a cooperative, really a well-known, highly regarded cooperative to get your butter. And please, get your butter from the same source all the time. If someone is offering something cheaper online, please, don't go for it. And somebody mentioned garbage in, garbage out. So please, the source matters. That's the advice I'll have for the SMEs. And please, there's no need to go to Ghana. we have good products here in Nigeria. Please.
I would like to add to what she has said that the people that this matter affected most first are the women. Because from that 26th of August, they've stopped picking. So the source of their livelihood was cut off abruptly. There is no need picking when there is nobody to buy. People like us that were buying for trading had stopped looking for solution. Like she said, the smugglers are taking it off their hands, fine, but how much of that? But there is another trend aspect of it that I wanted to bring out. When the ban came, truly it went down the price from like ₦1 million, 950, it went to 690, 700, 750. It was within that period price that people were 650,000 per metric ton, 700,000 per metric ton, but it has gone up. It's now 1.50 million naira per metric ton. Wow. Within this period, and the ban is still on.
The ban just started, really.
So, like what Hanabe has described, so that I don't have to repeat myself, that trade is going on informally. So those ones that are making their money, people like us cannot engage in the informal trade. There is a level you get to. Your name is already open to everybody.
Yes.
So you can't try it. In fact, I was calling Bennett to say there is intra-African trade. I will send. They said, Madam, don't even bother because we will not buy. Our own government as well will not permit us to buy from you because we know Nigerian government has banned you. But an ordinary person can go through the back door. They don't have a name. So they will do their trade. They will get their money. But at the end of the day, that is not the solution. Until we man our borders until we find a solution to buy nuts from our women on a daily basis. Putting it in a warehouse for commodity exchange, there will never be a solution. So we must have warehouses. She is into quality. I've known her for a while. So she knows all those things I'm talking about. So we go to those cantonments and buy that day. As soon as you finish, bring it. Your money. Take. Because they will keep selling across, even if there is no ban. They've been doing that. That is why those other countries have been generating more kernel to produce more butter than us and at a cheaper price than us. But when we get our borders and begin to do advocacy to get them to understand why they should not, but make sure there is money to pay them on a daily basis. They can't wait for another day to get their money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elizabeth. Please, if you know you're clap with your foot chest. Thank you. So, let's talk beyond the 6 months. I understand that, this just started August 26th, so it's just barely 1 month. So we have almost 5 more months to go. Are we seeing, conversations on starting infrastructure? Is that ongoing in the government or the private sector? And beyond that, beyond the 6 months, is it looking like it might be a permanent thing, or this is just a trial run by the government so that we can wrap up, on that?
Okay, so I can't speak on behalf of the government, right? But we can say, I hope it's a trial run. Hopefully, because if it's not a trial run, then it will be actual disaster for Nigeria and even more disaster for those in the share sector. However, beyond 6 months, I think it is high time for a country that has over about 76% of the share trees in the world situated in that country. We have to do more. Do more in terms of creating infrastructures that can enable the expansion of the share value chain. Right now, what most people are doing is either you are selling nuts, or you are selling kernel, or you are selling butter. They really don't have a lot of companies that are fractionating into olein and stearin, or even doing the refining, where you are deodorizing and then also removing even the wax, so that no matter the temperature, the oil remains oil without having to cake and all of that, right? We do not have those kind of infrastructure. And then even at the local level, where you have women who are doing handcrafted butter, we still do not have standard operating procedures. So standard operating procedures are guidelines that guide people to continually produce the same quality all the time. So if beyond 6 months, let's even assume that the government decides we don't want to lift the ban, what do we want to do? By now, after 1 month of the ban, we should have had like a blueprint of what they want to do. So that if we are suffering, at least we can see light at the end of the tunnel. But right now, everywhere is so dark that we don't even know where we are going. So if government will come and say, you know what, we would also even set up some modular processing facilities within areas where they have women processors who are processing. We would also have local collection centers, because these women go into the wild. So these share nuts, the share that you see today, the trees are in the wild. So these women go into the wild to pick, and then they carry it on their head all the way back to the places, their villages where they have to process. So who are there infrastructures that we ensure that they are secured? The bandits are in the wild. So sometimes you go to the wild, you will be kidnapped. And other times, from what we've heard,
they are raped.
The bandits' wives are the ones selling the nuts to the people. So there are a lot of issues around infrastructure. The roads are not good. For some places, if you go there with a car that doesn't have good shocks, you will not come back, because the infrastructure is very poor. There is no light. The women don't understand the difference. They don't even understand why the temperature. So because they are boiling sometimes with firewood, So the question is, they don't even know when the temperature is high, when the temperature is low, which also now explains why every time they process, they are not able to get consistent quality. So things like boiling pots, for instance, that has a temperature control. There is nothing stopping a local government chairman from saying, you know what, this area, they have a lot of women who process here. Let's put one boiling pot here, or a boiler here, so that we're able to control temperature for those who are boiling the nuts. Okay, for kneading, for instance, some of them knead with their hands. So they keep kneading and pouring water. Of course, if you give it to a young girl, because she's trying to finish early, she will pour a lot of water and knead and just get the thing out and all of that. So there is a need to be intentional. Yeah. Nigerian government, like I mentioned to some people, I said, we mouth non-oil export. We are not serious about non-oil export. Maybe because we are still seeing oil. But the day oil finishes, we realize that we were actually mouthing it. You cannot want to increase non-oil export and then you create bottlenecks, number one, and then you don't have infrastructure that will promote it. There is no place, there is no state in Nigeria today that has an agric processing zone where people can actually process agric products. And you want to promote non-oil sector. It doesn't make sense. How much is freight? From Rwanda is 80 cents if you want to do air freight to the US or even to the UK. In Nigeria, it's $4. How do you want to compete? So let's even assume everybody is doing butter now. So if you don't do sea freight, if you don't have sufficient quantity, maybe 22 to 24 metric tons to do a 40-foot container of shea butter, for instance. I'm even saying, let's even say, right now, we are not going to lift the ban for the nut or the kernel to be exported. We want to do butter. How many refrigerated containers, reefer containers do we have in the whole of Nigeria? How many do we have?
I think what this ban has done is really to just bring to light the problems that were already
There are
existing.
so many problems, so it's not something you can ban now. Yeah. Let's use the 6 months as a test run and then find where the teething issues are, and then let us now have a blueprint on how to have a seamless, maybe the next 3 years. And then in that 3 years, we'll be able to put the infrastructure in place to promote the sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annabelle. Let me top it. Top it because I'll speak for myself. I will speak as an association.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry because we're a bit out of time. We would just like it to be like in 30 seconds, and then we can all give our final
you gave so much time
well
to the other people. You wasted so much of our time waiting for this.
We're so sorry.
We have these are national issues, so it has to be addressed. The government have taken their decision, but we are also sending messages to them to see how best to address the matter. Number one, they were given wrong information. Yeah. So we have to showcase the exact of research to show them the process, because what they are saying, there won't be enough nuts for the local processors. That was the reason behind the ban. So we needed to showcase all the processors we have as a nation and their capacity, and the capacity of the whole nation in terms of kernel, and let them see that even after the local processor have had their fill, there is surplus that should go out. So there is a conversation going on this matter. It's a temporary ban, as it was said, so it calls for review. And at the end of the day, we want to believe that there will be a solution. But to be sincere about it, the ban is the right thing. It's just the timing and not giving like a warning period. Like the neighboring country, like Ghana now, said until 2026 before their home ban. Do you get it? So they have sent out signals. There was no signal in our own case. We just woke up. I just finished. In fact, if you know what happened that day, and you just saw that kind of a news on your phone, a lot of people collapsed. Some BP went to 200, a lot of issues. But conversations are ongoing,
Yeah.
And we also want to say that some of our women has been trained enough to give us good butter. Because my own butter has passed in UK and is the handcrafted butter that we use. So, and you know UK before, it's 9 months. It took us 9 months for us to have the results.
I think that deserves a round of applause, to be honest. I think that deserves a round of applause.
So, like she said, you need to continuously and be intentional. What we do is every year, before the beginning of the season, we sit with them again and run through the process. That's why you could see that I can count the steps to take. And we met at stream level. Now we have a borehole. We are improving on it. Instead of just using hand mixing, we have a local kind of mixer, exactly. We have a grinder. It's still semi-manual. So we are improving by the day, because if we are telling you to stay home and buy, we need to let you have a balanced view of what is going on. So we have the yellow and we have the gray, depending on the process and the area where the nuts are picked from. Let me stop at that.
Thank you very much for all that. I mean, it's been a round of applause. Those at the back, are you not in Beauty in the Motherland? I can see that. I can see the Olori girls giving a round of applause. Thank you so much for, being on this platform to foster this conversation that a lot of us, I'm sure, we're not even aware of, on the ban and the implication it will have in skincare and just, nationally and even in the private sector. But if we want to continue conversations to know more, and, there was something that has been, mentioned is the misinformation. So just, briefly, quickly, for people who are interested, especially those who are into the skincare line, how do we get the information? Do we follow you on social media? Do we reach out via email? How do we get information? Just briefly, quickly.
Okay, who's starting? Okay, I would say just get my full name, Elizabeth Olanrewaju-Nwankwo. Go to LinkedIn. I use more of LinkedIn. You'll see pictures, you'll see information, and from LinkedIn you can send email. So, because WhatsApp sometimes it will just get issues and you will lose messages. But I find out that LinkedIn is stable. And it's professional. Thank you.
It is. Thank you very much, Ms. Elizabeth Olanrewaju-Nwankwo. Also, Ms. Toyin, can you tell us how to reach out to you?
You can follow us at Olori Cosmetics on Instagram, on Twitter, on Threads. You can follow me, Toyin Odulate, on LinkedIn. Olori Cosmetics is also on LinkedIn. And I also wanted to actually say about NASPAN. NASPAN has a very good website, actually, that's very up to date. And I'd like to encourage young SME operators or entrepreneurs or anybody looking to get into the field. Don't act in isolation. Try to find a brand or a company that you're emulating to help guide you on what you want to do within the sector, so that, as it was said earlier, sourcing is very, very important. There's some very organized cooperatives for purchasing shea butter. It's important for you to find out where they are and who they are. Oyo State has a very good one with Shaki, for example. Niger State has a really good one as well, all over the country. So it's important for you to pool your resources and not act alone, and try to lean on perhaps older brands that can mentor you and guide you to make sure that, when you produce, there's nothing worse than producing one batch of products that everybody loves, and customers now want to come back to purchase that again, and the next batch that they purchase from you is terrible. There's nothing more soul-killing than that for a small business. And you don't want that to happen at the early stages, because it happened with us. Our first sourcing of shea butter was fantastic. And then the second source and the third source and the fourth source that we had after that was terrible because the shea was immature, so it didn't process properly. So it's important for you to share your challenges with other people in the industry that that are doing the same thing to help you along.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tony Odolate. Ms. Fatima Wushishi, how can we reach you for more information?
To what Toyin said, I think NASPAN is the voice of share practitioners in Nigeria. So please do go ahead and join NASPAN and follow them. But for me personally,
join us. We're here.
Can you yeah. Do people know what NASPAN stands for?
Okay, but for me personally, Fatima Wushishi on LinkedIn. But do you mind if I say, can we say a final word? Are you going to run through?
So
or
we
can I
have
just
like
say
10 seconds or 5 seconds, honestly.
Okay, like I said, I just want to really advocate beyond the ban. I want to advocate to protect the resource, protect the share trees. It takes 20 years for these trees to bear one fruit, and they're being cut down. We're losing 8 million trees a year across West Africa. By 2044, we're not going to have any more share. So I just want to push and advocate for that. Let us stop cutting down the trees and let us reestablish our share parklands. So that's the final word from me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatima. And finally, Ms. Annabelle, how to reach you?
Okay, so we are on NISAD group, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, and then Annabelle Kamuche on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. They were absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Please, let's rise as we take pictures. And I know that we have something for our panelists from Olori Cosmetics. Thank you so much. For those that are wondering what NASPAN is, NASPAN stands for National Association of Shea Producers of Nigeria. So we would like the products here so that we can take pictures with them, please. How long is that going to take? How long is that going to take? All right. Ooh.
Okay.
Does the moderator have one? Okay. Let's go, let's go. There go. Who did this fit for me?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause one more time for all our panelists. An amazing time we've had today, you will agree with me. And please, a bigger round of applause for our host and moderator in person of Pelumi Buhari. Amazing job she's done all day. We are going straight into another panel conversation now, and we're going to be talking more than hair. You know, I mean, we have a room full of ladies. I see a few gentlemen in the room as well. But we're just going to dive right into it. Also, please remember that there is a gift pack for every person who has attended today's conversation. But you will only get it if you wait till the end of it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of our next conversation. And this is brought to you by Mega Growth and Darling. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Brand Manager, Darling Nigeria, Gift Uche Ewule. A round of applause for her as she takes the stage.
Good day, everybody. Hi. Good day, everybody. How is your day going? Okay. Lovely to see you, meet you. I hope we're going to have a really great chat today. As I've already been introduced graciously, my name is Gift Uche Ewule, and I currently manage Darling as a brand. Well, me and a few other people, but yeah. Thank you. You guys are very kind. Okay, so I will not waste any more of your time. I will just invite our guests, our panelists, so that we can have a great conversation together. Who's excited? Great. If you're excited, just clap. Thank you. Okay, first on our list, my dear colleague. Her name is Ufoma Rotimi Yakani. Ufoma is a seasoned marketing professional who has led multiple brands through successful launches. She is deeply passionate about building brands that consumers not only use, but truly need. Ufoma is the brand manager for Mega Growth Nigeria. Thank you. Please, let's just keep this energy going. I would love that. Okay, so next on our list is Mr. Ugochukwu George Ibokwe, a.k.a. Ugo 007. Clap, thank you. He's a seasoned hairstylist who has wide experience in fashion shows and is very well known for creating leading hairstyles in Nigeria. Ugo of Make Me Beauty Place. Please put your hands together for him again. Very next on our list is Kemi Lewis of KNS Natural Beauty Bar. She is a lawyer and chartered secretary turned natural hairstylist and entrepreneur. She holds forth as the creative director overseeing business development, strategy training, and cooperations. Ladies and gentlemen, Kemi Lewis. Thank you. Oh, you guys are fantastic. Okay, so next on our list is Ajose Oluwafunke. Please forgive me if I murdered the pronunciation. Please put your hands together for her. She is the creative director of Funky Signature. She's a leading hairstylist and braiding salon owner in Nigeria with over 10 years of experience in the beauty industry. She continues to blend creativity with business excellence, positioning Funky Signature as a trailblazer in the beauty industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajose Oluwafunke. Please put your hands together for her. And last but definitely not the least, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mayowa. She is a seasoned entrepreneur and visionary at the forefront of the Lagos beauty scene as the founder of Mod's Salon. She has over 10 years of experience in the industry, and she's recognized for her commitment to excellence and her role in the global entrepreneurship network. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayowa, please put your hands together. And one more time, put your hands together for all our panelists. This session is brought to you by Mega Growth and Darling Nigeria. So please put your hands together for the two brands. Thank you. Okay, we'll start off our conversation. We've done very well to introduce everyone. So we'll just start off with one question that everybody can answer, yeah? Our first question is, the title of this panel, as Darling and Mega Growth have come together, is called More Than Hair. And we want to fully understand to you, as a salon owner, as a beauty enthusiast, as somebody who has shaped the industry, what does this symbolize? What does hair symbolize beyond beauty to you? If you can start off, that would be great.
So, hi everyone. So, what beauty generally means, and what More Than Hair means to me, it's basically confidence, right? And as ladies, and even for men also, you know that when people look at you, the first thing they see, or one of the first things they see, is your hair. And your hair speaks volumes before they start to look at your outfit and your shoes and things like that. So to me, it speaks confidence.
Thank you. Mr. Ogo.
Hi, everyone. I think to me is individual statements. How you want to be seen, or how you want people to perceive you. It's just indirectly telling who you are. You know, making statements, whether it's for what you hope for, who you want to be, or who you are, but basically telling a little about yourself.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let's just go ahead to answer the question, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so for me, beyond beauty, I think hair makes up quite a good measure of the psychological makeup of women particularly. And I say this because I've had quite a number of women cry in my chair. I've actually had a woman say to me once that she has been looking for the solution for her hair loss the way a woman looks for babies. So I know that, hair is very personal. It's the way you want to be perceived. It's also the way you want others to perceive you. So beyond beauty, it's your confidence, it's your identity, it's your cultural heritage.
Did anybody else feel that? Yes, okay, good. I like that we're getting into our feelings. Please pass the mic to her so that, yes.
Hi, everyone. To me, hair is beyond beauty. Just as she has said, it's our heritage, it's our culture. It speaks a lot about you. When you enter a room, just like you can see, my head talks much about who I am. You can tell a person's tribe from the hairstyle they are carrying. For example, for we Africans, we have kinky and coily hair, and for the Europeans, they have straight hair. So I feel hair builds your confidence as well. It speaks volume. You can use your hair to communicate even before speaking or even before people hear you speak in a room. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here. What I would say, because having a salon means that the community comes together. So beyond doing your hair in the salon, you get to be a part of a community. When, for me, that is beyond doing your hair in the salon. Understanding that you are part of a community, people get to socialize from coming to the salon. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you so much for all this. And there's something that just keeps cutting across, is that you can personalize and own that for yourself. Each person has a unique experience for themselves. And if you even look across the panel, everybody's hairstyle is very different, and you can get a sense of who they are by that. And Mayowa's last point about community, I just wanted to emphasize that, because personally, when I want to make my hair, I call my sisters, and that's building community. Before I even get into the chair, before I have a conversation with my hairstylist, I've called my community, my sisters or my friends, and said, okay, I want to make this hair. What are we doing? What are we saying? What color will work? What are we doing this Christmas as a color range? Do you understand? The community comes to build that way. So yes, beauty is important when it comes to hair, but obviously by this conversation we can tell that it is really more than beauty, it's more than hair. Yes? Okay, so we'll just get into the next question, which I'm going to direct at Ufoma. In the African context, as we've rightly highlighted, hair is often tied to culture. It is tied to identity. It is tied to confidence. Everybody here has said that. So how do brands like Darling and Mega Growth, how do these brands see their role in shaping the hair industry in Africa?
Hello? Right. So for Darling, I'll start with Darling. Darling is one of the biggest hair extension brands, right, in Africa. And one of the things that are very important to the brand is ensuring that we don't just speak through confidence, right, but we also help in empowering women, not just even in businesses, but in how they look, basically following them in that journey of the different aspects of their lives and the different journeys, right? And in shaping the culture of hair, we have gone through a lot of simulations and a lot of different mixtures of different things to ensure that we meet the need of every woman. And you agree with me that there are some hairstyles you probably do for some seasons, and there are some hairstyles you do for other seasons, right? Darling makes sure that at every point in your life and at every season, you have that perfect hair or that perfect color that you need. And I'll go to Mega Growth in shaping culture and also trends, right? So for Mega Growth, Mega Growth focuses on hair care mostly. And one of the things that we ensure that we do is whatever issues women are facing, whatever issues they are facing in their lives, whether it's dandruff, whether it's hair breakage, we ensure that we are there. We ensure that we even know these issues, will I say, before women can even put a name to it, and the products are out there for you to use and solve these issues. So for the brands, that's how we ensure that we are not left in the conversation, and we also carry along women into this conversation.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please clap, please clap. So just to sum up what you said that we think beyond what is today and think into the real lives of women. And somebody mentioned about hair loss and all those other things, which could come from alopecia and all of that. And then we think about hair from when you're a child with Darling to when you're growing up and the different phases of your life. So my next question is for you, Kemi Lewis. From your seat as a salon owner, what hair trends are you seeing that excite you the most?
I'm not a great fan of trends. Trends come and go, and a lot of time they do more harm than they do good. What I have noticed, though, in the last couple of years is right now you have more younger people who have natural hair compared to what you had, say, 20, 30 years ago. 20, 30 plus years ago, you had mothers who, because they didn't know what to do, for their children, they'll just slap on a relaxer or a texturizer, and then, it would start that cycle of hair loss, damage, and all of that. So women that, that just didn't know how to care for their hair. But now you're getting more, younger people who are 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, who have never relaxed their hair before, which for me is a wonderful thing to see. And, that shows that in the next 20 years, you're not going to have, the demographics is going to change. You're going to have more women who have never relaxed their hair compared to women who have and have suffered through some sort of, loss or chemical reaction or thinning hair, from chemical services. So for me, that's such a welcome thing to see, and that's what I am excited about.
Okay, I love that you're speaking around the natural hair space. So does anybody want to talk about the non-natural hair space, just so that we can be a bit more inclusive of people who might not have that shared experience? So a hair trend. Okay, so Funke wants to answer.
Yeah, for me, I will, I'm excited about the new trends of protective hairstyles, such as knotless braids. As you need to do them, and you still have your healthy hair as well. So me, I'm in support of protective styles, basically. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. You guys are not clapping. Are you shy? Thank you. Please just try your best to keep us encouraged, because it can be, we're looking at a sea of faces. People are scared. So try and clap, okay? Thank you. My next question is for you, Maiwa. The salon chair is a powerful place, yeah? I can see the power that you people have when we sit down. It does not matter. So far as you say that this is the hairstyle you're going to get that hairstyle. Depends on how bold you are. So it is where beauty meets business, yeah? How do you balance customer experience with profitability?
Yes, thank you very much. That is a very good question. Because when you're running a business, when you're running a business, you put emotions aside. You don't get emotional when you're running a business. So first of all, you have to know the kind of customers that you want. Who are your core customers, first of all, so that the other customers, you don't feel bad about whatever you do. And then make sure that if you recognize the kind of customers you want in your salon, then you can make sure that the value that you are presenting to them, which is very important, understanding that the customers you have appreciate the value that you present to them, so that it's profitable for you and they are happy as they come in. Thank you.
Because as we know, word of mouth is very important in this industry.
True.
So Ugo, yes, yeah.
Being who we are as hairdressers, we are basically therapists. And what a therapist does is to give an experience, basically. They don't want to leave you not feeling or having an impact of whatever they've done to you as a way of service. So, like what Maiwa says, you need to try to define who you are. First of all, understand what you want to give as service, because we are problem solvers. So they come to us with problem, and you're giving value in terms of service, right? And what that does in return is, as you do it well, automatically, it brings back, it makes your clients happy, and a happy client will always tell. And the more clients come, the more the same client returns, you're definitely going to be profitable. So you need to focus first, decide what you want to be giving as service. That will be so quality, that will be so much so that you will be mentioned at any point in time, you are the one that does it best. At least one. That would be the experience every customer would have, and that will in turn make profits for you.
So if I can just capture that in one sentence, make sure that you're doing good quality work, excellent work, and that will keep people coming back. That will keep people wanting more experience. And I think that falls into like any part of the beauty space you want to be in, but especially hair right now. Okay, Hemi Lewis wants to add to that.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, it's great to give the, great service, but beyond giving great service, if you're trying to balance the customer experience and your profitability, you also need to be on top of your numbers. You need to be on top of your data. You need to understand what is selling, what is not selling. You need to understand how much is coming in, what's my profit margin. You need to understand all these things. Otherwise, yes, you're going to be getting referrals, you're giving great service, but at the end of the day, are you profitable? And the only way to know how you're profitable is to watch your numbers and look at your data so you know exactly what is happening, adjust where necessary, and just continue to make sure that your vision is what is propelling you. Because sometimes if you are not focusing on your vision, which is why did you get into the business in the first place, you'll get distracted by everything that is going on around you, and then your profit starts to decline. That is if you're even making profits, if you're not watching your numbers. Yeah.
And just to add to that, you now start chasing money and forget the goal that you're here for. And sometimes watching your numbers can help you decide how much people you have on your staff list, how much of power you're paying for, and just little tiny details that make a mighty ocean. Okay, so we'll move on to the next question, which is going to be directed at Ugo. Yeah. Training and skills development. Okay, no, this is for Ufoma, so I'll just skip it. I'll skip it and come back to it. Okay, if you are advising a young person starting their salon business today, what would you tell them about choosing the right brand? You know what? After you answer, I think everybody else can answer that question. Yes, we'll start with you.
Okay. I think that basically starts from what your vision is. You need to be very sound about it. You don't have to be confused about what the vision is. Why do you want to go into it? What space do you want to cover? There are people there before you're coming in. So if you decide what you want to render a service, then you start to decide who will be your partner. You can't get up and want to decide who your partners will be without understanding yourself, first of all, why you're going into it and people you want to cater for. So you need to understand clearly what it is that you want to do. And then knowing that would help you a whole lot to also decide who are the people in that space that are offering things that will help you achieve those dreams. So basically, that's how you should choose who your partner would be. You can't just leave it open to anybody because that person might not be who would give you what you need to excel.
Okay, just to add to what Ugo has said, on top of vision is also your values, because everybody has different values, and not all values will mix. Also, depending on where you are, even as you have started, every phase will bring or will require something different. So wherever you are in your journey, even if you're just starting up, you have, whether 0 to 6 months or you have 1 year or you have 18 months. So your values and where you are, the things that you need at that point in time will be the things that will determine what sort of brand you want to work with. Do they offer the kind of training that you need for where you are in your business? Will they be able to, can you leverage on their community? Are you able to work with them? And then are they able to expose you to other things that you would ordinarily not have access to? So those are things that you want to look out for, because at the end of the day, it has to be a mutually beneficial relationship. It shouldn't be something that is just benefiting one person. So what are the things that you need, and who is able to give you those things that you need?
So basically, your journey, as you go into your journey, you just take a break, think about it. What do I need now? What do I need? Who do I need at this point? Okay, please.
Okay, for me, for hairstylists coming up, I think consistency is key. You need to be very consistent. And also, you need to invest in yourself. you shouldn't remain where you were last year. You should always think of how to improve on your skills, get knowledge. Also, I would advise that you pick a niche. For example, I do basically braids, all kind of braids, and ensure that you are good at it. Let people know you for what you do. If you are going to pick natural hair, be good at it, and let people know that this is what this brand is known for. Stand out among the crowd. The industry is saturated. We have a lot of people. People are coming up. There are people ahead of me. There are people behind. So you need to stay on top of your game at all times. You need to acquire skill, invest in yourself. And in choosing brand, make sure you collaborate with brands that are credible. You know, when you mention brand, you know you want to use their product to render service to your clients. And if you are using a product that is not nice, it's going to affect you as a brand. So I would advise you work with good brands like Darlene so that they make your brand also credible just as they are. And also, just like Kemi Louise has said, they are also going to expose you to people that you cannot ordinarily have met in your journey. So that's the advice I have for everyone.
Thank you very much. So what I would say, if you are starting a salon today, I'm adding to what everybody else has said, because it's very relevant to know the vision, know your values, and understand that you have to keep improving yourself. I would say that you should know your customers. Sorry, I'll go back to it. Understanding that everybody might not be your customer. So it's easier for you, because I know when I started, it was an issue. I felt like I wanted to service everybody, and I found out like it did not work. You have to know the customers that who appreciate your value, and then make sure that you open an account, because you have to keep a record. Like she said earlier, it's very important. It will help you with making decisions, with even going to the bank. If you have to show how your business is doing, you always have evidence to show that, oh, this is a registered business. This is something that someone can identify with. And yes, Darlene is a very good partner, because I remember they used to help us even financially. Like, you know, you could buy stuff and, you know, pay later. You know, they will do brand visibility for you. They will do sponsorship. They do trainings for staff, which is a lot. And they used to do it consistently for the salon. Thank you.
Yeah. And just to add to that, if there's like a brand or a business or a partner that you aim to have, you can reach out. Don't be scared to or hold back from reaching out, thinking that, okay, maybe I'm too small. And then in your reaching out, make sure that the value you're going to provide is going to be worth it. So it ties back to what everybody else has said. Don't, because I'm somebody to say, okay, maybe I'm not there yet. Let me perfect this craft before I get there. But sometimes that's holding you back from a lot of things that you can fully, truly achieve. So don't hold yourself back if you have the opportunity to. So that question I wanted to ask Ufoma that I skipped on. I'm back here. So Ufoma, training and skills development. You noticed how Marawa and Kemi mentioned them about how Darlene is known for training people with their staff ahead. They give you loans and all of those things. So training and skill development are crucial in this industry. Everybody knows that. If you don't ask, nobody's going to come back. I'm not going to go to a hairstylist that cannot make hair just because I like the person's face. That's a waste of my time. So training and skill development, crucial in this industry. How are brands like Darlene and Mega Growth supporting salons and stylists to level up their expertise?
Just picking up from where Funke and Mayowa had already, spoken of. I think a couple of months back, or years back, we were doing this thing called the Darlene Academy, right? Where they train stylists, upcoming stylists, salon owners, and how to make hair, and also how to relax hair. Basically, how to treat people's hair or your customers' hair. And we took a break on it because we wanted to ensure that we are serving the stylist right, and we are also giving you value. Right, and we are bringing that back. So it's something we do frequently. Something we go to salons, we go to stylists and ensure that, okay, can we pick some of the people working under you to train? This time we're also bringing it back, and I don't know if they would put it up. There's a QR code. So if you're a stylist or you know how to make hair or you own a salon, scan the QR code. There's a training we are organizing, and we'll reach out to you, right? It's one of the things that we are very key on in Darling and Mega Group, to ensure that we have customers that not just say they can do it, but they can do it well and prefer that, professional expertise to your customers. So you can, okay, cool. So you can scan the QR code and we'll reach out to you. This will be up for a couple of minutes so that you can feel it. It's not working. Okay.
Okay.
They'll fix it at the
team
back.
will work on it. Just
It will
give
work.
it a few
So
minutes.
it will be fixed. And if it doesn't, please come to our stand. Please come to our stand at the show, the Mega Growth and Darling stand. We would give you the link immediately so that you can register. Yeah?
Okay. Again, just to buttress what she says, if you would like to take this on, we have our booth in the exhibition hall. Just reach out to us, just get there, we'll have it for you ready. And then I think in time we might have it in our page, and maybe at the end of this conversation, we'll just sort that out, okay? So one question, I think this is the second to last question, unless something enters my head. So looking ahead, what opportunities, and I think that all of us can answer this question, what opportunities do you see for African salons and I'm saying African salons because right now we're talking to African women. This is the motherland. We're talking about beauty in the motherland. So what opportunities do you see for African salons and their brands to grow together locally and internationally? Because we don't want to be only local players. We want to be able to spread our wings and fly the entire world. So anybody that's ready to start, please, by all means.
Sure, why not? So I think, with African salons and beauty brands such as Darling, a great way to collaborate to be able to take that globally. A couple of things. So for instance, when it comes to research and development, so they could do things like, for instance, create limited edition products that are available only in their partner salons. For instance, what this would do is it would draw, again, mutually beneficial. It will bring people to the salons, and then the products, start to sell. They could take trade shows to, outside the shores of the country. So they could be, for instance, Darling and Make Me Salon, come see us in South Africa, kind of thing. It's true. You are laughing. I'm giving you some things there. So, and then that way you're able to, because again, there's an appeal for African culture, for African beauty, African food, and all of that. So it's a great way to be able to tap into that, develop products that are authentic to us in terms of the ingredients, in terms of the packaging, and take that around the world, and then be able to tell a story. And then again, because right now we do live in a global village, you're able to use the, social media, and then just take that all over the world, marketing, storytelling, and then use that follow-up with, as I said, maybe trade shows, some great research and developments, and the world is our oyster. So that's what I see, and I do hope, we get to see things like that. Yeah. Darling.
I think that's fantastic, actually. I'm excited. My brain is just tingling. That sounds very exciting. Okay.
I would like to add something to what Kemi said. First of all, you can't take what you don't have anywhere. You must have it first. You must be able to develop the product. You must be able to establish the product. And then you have to sell the product to the point where it's needed. Then that product will be good enough to solve people's problem before you start going out. And what I'm trying to say is, we as hairdressers has a great role to play. The manufacturer that is going to partner with you to create what you're possibly going to export are not producing for themselves. They are producing for us. We don't lead the way, they are not producing anything for you. Whatever they produce, they will still bring back to us to ask us, do you accept it or not? Is it going to be helpful? Now, that brings it back to us to ask, how and what are we creating? You can't take anything globally that is not unique. You are not going to borrow from them and you want to take it back to them. So we must be able to create something. We must be able to develop something. And then you can say, oh, you manufacturer, can you look at this? This is something I'm thinking of. And then you never know. That could be magical. It could just be one thing the whole world is waiting for. And the excuse of saying, oh, it's not going to work, please take that off your mind. You never know. It does not matter how many times you try it and what it is that you're putting together. Just bring it out. And then speak to somebody. Collaboration is not only on social media you do collaboration. You collaborate even on development and research. Trust me. Company like Darling listens very well. Go to them and say, I have this idea. Can you please take a look? They will give an ear. They will listen. And you never know what that will bring to the fore. And then we're talking about something we can take abroad. Because if we want to take all that we see on Instagram that is coming from abroad, you're not taking it anywhere. It's just for us to consume. So we have to do a little more. That's what I'm saying. We have to create more. Thank you.
Thank you. What I would say, an opportunity that I think that we can explore as salons here is to find a way to standardize our professionalism so that if you go to any salon, we can find a way to make it more professional, because we don't presently have that. There's a gap that is in different salons, So if we can find a way to do that. With the international market, I would say that the opportunity to do like online trainings is there, So at least we can look at it in that regard. It's just different opportunities that are available. Thank you.
Okay. For me, like we all know that the world is a global village, and all thanks to social media, we can put ourselves out there as hairstylists with our creativity. We are all creatives. We are good at what we do. So if we can put ourselves out there through the help of social media, I believe the world will see what we have. And also for brands, I believe in new product development, providing products that will meet up with, for example, trending styles. We need products available to meet up with what we want to do as creatives. If there's any hairstyle trending and the product is not available, you might not be able to fly. But if the brand listens to us as creative, like Salga said, that when we have any ideas, Darling is a very good brand we can talk to about our ideas. If you feel like there's a product that we need that will bring out our creativity, I think we should talk to them, and the brand should be able to meet up with the demand as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ifuma.
Yeah, just to bring in the brands to fall of what everyone has said now, we are very open to collaborating with stylists and to collaborating with salon owners. I think everyone on this stage, we have in one way or the other done a collaboration. And I don't think there's any one of them that will come to us today and say, oh, we want to do this thing in South Africa or want to do this thing in Kenya, and we will not, go ahead with them because we know that they are professionals. Even speaking to trends like what Funke has said, there's a viral video, right, of Darling, and you can go to our Instagram page, Darling Nigeria, that Ugo actually made, and it was basically picking up different colors for different bands and mixing it, together. We have it on TikTok, we have it on social media. Those are collaborations we do. I think in 2023, end of 2023, the Mega Group brand we were doing like a rebranding, right? And we invited Kemi Lewis to speak to people about their hair, because Mega Group doesn't just
we are not just for relaxed hair. We are for both relaxed hair and natural hair, right? We have products for those needs, for those two needs. So we are very open to doing these collaborations and ensuring that we meet the stylists. We are partners, right? We cannot be in this business without you, and you also need our products also to thrive in this business. And one of the things that Darling is known for is the variety of colors amongst every extension brand. And if you're a stylist, you will testify to that. We have variety of colors. We recently launched in Mega Growth a hair food, which is the anti-dandruff and the damage protection. And we have videos with Ugo that speaks about what those products do. Basically, I'm giving these examples to say, even I think, yes, Funke also has, we've done a couple of videos with her. I'm giving these examples to say, you know, like she had said, don't think you're too small. Don't think, you know, I'm too small. Am I up to these people? Would they hear me out? Would they? No, bring your ideas. You never know. You never know what the brands are planning at certain times. And just to wrap it up, Funke spoke about innovations and creativity. It's something that we are honestly on our feet most of the time to do. I will tell you, my hair, I'm on dreads, but you will know. But what I did was, this is my dreads right here, but what I did was put the Amigos dancing coil, right, into the dreads. That makes it look like this. My hair is natural dreads. So that is the creativity that we bring to fore. And of course, it's not just black, it's different colors that we also have in there.
Just to confirm all of this, it's not just talk. Put it to test. I recently launched a braid style. We call it Swiss braid. And Darling jump on it. We want to be partner with you. Let's create this style together. And people have not really seen, and very soon you will start seeing. So you know from here now, there's a new braid in town, right? And thanks to these guys, it's not, just try yourself. Don't say, oh, and you know, the funny thing is that everybody has an idea of something. It always comes. And sometimes you will leave us, sometimes you will come back, put it to practice and test yourself.
Okay, just to highlight this, I know that we're looking at them on the stage and they're like big brands. And we're thinking, these are big salons now. Will they answer me that my hair is just starting out? I just want to highlight, I just want to speak to that. We have communities with smaller hair salons where we take feedback and have conversations from time to time on important things like this. Your feedback, your experience, both for you and your consumer, are very important in how the brand is built, both for Darling and Mega Growth. So just to emphasize, they are only the experiences as well-known brands and well-known salons or big salons. Even as a small salon or somebody starting up with only maybe your family members as your core target audience or your core consumers, take it into consideration that we actually care about your opinions and your experiences both as consumers and hairstylists. So I want to wrap up with one last question because they're choking me over there.
It's our turn.
Yes. So in one sentence, why is hair truly more than hair to you? For women, so you can take it from the point of view of for women, for salons, or for the brands, Darling and Mega Growth, whatever point of view you want to take it from. So in one sentence, please don't come and give us gist, I'm begging you. In one sentence, why is hair truly more than hair? Anybody can start.
Okay. I'm an artist. I express my artistry through hair. For that reason, I don't want you looking same. I want us to be as expressive as, let it be infinite. Come today, we're changing it. Tomorrow, another thing. Why must you look same? I just want to express myself. You, my client, is my canvas, and I will paint.
Love it for us. Thank you.
So for me, in one sentence, I would say hair for the woman, for the African woman, is where she carries her story. It's where she carries her identity. It's where she carries her resilience and the struggle she has been through. She carries the evidence of the children she has birthed and what it has done to her. So that is, for me, is what hair is to the woman.
For me, hair is confidence. When a woman looks good, when her hair looks good, she feels good about herself. So to me, hair is confidence.
Simple, short, sweet.
Yes, I agree with what everybody has said, because I don't know what else to say. I would say that it builds self-esteem. So if you are feeling down, please do your hair. If you are sad, go and do your hair. Exactly.
You get instant glow up. Your skincare, just natural skincare.
Right. So I'll just bring you back to the brands because that's what I'm here to do. Okay, so for us, it's basically, when we were talking and I was just thinking, women do go through a lot. Yeah. We do go through a lot with our hair, with our skin, different things. And our purpose or our main aim is to reduce your stress. Yeah. Really. It's to just reduce your stress. What do you want? Do you want a pre-stretched beard? We have it. Do you want it in blue? We have it. Do you want something that will cure your dandruff? We have it. Yeah. So it's just to reduce your stress.
Yeah. And for me, more than hair is the opportunity to be yourself as truly and authentically as you can be. Thank you so much for listening. You guys have been fantastic. Best audience ever. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. And my panelists, you guys have been exceptional. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, your experience, and your value with us. We cannot say thank you enough. Thank you so much. If you can just, I think we can wrap it up by taking a group picture. Yeah? Thank you. Please keep clapping.
I believe we can make the applause louder. Come on, give it up for the amazing women and men that have given us wisdom in the last 40 plus minutes. Please, a round of applause again. Our final panel session for today is going to begin very, very shortly. And don't forget what we mentioned at the start of the day. For every one of you who have remained seated from the beginning up until the very last moment, we have goodie bags for you. You want to celebrate Beauty in the Motherland for that? Please put your hands together. If your applause is not loud enough, we will cancel the goodie bags. I thought as much. Just kidding, actually. We don't do that here. Now, for this final panel session, just while the pictures have been taken, I will just introduce the topic we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the power of personal brands. And I know that all of you seated in this room have personal brands, and we're just going to talk about how you can harness the power of your personal brand. We'll take a 2-minute music break, and we'll be right back. Also, the QR code that was displayed earlier and a lot of you could not scan is back up now.
Use the time it takes to play this ad to apply sun protection with 0% white residue. Prevent damage from the sun.
My skin is my identity, my strength. It's unique and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, enriched with 95% pure vitamin C and pulp extract. For visibly radiant and even-toned skin in just 2 weeks. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, for your shade of beautiful.
Fact or myth? 75% of harmful UVA rays pass through clear glass. Fact. Let's face the facts with the world's #1 sun protection brand. Protects your face from irreversible damage from the sun. Nivea is for skin. Fact or myth? UV rays can't damage your skin on cloudy days. Myth. Let's face the facts with the world's #1 sun protection brand. Protects your face from irreversible damage from the sun. Nivea is for skin.
Skincare. For my underarms? Let's talk about it. Nivea Pearl and Beauty. With pearl extract and avocado oil. Leaves my underarms soft and beautiful. I get care and 72-hour protection in one deo. Nivea Pearl and Beauty, the only skincare my underarms need. Skin is for having it all. Nivea is for skin.
Come on! I'm the photographer Black Milk. I have an exhibition in 8 weeks about how things get better with time. Let's go! Darling Natural Twist inspired me. how the twists blend with her hair over time. How she actually feels more confident.
Perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. That's definitely worth celebrating. Darling Natural Twist. Twists that get better every day. Just like you.
Okay, next, Mary John, who is also known as Beauty Goddess, and she's the founder of Glitz. We also have Kim Opara, who is the founder of Kim's Secrets. Nanfe Kefas Oyeleke, who is the CEO of Nanfe Home and Beauty Essentials. Last but not the least, Delphine Okoronkwo, CEO of Bare to Beauty Cosmetics. So I'll wait for everyone to get on stage. I think we can do better than that. Let's keep clapping till they take a seat. Thank you very much. Thank everyone for being here, and thank you to our amazing panelists for taking time out to be here today. This should have been a 2 p.m. session, and we're just starting now, so I apologize for the time that has been spent. So let's just get right into it, and let's start with the basics. What does personal brand really mean in practice? And I'll start with you, Vivian. You manage both a consulting firm and a creative agency. How do you ensure your personal brand remains distinct without getting lost behind the brands of your clients?
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I would say it's really tricky to be able to do that, but from a place of experience, it's the best way to go. Because one thing we've been able to achieve with Shefa, and for me, even individually, is knowing that when you are championing a brand, and you're also championing yourself as a brand that clients can trust, there should be distinctions on who you are as a person and how you present yourself to be. But the most important thing that will always be fundamental is the value that you bring should be constant. And that is always going to be interpreted in everything that you do. If you have a headache, great. If you don't align with a few things, there are compromises to be made. But it's really important to just stick to the value of what you bring, and that will always be what you attach to clients, brands, and even things you have to do personally. So that's what I believe.
Super. Thank you very much, Vivian. I'll go to Beauty Goddess. Your journey is quite different, but just as personal. You've merged your personal identity with your business. How do you manage the balance between being John Mary, the person, and Beauty Goddess, the brand?
Hi, everyone. It is not the easiest thing to do, but I make sure I pour myself into my brand and don't lose myself while doing it. So when I am Beauty Goddess, I am focused on serving my audience and also bringing good stuffs to them. And also when I am John Mary, I make sure that I live and reflect and also live outside the brand. And I think that's a perfect balance on making both sides healthy. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Kim. So balance can be quite tricky, I understand. Kim, you've approached it through storytelling. Storytelling plays a big role in branding. How has this helped make Kim's Secret stand out in the beauty and lifestyle market?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
So for me, mystery has always worked for me. So as the name of my brand suggests, Kim's Secrets, which is a beauty brand, when someone hears the word secret, it's intriguing, it's captivating. It brings about asking a question. What exactly is this person selling? What are you doing? When I say mystery has always worked for me, people always want to know, what is Kim doing? How has she kept her skin looking so radiant and nourished without, the bleaching or the lightening? So there was a whole conversation about that, especially when I was in Big Brother house. A lot of people kept asking, what do you do? What do you use on your skin? What's different about you? So it birthed my brand, Kim's Secret, because I felt that it was something that needed to be shared, because it was a personal secret to me. I know everybody has their skincare routine and how they, go about taking care of their skins that might differ from one person to another. So that's what birthed Kim's Secret. So I'm selling to you what works for me that can also work for you. And when we do things like that, I'm pretty sure, with a show of hands, anyone, who has bought a product from a brand just because of the name of the brand? With show of hands. Exactly. So that's what Kim's Secret does. It breeds a conversation before you even buy the product or know of the brand.
Thank you very much for that, Kim. To Namfe, you've managed to stretch your brand across categories without losing clarity. Namfe bridges beauty and lifestyle. How did you craft a personal brand strong enough to move seamlessly across these categories without confusing your audience?
Hi, everyone. I love when I go into a space, I can solve problems. And I think that my brand oftentimes has solved problems for me. And beyond that, I've solved problems, a lot of problems for others. When I started Nafed, the clothing line, I started as a model who wanted to wear a certain type of clothes, who was looking for something that was not really what I was seeing. And then my brand itself now started as a clothing brand when I wanted to create something that was different out in the market. And by that, I am one person who loves creativity. I do multiple things. I am blessed. I would say that I'm blessed. I believe that in life you can do multiple things if you put your mind to it, and you can perfect everything if you really, really want to do it. I birthed Nafe as a brand for clothes, and then when I had my first son, I wanted some specific type of clothing with linen, clothes that I didn't need to go abroad to buy, that also has quality, but at the same time can serve for people like me who wanted to buy some certain type of clothes for their children and could not get it in Nigeria. So that solved my problem, and it solved problems for other people. And eventually, then the home and body. I love experiences. I love pamper. And oftentimes, I've realized that I wanted women to feel good, not just from the clothes they wore, but within themselves, and even like the self-care that came with it. So now, the product clothes, but it gives you an experience. And you get that experience when you walk into our store, because it smells nice, it looks good, and it's very welcoming. And I feel like every woman deserves that. She deserves to feel good and to wear something really good. And her kids also need to wear something really, really good.
Well done, well done. That's very difficult to do. So finally, for Delphine, your brand speaks to transformation. The name Beauty Beauty suggests transformation. How does this philosophy reflect your personal journey and brand identity as a founder?
Hi everyone, my name is Delphine Okoronkwo, as she has introduced. Well, Bare to Beauty is more than just makeup. It's about the journey of transformation, as the name implies. So I love the feeling of someone coming in, grumbling, bare, just that, and then the transformation process, and to see the faces of my clients after the transformation. I mean, nothing gives me better joy. And I've been blessed because I have never had a client say, even during, maybe some picky clients during the process, they can be like, oh, why is this like this? Why is that like that? But I've been blessed that for the many, many years I've been doing this, I have never had a client complain or say. They're always so ecstatic, so happy after the transformation. So that's what is in it for me, the happiness and the joy that comes from my clients' faces after the fact. Yeah.
Thank you very
much.
much.
And also, I didn't, for the products, so I brought out Bare to Beauty Cosmetics as well, from Bare to Beauty, because I saw a gap. I mean, people look at Nigerian brands as, oh, it's just Nigerian brands. So I needed a brand that will come in, that it's luxury, but the price is not luxurious, let me put it that way. So I wanted an affordable luxury product for people that love makeup. So I brought out Bare to Beauty Cosmetics, and so far, it's been going well, and all of you has been loving it. And if you're here and haven't used Bare to Beauty Cosmetics, we're here today. So afterwards, please come and see us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delphine. Thank you. So now let's talk about credibility and trust, which is essential for every strong brand. So I'll go back to Vivian for this one. In a competitive consulting space, credibility is everything. What deliberate steps have you taken to build and sustain trust in your personal brand?
If I talk now, it looks as if I'm bragging.
It's okay to brag.
Okay, I will say just consistent excellence, and being true to yourself, knowing the reason why you're doing this in the first place. I knew why I was doing this. I knew why it was necessary to do this. So it's clear to me every time. There's no big brief, there's no small brief. There's no big brand, there's no small brand. The same attention to detail you will give what someone might think is a small brief is the same attention to detail I will give a big corporation. The key thing for me has always been my work will always be my business card to the world. There will always be someone watching. The world is smaller than it has ever been. But that's why I say I don't want to brag, but I would say I've been doing this for over 12 years. 90% of my work has been referrals. 90% or even more has been referrals, because every time I have approached work, I have done it with the same excellent spirit that I have seen that there is a gap for, and somebody told someone, and another person told someone, and the only continent I have not worked with is Antarctica. We've not worked with Antarctica yet, but it will happen, because that is just the truth. You set out to be sure about who you are, how you want to apply yourself in an industry, and you remain consistent at this. That's how I can say we've been able to do this. Another thing is, I have been clear on the effort and reward system for me. I understand that there's a place, we're in a religious society, there's a place for grace, there's a place for luck, there's a place for faith, but I'd rather not just wait and see if it's going to fall on my own lot. I'll do my own part, and I ensure everybody I'm working with understands the nuance of why we are doing this. So we do our parts, and then we are rewarded for the effort. Sometimes effort isn't loud. Sometimes effort isn't that we are sweating.
sometimes effort can be silent, but it's very impactful. So I would say consistent effort and realizing that the excellence that you bring is the biggest business card you have. So that is what retains the credibility I still have and will always have. Yeah, so that's
awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that. Nanfe, trust is also critical in wellness and lifestyle. Trust is key when dealing with, lifestyle wellness products. How have you used your personal brand to build consumer confidence in Nanfe?
I think that even here at Beauty in the Motherland, the first time we exhibited, we did not just want to exhibit products. We wanted to give an experience, and I think that we did that with Nafe Home. When a product is good, it calls for you. Sometimes you don't even need to shout so much. The smell of our product attracted people to our stand because people walked by and they were like, something smells good here. We could hear them say it. We could hear people turn their heads and like, where is the smell coming from? What is this? They wanted to know us. They wanted to see what our products were like. And we had experience through different products, which made it more exciting. For a brand that was so young and was so new, people were very happy with what they got. And we're very particular about the type of product we also made. We had palm kernel oils, which reminded you of your grandma. Because who sells palm kernel oil in Nigeria right now as a proper product? You buy it in the market. But then what did we do to make that palm kernel oil stand out? How did we make our candles? They were made in hot jars, like it looked like my village. I tell stories with my product beyond just selling a product. You go through an experience. So by the time you buy it, you hear people say, oh, this candle doesn't smell even when I burn it. My candles, you don't need to even burn it. It is there, you're experiencing it. It smells. My butters, you glide them on your skin and it just melts into your skin. It it doesn't look greasy, but it makes you look soft and it feels soft. Now, I have seen so many faces from people who came to us last year, families, moms with their daughters, people who have been going around saying they are looking for me, even go to different brands to say, I'm looking for this brand, and then they show them our stand. And one thing that I can hear them say is, I was looking for you, because I knew I was going to get something great this year. I wanted to see what more you brought to the table. And we also made sure that we had new things to also, put on the table for them to see. We have a whole diffuser fountain. You can't pass through that road and not smell those. It will turn your head, So it's beyond just the aesthetic. It's also about the experience. And I think that has oftentimes now built confidence where people are like, oh, I swear by this brand. My diffusers are not diluted with spirit. You have it, it lasts really long. People ask me, okay, so it does last long, how would they come back? And I'm like, if it does last long and they don't come back fast, yes, maybe I'm not making that much money, but they know that if they buy it for 100K, it is value for money and more people are going to come, and this is the standard of products I want to sell. And I want them to keep telling more people that this product, they swear by it. So if I tell you it's 150K, it's 150K, and they know that it's worth that price. And I have seen people come to our store where they are like, but I bought diffusers and it just vanishes. And they are like, no, I bought diffuser last year from her and it really does last. So I think oftentimes, also you just using the product yourself. I mean, I look good and I'm not trying to be proud. That also builds confidence, and you also show your both online and offline how those products has also elevated your life and has also improved your life. So I think trust can be built from that.
Thank you so much, Nanfe. Delphine, in such a competitive beauty market, credibility matters too. What strategies have helped you maintain credibility and trust with your consumers in such a competitive industry?
Well, our customers have grown to trust us, trust our brand, the brand in general, Better Beauty, because most makeup artists here will know that we're not just doing makeup. Sometimes we're also therapists, because the customer will pour themselves, their heart to you. Sometimes they are fighting with one person or the other. And my brand is... okay, yeah, so they get what I mean. So I have clients that know each other, and these are like high-profile women, most celebrities, and all of that. You don't go to do a client's makeup and you say, oh, I even heard that person talked about you, or have you heard this person say this? So I feel like for me, it's the trust that my clients have in me. They pour their hearts to me, they say whatever they want to say, and I take it in, I give advice where I have to. And some of these are my aunties, like, they are not like small people. So I feel like over the years, my clients have grown to trust me and my brand.
Well done. Thank you. So personal branding today is also about how visible and vulnerable we choose to be. So this is going to you, Beauty Goddess. Visibility online often comes with vulnerability. How do you navigate criticism or backlash while protecting your brand identity?
Okay, I feel like not everybody is going to like what you do and how you do it. So what I do is I take the reasonable criticism, the real ones, and then I leave the negativity. I don't allow it to affect me. And that's literally what I do.
Pretty straightforward. Kim, your audience connects with you personally as well. What role has vulnerability played in your journey of building a personal brand that resonates with women?
That's a very interesting question. There's different sides to everyone. And for me, how I've been able to do that, different platforms show the different sides to Kim. On Instagram, it's purely portfolio, CV, buzz babe, buzz vibes, and all of that. On TikTok, you get to see the funny side of me. I dance sometimes on TikTok. I use the funny sounds so people can see, oh, she might be, this boss chick, independent lady, or whatever it is that anyone calls me. But at the same time, you still see that playful side of me, and they're able to relate to me. You go to Snapchat, you see my day-to-day life. When I wake up, you see Kim the sister, Kim the friend, Kim the daughter. Okay? And on Twitter, sometimes you see violence, you don't see violence. It all depends. So to me, that's how I show my vulnerability. I don't want to do too much overconsumption on one app, so I've decided to show different sides of me on different apps. Yes.
Thank you. Vivian, as someone who helps brands tell stories, how do you balance authenticity with the polished image clients often want to project?
First rule, you shall not outshine your brand. You shall not outshine your clients. What has worked is being able to understand the nuance of brand and business strategy, especially for the culture in which you work in. We are able to morph into whatever the client needs. You are able to morph into the DNA of the brand to ensure that you are excellently projecting what the brand needs you to do. Also, from the place of the client, every client is different. It's almost, I read law before I did branding. So one unspoken rule is your client is never telling you the truth, 100%. So no matter what, when issues are tabled and a brief is put together and you know what you are supposed to offer from a place of value or solution, you do it with your mind open that you might not know 100%, but you release yourself as a vessel just to carry out exactly what that brand needs. And it's okay for me, maybe because of the kind of personality type I have, I'm great to work behind the scenes. I love to engineer. I love to do that. And I think it should be something that every person in branding or brand management or strategy should be able to accept. You let your brand shine. Let your clients shine. Be happy to be the one to put the flashlight on them, and let it grow. That's where you shine even the brightest. It's not a personality struggle or tussle ever for me, because the more I'm able to allow a brand be and allow the knowledge I've been able to gain with the experience of different cultures and different consumer cultures shine in the way I'm able to treat different brands, it shows that I know what I'm doing. It shows that they can trust me. It shows that the brands are safe in good hands, and there will never be a reason why they have to worry on would there be issues where there's a clash of personality. So I think that's key for me. And one thing that is really, really strong is understand the culture of your clients and understand the culture of your brand. If it's an understated brand, please be understated. If you are a natural, bubbly person, it doesn't mean that the brand has to become like you for you to communicate perfectly. I think it's important to always understand nuance, understand where you are, understand how they work, and release yourself as a vessel to morph into it. It's almost like a mannequin in fashion. A new hairstyle, a new dress, the mannequin wears it, looks great, moving on to the next. I think that's how I'm able to work. I'm just able to work as a vessel. The entire team understands this is what we have to do, this is why the brief is this way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. To Nafe, consistency is what keeps a personal brand alive over time. Many entrepreneurs struggle with consistency. How have you maintained visibility and relevance over the years, especially with multiple ventures?
We all know the struggle now. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard to have your life, still have a business, deal with the problem that comes with the business, and then still be able to be a sane person is a lot. But one thing that I've found out recently was asking for help. I realized that for someone who likes to do things by themselves, that the worst thing that can happen to you is thinking you don't need help. To be consistent sometimes and not be able to burn out, you need to put structures. You need to ask for help when things become too much. You need to put a structure where things can run with or without you. Then just keep at it, keep going. I like the word keep going because it just helps you to pick up yourself even when it is a lot. And also, I think one thing that keeps me consistent to enable me to still be in this business is knowing where I come from. I know where I come from. I didn't come from a lot. I had to work my ass through to get to where I am. When they say choose your poison, it's either you are poor, you fail, or you go back to people who depend on you to not having anything, and also just being that self-confident woman who can provide for herself, for her family, and be able to be successful in whatever she does. So when I remember that the option of failure is to be broke, is to not, is to go back to where I'm coming from, then it reassures me to even work harder, to put myself in a place of, you have to put everything you've got in this because failure is not an option. So I think when you can find whatever it is that made you to start that which you've started, when it starts to get hard and consistency becomes a thing where you struggle, remind yourself why you started in the first place. Then it will help you to, keep going. And if you keep going at something, somehow you figure it out and you become a house name, you don't get bored. And I think that's why I do a lot. and tie it together. So I'm not bored because I'm a creative. I don't want to be bored. So just keep doing it and remember why you started in the first place.
Thank you very much for that. So this also applies to influencers. So going back to Beauty Goddess, many influencers fade over time. What's been your key to sustaining long-term relevance and turning influence into business longevity?
So I think my secret is growth because I keep evolving, I keep learning, and I keep listening to my audience. And when they trust and see value in it, I think that makes them stick and it makes the brand stronger. So,
thank you. Kim, personal branding often requires adaptability. Can you share a moment when you had to reinvent or reframe your brand identity to stay ahead?
Okay, so when I started out in the industry, I started out as a model. From a model, I became a pageant queen. And then we all know when I debuted, first I was introduced into the world through Big Brother Naija, 2019 set. At that point in time, there had to be a switch. I was a girl from just fresh out of school that was doing pageantry, modeling. In fact, I think that's literally who I was in the house. I was doing beauty queen, and all of that. But now it was time for me to become a brand. The choice was to either fade out or to make something of myself that people can, relate to. And I tried so many things. I'm not even going to lie. I tried so many things to see what would stick, but someone told me, VJ Adams, he had told me that it's best to do one thing and people know you for that and then branch out into doing other sectors. So what I did was to see what works for me. What do you love doing? This statement is overflogged. Be yourself, right? We've all heard this, right? Be yourself on social media. It's definitely overflogged, but it's what works. Because once you do what you love doing and who you are, it's easier to stay the course of time and consistently do that without burning out. So what I did was to pick a niche for myself. Lifestyle, beauty, travel. When you come to my page, you know what you're coming for. You know you're coming to see lifestyle. You know you're coming to see travel. You want to experience. Some people are not opportuned to see the best out of this world. So people come to you to experience that is a lived experience for them when they come to your page. So that is what I give my audience and whatever, and people that follow me. So that was what I decided. I decided I had to adapt to, from who I was to become someone else, and it just in a better light, right? Now, moving to today, I'm not just a lifestyle creator or a travel beauty. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a woman of standing in society. You understand? When you speak, people listen. So I've had to adapt several times, even the different Gen Z now, because I'm a millennial, so I can say that. We have the Gen Z now, and there are different trends every single day. If you have to clap, you clap. If you have to jump, you jump. I might not do everything, but I pick my battles, and I see, okay, if this, like TikTok now, like I said, TikTok is like the biggest thing for Gen Zs. Sometimes I pick some of the easiest dances that I can move my body to and do it. Sometimes I pick some of like the funny challenge. So you have to, in a digital era like this, there's so many people doing what you're doing. You must be able to adapt to society and the constant change. But also remember to be true to yourself, because you cannot be someone else. And when you try to be somebody else, trust me, it won't last you long. You won't be able to stay that person for a long time. But once you're doing what you're doing, that speaks to who you are, you'll be able to stay consistent and go far.
Thank you very much, Kim. So authenticity is very, very important. Personal brands also reflect culture and values. And Delphine, as your brand grows, how do you ensure your personal values remain visible in the way Bare to Beauty shows up in the market?
Yeah, so my brand is actually based on simplicity. I mean, if you look at me, if you look at my products, if you look at, you see class, you see sophistication, you still see simplicity. So I feel like I've been true to myself, like Kim has said. You can't be anybody else but yourself. So the way I show up is the same way my brand shows up. When I started doing makeup, I said to God, I said, I want to be known for something. I don't want to, I don't follow trends. I just pick, like she said as well, pick my battles. If there's things raining, I'll be like, oh, okay, this one. But I wanted you to see my makeup or see my brand or see me and say, oh, we know what she stands for. We know what she's going for. And so far, I've been like that over the years, the brows have changed. People have copied me, left me, started copying other people. I'm still where I am. And people that come to me, come to me. That's who I am. So it's very important you can look at the trends, but don't follow. You don't copy. You have to be yourselves. And people will always come back to you. People that love you will love you, and they will always come back to you. And you have to be your brand. You have a product. Don't separate them too much. I know that your personal brand is your personal brand, and your business is your business, but people must see you in your business. It's very, very important. I also train people. We have a Better Beauty Academy, and we train people to do makeup. And some people will come and say, oh, I don't want to do makeup on myself. I want to just learn how to do makeup on others. But we don't train like that. You start bringing people maybe on the third week. You must be able to do makeup on yourself. You must be able to show up, and people will look at you and say, are you a makeup artist, or who did your makeup? That's how you also sell your brand. You must look like your brand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Every brand involves risk and learning along the way. So Vivian, this is for you. From your experience advising others, what's the most overlooked aspect of personal branding that makes or breaks long-term success?
There's not just one. That's the thing. Personally, I would say, okay, I can put it like an ACER method, ACER, yes. Ambition, consistency, effort, and reward. Ambition is not a dirty word. Honestly, as a woman in business and as a Nigerian woman in a very culturally religious space, when you talk about ambition, people might cringe and be like, calm down. But I want everybody here, especially the women here, to understand ambition is not something you should think about in the negative. It's ambition that makes you want to do the best that you can. Ambition is your fuel. And so for me, it had to start first with ambition. I wanted to achieve something. And then consistency. Consistently doing something to the point that you have the discipline to master that craft. It can seem monotonous and boring, and it might seem like, when does it end? We have a lot of young people just waiting to blow, but that I cannot skip. There is process. I have learned that consistency is what makes me, this is simple. Consistency is what makes me recognize my mom's or her soup. Because everybody here who has experienced the love of a mom, who has poured herself into the kitchen, there will be one signature food that you know, wherever you are in the world, even if you taste it, you know it's your mother that made it, right? It's the same thing with your personal brand. Your consistency accumulates to give you the equity of what you are creating. My mom's oha soup did not become spectacular in one day. It has been days and years of doing the same thing, cutting the same vegetables, using the same ingredients, the same palm oil over and over again until she mastered the craft, and until my own brain and my own tongue and then my own heart has registered it, That wherever I am in this world, I know saying that my mama make am. That's exactly the kind of consistency you need to put in your personal brand. To the point that you know that you know that you know that this is what I am capable of. To apply it in my own work, there are some, because you have brands that have the same brand houses, and sometimes there are some campaigns that come on. My friends will send me a message and be like, Vian, I know that wasn't you. I know you didn't execute that. And I laugh about it, but I take it as a compliment because I'm like, I'm happy that you can see the signature of what I do. Because it's the consistency that makes them know that, no, she couldn't have handled that. No, she couldn't have done that. That cannot be her work. That's exactly the same consistency I'm asking you to put in building your own personal brand. Then efforts. Like I said, most people think when they say put more effort, you think you need to sweat. The most effort for me has always been very, very silent efforts. And I keep saying simple things like a self-audit every day. 5 minutes, just you. Remind yourself why you are even doing this in the first place. What are you even doing it for? Who are you doing it for? Are you really, really doing it because you love it? If it's the money, then it's not a bad thing. That's what I keep saying. Ambition is not a bad thing. It gives you clarity to know the reason why you need to really grind. If you have weighed it from a 2-minute self-audit and be like, do I really love what I'm doing? Is this really necessary? It has helped me in many years to be able to walk away from things that many people cannot walk away from. Because if it doesn't align with my own belief system, I will not do it because it will not be consistent with the person I am. It will no longer be consistent with the value that I bring. And as I said, after effort, there is reward. It is a fact of life. You sow, you reap. When you sow, you water, you harvest. If you sow, you go and play. Anything your eyes see, it's the same thing with your personal brand. The effort you are going to apply, you are doing it not just because you feel like suffering yourself or you feel like sacrificing to the point of saying, where does it go from here? You are doing it because there's a goal line of reward that you are hoping that will accumulate for you. And when you skip that, you enter into a place of compound interest. Compound interest means for 10 years you have been grinding. You to come to a time wherein you do not have to put your hand to the plow as much and you're getting in a lot of harvest. People will just be wondering, how? But they did not see that time wherein you were doing everything you could possibly do and doing the hard work, not only for yourself, on your own mind, training your mind every day to believe in things that people did not even tell you that was possible. So consistency, key. Ambition is like Nigeria, where everything is working against you. There must be something that is driving you to want to do this. Something needs to drive you to keep being excellent. Find it, hold it. Remain consistent at it until you can do it in your sleep. Hold that. Put in effort every day. It doesn't have to be something that will exert you, but something that will mean value to you. Do that. And then your reward will come. I think that's what has worked for me, and the same thing I will share with you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. So just note, ambition, consistency, effort, and then reward follows. So to you, Namfe, what's been the biggest personal risk you've taken to elevate your personal brand, and how did it pay off? Risk. Yeah.
Okay. I think that would be becoming a model, because I come from the north, and not just like I was born in the northeast, so where I come from, the mindset of like family, my people, and like how modeling was perceived is very, very different. That industry is like, I don't know how to explain it. Even as a Nigerian child, we understand how some parents who are very reserved, conservative can be. Then imagine coming from the background of someone who was born and raised from a northeast Nigeria, then moved to North Central. My dad is from North Central. My mom is from the Northeast. And I just realized that I liked taking pictures. I was very photogenic. I have this chiseled face that we call Te Animuni in Hausa. Help me get ugly. It's supposed to be an ugly thing. And then you realize that cheekbones are actually one of the hottest things that people would pay for. And your face becomes like one of the most of that. And because of how your face have really take the bull by the horn, and like really knowing that I have to do this because I really feel like I belong, like something was calling me for this. I wanted something for myself. There was a lot of like fights of me not showing up after school, of not being at home, of deciding to be this girl. That people would call my family at home and say, oh, they see my pictures on Facebook looking this certain way. But what comforted my mom was knowing the type of child I was, even though it was difficult to understand it. She started to see why this worked out for me, and eventually it paid off, because everything that I am today was because I took that step and I took that risk. And I didn't really care what anybody would say. And it paid off, because if it didn't, then it would have been the worst thing I had done. But then it became the biggest risk that changed my life, and it changed my life. It paid way for me, and that brought me to where I am, like sitting right here. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be sitting here. I don't think I would be here, so yeah.
That's very brave. Thank you very much, Nafe. So now I'm going to open up to the audience to ask questions. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time, so we can take probably 2 or 3 questions at most. So anyone have any questions? Any hands? Okay. There's someone there. There's someone just right there.
So my question is for Nafe. So the question is, you said, so the question is, you mentioned being from the north and modeling, and I understand how typical northern parents, how did you juggle do that? Like, how did you juggle that? And
honestly, like I said, I really had to prove myself somehow, because I really wanted that for myself. I think sometimes when you show that you really want something and you are not really, is like you are worth the risks. They can see results of your decision. Sometimes your parents or the people around you, they would. And for me, I needed my mom to see that I'm good at this. I think she always knew, because, I mean, just as a child, she saw the things I did at home. I was always that child. You know that one that they say, that child. So I think that I would be considered best. I would put in my best, and I wanted to become the best in whatever that I did. Somehow, she just had to come around, because I was not going to budge. I was not going to come home. I took to my village. Was my mom's decision. It wasn't a decision for me. That place was not a place of growth. It wasn't a decision for me. That place was not a place of growth. For me, I didn't see a vision of me growing as a person in the career that I wanted, direction for my own life. So I had to do it.
Thank you. I hope that answers your question. Super. Do you have any other questions? Okay. So we can only take those 2 at the back.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Karina Ololo, and I have a question for the founder of Kim's Secrets. All right, so I have this community, Puha Network, and there's this question that comes up all the time. What do you have to say to that lady who wants to, change her personal brand? Now, I'm asking you because you were in the Big Brother house, so I can understand that change where you're like, okay, you know what, I don't want to be, that person, you want to make a name for yourself and all those kind of things, right? So what do you have to say to that lady that, wants to just level up and, change her personal brand? Maybe she has always been looked at a certain type of way. Now she wants to be looked at a certain type of way. What do you have to say to that lady? Yeah, that's my question.
Okay, thank you for that question. First things first, we're now in an age that CV works, but right now your personal brand is your CV, is your portfolio. You go for a visa interview, they ask you for your social media handle. So first thing is, what do I want the world to do when they come to my page? What do you want people to say about you when you are not in that space? What do people say when they hear your name? Kim Opera. What comes after it? So that's the first thought. Then you pen down. My notes, I'm a very digital person, but if you have a pen and paper, you can do that. Write down the different things you feel like you can do. And start trying them. Tick them off your list one by one until you get to the one that you're very comfortable in and you feel like this is something I can wake up and do and not even think about it or stress. This is how I want to be perceived. And take it and run with it as fast as you can, because once that thought comes into your mind, 1,000,001 people have that same thought at that same point. But what sets you apart is the first to market advantage. I would always say that. When I started out, there wasn't so many people in the travel space. Yes, we had normal influencers, normal creators, but we didn't have anyone in the travel space. And how I started it was, you know what, if you're not going to give it to me, I pitched myself to different brands, don't get me wrong. Yes, I pitched myself to different brands. I pitched and pitched and pitched, especially with my brand, Keep It Moving Travel. I pitched and pitched and pitched so much that the amount of no's I got was alarming. But what I did was, if you're not going to create that space for me, I will create it for myself. It might be hard, it might be expensive, it might be capital intensive, right? But start. Do it anyways. Do it afraid. I started Keep It Moving way before I went into Big Brother house. It was called Kim Takes. I barely had so much money to be doing it on the magnitude I'm doing it now. If you go to my YouTube channel and go down the clips, you will see, I used to call it Kim Takes. I did Kim Takes Kaduna, Kim Takes Port Harcourt. I kept it local. I kept it to what I could actually try, and do within my small circle of friends, And that's where I birthed that. I only was able to capitalize on it because I saw it as a strength of mine when the opportunity or the platform was provided for me. So like I said, write everything down, try your hands at different things and come to understand what really works for you. Like I said, being true to yourself is the most important thing because that's the only way you can stay consistent for people to now know you as the new person that you want to be or be perceived as. So don't forget, your personal brand is your CV, please. Right now, your personal brand, if you don't have a digital presence, I would implore you to have one. Even if you want to create a private page, you're scared of people talking about, have one. Because you never know what you might need it for and where it will take you to. We have people right now that are standing on the biggest stages from just showing up online. That can be you tomorrow. So please take advantage of this digital era.
Thank you very much for that, Kim. Our next question, please.
Good evening, everyone. My question is for everyone. The panel, sorry. How did you handle the period when your business was not going well? For instance, when you were not getting clients or bookings, do you think that time of a business owner to step back or considering rebuilding?
Okay, so we can only have one person answer. I don't know who wants to go for it.
Let me just quickly say something about... Okay, so my personal Kim's secret, right? we plainly sell shea butter and black soap. And in the day and society that we are, that, everybody wants to either lighten their skin or brighten their skin, it's a terrible market to be in. But what I do take away from it is, there's so many people that still want to focus on just hydrating and moisturizing their skin. And if I can cater to that market, that is all that is important to me. It might not be good every day, but there are people that need you. And if you remove yourself from the market, those people don't know where to go. They will be forced or almost persuaded into going into the market of brightening, lightening. Not an issue if that's your choice of, poison. But there's a market that you cater to. So just try and just stay and be there for them. It might not be easy, but one day can be the day that will take you to a place that, you know what, there's no going back. You blow up so much that, everyone now is using your brand. Take, for example, a brand like Arami. Arami sells shea oil. There was a time that they've been in the market. You guys don't even know how many years they've been in the market until they blew up. But look at them today. They're standing and they're tried, tested, and trusted just because they stayed true to their brand and stayed true to their customers.
Thank you very much. So that's all we have time for. I want to say a huge thank you to our panelists, Vivian, Kim, Namfe, Delphine, and Beauty Goddess, for the amazing and inspiring insights. We've learned today that personal branding is not just about aesthetics. It's authenticity, it's credibility, it's consistency and courage. And I hope that you take everything that you've learned from today and put it into good use. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for an amazing day. I hope we have learned, and I hope it was a very insightful day. We had so much fun having you here at the Beauty in the Motherland Beauty and Exhibition. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow. It promises to be bigger, it promises to be better, and a whole lot of fun. Please come out tomorrow with your ATM card so that after the panel you can go to the exhibition and shop until you drop, because tomorrow is the last day. And like I said, it's going to be better than the first 2 days. So show up and let's have a blast together. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
And hardworking women power nearly half of our nation's heartbeats through small and growing businesses. Approved. Let's fund her. At Fidelity Bank, we don't just see women entrepreneurs. We see visionaries, builders, and creators of tomorrow. With Fund Her, women can access up to 100 million naira to spark growth and scale their visions. Fund Her is a movement, and it's already changing lives. Whatever your business, Fund Her is there to support you with loans of up to 100 million naira. Growing your business has never been easier. To apply, visit the link below.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener. It's infused with wonder oils and conditioning proteins, so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener.
If you do suffer from KP, like on the backs of your arms, if you have pigmentation, if you have spots that you want to try to fade.
That hyperpigmentation, so age spots, sunspots, post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation, all of that stuff.
To address your skincare needs, go ahead and check out this brand,
Touch Skincare.
The KP Exfoliating Lotion. This has 12% glycolic acid and 2% salicylic acid. It comes in a pump dispenser, so easy to use. You get the most very hydrating, moisturizing body product and finish on the skin.
So you get a little bit more and you pay $12 less. So this to me is an absolutely fantastic alternative to this.
Once again, touch, get into it.
Use the time it takes to play this ad to apply sun protection with 0% white residue. Prevent damage from the sun.
My skin is my identity, my strength. It's unique and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, enriched with 95% pure vitamin C and pulp extract. For visibly radiant and even-toned skin in just 2 weeks. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, for your shade of beautiful.